Yeah, welcome to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'm Dan Tanner filling in for Brett Kane this morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. I'll be taking you up to 7 a.m. where Matt Smith, Vic, and Moser will take over. Lots to get into here in the first appetizer on the show. Dan Tanner, Steve Nelson here with you. Okay, let's just start with Monday Night Football last night because obviously it was the Eagles playing the LA Chargers. These have AFC West implications on the line. What a wild game last night on Monday Night Football. Really weird things happening in that football game. The Chargers end up getting a 22-19 overtime victory over the Eagles. By the way, thanks a lot, Philadelphia. You couldn't beat the Chargers and basically lock up the AFC West for the Denver Broncos. If the Chargers lose last night, they go to 8-5, and the Broncos are sitting at 11-2. That's a 3-game gap with 4 games to go. Now, I know technically right now the Chargers do have the tiebreaker over the Broncos because they beat them in week 3, which, by the way, was the last time the Broncos lost a football game. Can you believe that? Week 3 in LA. So thanks a lot, Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts had 5 turnovers last night. This was his stat line from last night's Monday Night Football game for Jalen Hurts. 21 of 40 passing, 240 passing yards, no touchdowns, 4 interceptions, and a fumble. He had a 31 quarterback rating. 27.3 quarterback ranking. Man, that would have been awesome if the Eagles could have pulled that one off against the Chargers. That really would have basically sealed the deal for the Denver Broncos winning the AFC West. Now look, the Broncos are still in great shape, okay? And who knows, maybe this actually makes the Week 18 game in Denver between the Broncos and the Chargers a little bit more interesting. It really could come down to that. I doubt that it will, because I think the Broncos will have locked up the AFC West at that point. Really, the only thing left for the Broncos to determine in the AFC is where they're going to be seated as far as the AFC playoff picture goes. And I want to get into here in just a second, who are the biggest threats to come out of the AFC? We'll get into that in just a second, but I wanted to play a couple of pieces of sound for you to start off here from last night's game. First of all, just let me say this about Justin Herbert. I thought he looked okay. Like, if you watch the game last night, he had surgery a week ago on his left hand. It looked like a robotic left hand on his left hand. I mean, it was a shell over his left hand. Now, the question was going to be, how functional would Justin Herbert be in last night's game? A lot of people were saying, can he even hand the ball off with his left hand? Well, we saw early in the game, he actually was able to do that pretty effectively. So I would say, all things considered, I thought Justin Herbert looked fairly functional, basically playing with one hand. But I got to tell you, I'm not scared of the Chargers. Like, that team has so many injuries. And credit to them, because they have had a decimated offensive line. Their quarterback can't stay upright. Their first-round running back draft pick has been out most of the year. He came back last night. Boy, did he look pretty good. I just think the Chargers are going to be way too beat up to make any realistic noise in the AFC playoffs. I think they're a playoff team, but man, they're so beat up. Like, they don't scare me in the AFC. There's plenty of other teams in the AFC that scare me more than the Chargers do. And we'll get into that here in just a second. Couple of funny things from last night's game. So we saw a play in last night's game that we hadn't seen since the 70s. Jalen Hurts committed 2 turnovers on the same play as part of a 5-turnover night that included a game-ending interception in overtime, by the way, basically at the goal line. So midway through the second quarter, Jalen Hurts threw an interception over the middle to Chargers defensive lineman Deshaun Hand, who on the return fumbles the ball. So Hurts interception to Deshaun Hand, Hand's returning it, he fumbles. Then Jalen Hurts recovers the ball that he just threw an interception on and fumbled it back to the Chargers as he was hit. Here's how it sounded last night on Westwood One. Here's Kevin Harlan's call.
It's 3rd down and 2. Eagles inside the 21 of LA, down by 4, halfway through the second quarter. In the shotgun formation, Hurts looks over the defense, shotgun snap, 5-man rush, blitzes on, pass. It's intercepted up the middle at the 20. Coming to the near side, 25. Then the players hit. The ball's yard free. Hurts picked it up. He loses the ball. The ball's rolling near sideline. Recovered at the 45. It looks like, as they try to untangle the bodies, the Chargers have gotten the ball. Stopping the drive by Philadelphia. I think everybody touched that ball on that play, bouncing from one player to the next.
Kevin Harlan's the best. I think everybody touched the ball on that play. That's right, Kevin Harlan. So according to Elias Sports Bureau, Jalen Hurts is the first player to commit 2 turnovers on the same play dating back to 1978, which is as far back as the research goes. They don't know if it happened before that because they didn't track these kind of things before 1978. By the way, he was intercepted on the next series as well. That was the first time in his career he was picked off on consecutive drives. Here's Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on ABC calling the same play.
Hurts picked off, intercepted, and now the ball's out, and Hurts ends up with the ball in his hands. He fumbles. Chargers ball.
I'd never seen anything like that play. That was absolutely wild. Fun play. By the way, for you fantasy owners out there who have Jalen Hurts, if you have Jalen Hurts on that play alone, okay, you got -4 points on that play, on one play from an offensive player. I've never seen that before. Oh, man, that was great. But it does suck that the Eagles couldn't have beaten the Chargers. Because like I said, if the Chargers lose last night, I know technically they weren't going to be eliminated from possibly winning the AFC West, but let's be real. That basically would have sealed the deal for the Broncos. Now, I think the Broncos are still going to win the AFC West. They've got a 2-game lead with 4 games to go, okay? And the Chargers, like I said, they are so beat up. I just don't think they're healthy enough to make a run. So who's got the easier schedule between the Chargers' last 4 games and the Broncos' last 4 games for the AFC West crown? Chargers' next game is in Kansas City. Not an easy game. I know the Chiefs are beat up right now, and so is Patrick Mahomes, but that's always a tough game. Then they have to go to Dallas, who's playing much better than they were earlier in the season. Then they've got Houston at home. Houston might be playing as good as anybody in the AFC right now. I mean, their defense is outstanding. And then they've got to come to Denver to play the Broncos in Week 18. Not an easy schedule for the Chargers to end the season. Like, I think the Broncos' schedule is much easier the last 4 games. Now, next week's going to be tough, or this coming Sunday. So the Broncos' last 4 games, they've got Green Bay, but it is at home. Okay, that's going to be a tough game. I think Green Bay is the best team in the NFC. It's them and the Rams. Those are the top 2 teams in the NFC. Kind of a coin toss. They're both playing great right now. but I give the edge to Green Bay. I like their defense a little bit more. Then they've got the Jags at home. Yeah, Jacksonville's 9-4. I don't trust the Jags. They're having a good year, but do you really trust Trevor Lawrence to come through in the big moments for the Jaguars? I don't.
Duval.
I don't trust him. And then the Broncos have to go to Kansas City. That's the Christmas night game. Okay, that's not going to be an easy game, folks. It's not going to be. But who knows? By then, the Chiefs could be out of the playoffs. Who knows what's going on with Patrick Mahomes' health? Is Travis Kelce retired by then? Is he on tour with Taylor Swift at that point in the season? Who knows? And then week 18, you've got a home game against these Chargers that we're just talking about. So 3 of the last 4 games for the Broncos are at home. I think the Broncos win 3 out of 4 of those games. The Green Bay game is going to be tough. You know, I will say, Nate said this yesterday on the afternoon show, and I think he's absolutely correct about what he said yesterday. He said, we're going to learn more about the Broncos these last 4 weeks of the season than we have the previous 13. I think he's right about that. And I would even take it a step further and say, we're going to learn more about the Broncos against the Green Bay Packers coming up on Sunday than we've learned through the previous 13 games of the season. This is the first, real test for the Broncos this year. I know they've had some good teams they've played, but, if you look at their schedule, when they played in Philly, the Eagles were undefeated at that point, but the Eagles aren't what they were last year. They're still going to be a playoff team, I think. But they're not the Super Bowl winning team that they were last year. Their run game, they showed the graphic on Monday Night Football last night. They were a top 5 rushing team in the NFL last year. They're 22nd this year.
They are who we thought they were.
Did we think they were going to be this much worse than they were last year?
If you want to crown them, then crown their ass.
The Giants stink. The Cowboys, when the Broncos played them, they weren't playing well at all. Looking at that Houston game, that's a better win than I thought at the time, because the Texans, now they did knock CJ Stroud out of that game. That doesn't hurt as far as them winning the game, going up against their backup quarterback, although I like Davis Mills. But their defense is legit. I mean, it's the Texans and the Broncos are vying for the top defense in the NFL. I think it's kind of a coin flip at this point of who's got the best defense in the NFL. Who can stay the healthiest down the stretch, I think, will determine that. And then you've got the Raiders. They stink. The Commanders didn't have Jaden Daniels. My point is, this is going to be the biggest test of the season by far for the Broncos coming up on Sunday. The Packers are on a roll. Micah Parsons is wrecking games. Jordan Love is on fire. The receiving core is getting healthy. Their run game is solid with Josh Jacobs. I can't wait for Sunday. This is going to be the litmus test game for the Broncos this season. No doubt about it. So we'll see. It's going to be a fun race down the stretch. I mean, haven't even talked about the Patriots yet. I think they're legit. I like the Broncos defense a lot more than the Patriots, but Drake May is playing like an MVP candidate. That's what they have over the Broncos right now, if you want to talk about who's the best team in the AFC. And right now, they're the top 2. And the Steelers are in the 4 seed. I mean, I don't believe in them at all. Does anybody out there believe in the Pittsburgh Steelers right now? I still think the Ravens are going to win that division. I know they lost to the Steelers on Sunday, but I cannot envision a world where those Pittsburgh Steelers are the 4 seed in the playoffs. I'm just not buying it. I think the Ravens are going to pull that out. And then the Colts. Oh my goodness. they might sign somebody that will shock you. Like, when this news came down yesterday, I couldn't believe what I was reading, but it's real, people, and we'll get to it coming up next. Yeah, this is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Dan Tanner filling in for Brett Kane. Steve Nelson here with you on a Tuesday morning in the Mile High City. Hey, we've got an Avs keyword for you on an Avs Ticket Tuesday. So we're giving away tickets to see the Avs host the Panthers on Thursday. And a special bonus, everybody. The Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead. So text the keyword Sakic to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Limited packages remain for the Panthers game with the Sakic bobblehead. To purchase, visit coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic to win the tickets to Avs, Panthers, and the Sakic bobblehead. Text Sakic with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner coming up at 9:55 with Matt Smith, Vic, and Moser. Good luck, everybody. Yeah, and if you want to see, I got the bobblehead right here. If you're watching on Twitch, there's the I dropped the stick out of his hand.
Oh no!
There's the Joe Sakic bobblehead.
Can you hear not to go all grandma and say come close into the light so I can see you, but bring that a little closer. Let's see. Does that?
Can you see it? Can you see it?
Does that actually look like him?
Does any bobblehead look like
That's
any
a good
actual
point.
person?
Yeah,
Not
okay.
really.
Maybe we're splitting hairs here. But yeah,
Super Joe. That's a great prize there.
It's right there.
Love me some Super Joe. You know, we're going to get into football here and what the Colts are doing. I kind of want to ask Moser this question. I don't know if he ever gets on early, Steve. I've been thinking a lot about this, just very quick on the Avs, though, who will play the Predators tonight. By the way, that's a 7:30 puck drop. It's on HBO Max. The classic best team in the NHL versus worst team in the NHL. So hopefully the Avs can kick the crap out of the Predators tonight. Is Nathan MacKinnon on his way to surpassing Joe Sakic as the best Avs player of all time? Now, he's got to get at least one more cup, okay? Because Joe has 2. So that's my caveat. He's got to get one more cup to even be in the conversation. But if he does, if you look at Nathan MacKinnon's numbers, I mean, he is on pace to surpass every statistical category of Joe Sakic. And I don't want to take this lightly because Super Joe, it was obviously an unbelievable player for this organization. But like Nathan MacKinnon, for how he started his career, he did win Rookie of the Year, but then he had 3 seasons of mediocrity. And Nate himself said that. And then he took off. And now he's the best player on planet Earth. So just a question for everybody listening. I've been pondering that for, I don't know, last couple of years. Like, is Nathan MacKinnon, how much of a chance does he have to surpass Joe Sakic as this organization's best player of all time? I think he's got a pretty good shot. But again, like I said, he's got to get a cup. So let me know your thoughts. 303-504-0925. Again, the keyword is Sakic, Sakic, Sakic to 303-504-0925. Okay, so the Indianapolis Colts, man, they're in trouble. They're not going to make the playoffs. Currently, they're out of the AFC playoff picture. They're in the 8th seed at 8-5. They've been leapfrogged by the Houston Texans and the Jags in their own division. They're sitting at 3rd in the AFC South. This team was 7-1 to start the year. Daniel Jones looked like an MVP candidate. And then he gets a fracture in his leg. By the way, this is so NFL. Oh, you have a fracture in your leg? Oh, you're fine. Just keep playing. No big deal. Like,
cool story, bro.
And then he tears his Achilles. Shocker. It's just, that doesn't make sense to me. Well, actually, it kind of does make sense. And here's why. Anthony Richardson is on IR. I think it's safe to say that we can call Anthony Richardson a bust. 50% of first-round quarterbacks don't work out. It's just the math.
It's over, pal.
I think it is. I think it's over. I don't even think he has a shot to be a backup. Really. It's over. They are working out 44-year-old Philip Rivers. Yes, you heard that right, everybody. The Indianapolis Colts will bring in Philip Rivers for a workout, who last played in the NFL in 2020. Now, that was with the Colts, and I guess the reasoning is Philip Rivers has familiarity with Shane Steichen's offense. He played with him. I believe Shane Steichen was with Philip Rivers in San Diego. Maybe it was LA at the time. I can't remember, but with the Chargers. And he was there when Philip Rivers finished out his career with the Colts. Now, Schefter's reporting the Colts haven't yet decided to sign Philip Rivers, and Philip Rivers has yet to determine whether he wants to play again, a source said. Philip Rivers turned 44 on Monday. According to this article on ESPN, it says he is in football shape after his long layoff. How is that possible? How is Philip Rivers still in NFL football shape after 4.5 years out of the game at 44 years old with 27 children? That is wild. Now, I started thinking about this, and I'm like, okay, well, it's just a horrible time of the year. So Riley Leonard, by the way, their backup, he's also out. He's got a knee injury. He's week to week. So they are in a very tough spot. So I started thinking, like, okay, other than the familiarity with Shane Steichen, why would they even consider bringing in Philip Rivers? Well, I looked on Spot Rack for available free agent NFL quarterbacks. We're well past the trade deadline, okay? So that's over. They can't make any moves there. Who are some of the free agent available quarterbacks today? These are what Spot Rack lists. CJ Beathard, Jeff Driscoll. Remember him, Broncos fans? He had a cup of coffee here in Denver. And I believe he won a national championship at Georgia. Jake Fromm. According to Spot Rack, those are your 3 available free agent NFL quarterbacks. After looking at that, I'm like, yeah, I kind of get it. I kind of understand why the Colts would consider that. Like, I don't know, is Philip Rivers a better option than CJ Beathard, Jeff Driscoll, and Jake Fromm? I guess so. I almost feel bad for the Colts because that's just the worst luck. I mean, literally all 3 of their quarterbacks are out with injury. All 3. Most teams only carry 2 quarterbacks. And all 3 of theirs are out. And this also begs the question of, like, what are they going to do next year? Shoot, they might be trying to trade for Jarrett Stidham. They might be trying to pry him away from Sean Payton. Like, what are their options next year? Daniel Jones isn't coming back next year, is he? I mean, he tore his Achilles in week 13, week 14. That's not a quick recovery. Anthony Richardson can't play. You're going to ride into next season with Riley Leonard as your starting quarterback? Oof. That's tough. That is really tough. Okay, so I want to get into biggest threats in the AFC in just a second. But we do have sound from Raiders head coach Pete Carroll. Everybody was up in arms about the field goal with 5 seconds to go. The line was 8.5. We saw what Dave Portnoy said. He went crazy. By the way, he, I don't know if you saw this, Steve, but he did somewhat of an apology video yesterday saying when he called for the murder of Pete Carroll, he said, well, it was just heat of the moment. I didn't mean it. It's just something people say. Okay. That was weird.
Okay.
But everybody was like, what happened there? Why did they kick that field goal? There was 5 seconds left on the clock. They were going to lose the game no matter what, whether they missed the field goal, whether they made the field goal. 5 seconds to go. So, Pete, why'd you kick that field goal?
I was battling with the official, making a plea because we saw 8 seconds, 7, which would have given us a chance to kick the field goal, kick an onside kick, and maybe have a second left. And then when it went down to 5 or went down to 3 or whatever they did, and then they put it back to 5 or whatever, then I knew it was going to look stupid. Like you couldn't figure out why we were doing it. So it was 8. And I was trying to get it to 10. I was talking 10, with the guy trying to get it back up. And I thought I'd had a chance to plead it, and they might give me a shot. And so that was just competing all it was. But fans couldn't understand. Like you're asking the question, but there was a real clear thought what we were trying to get down there, just to take it down to the very last click.
Okay. If there's 10 seconds left, I guess I understand what Pete's saying there. Who knows? 10 seconds left, you kick the field goal, you make it, you recover an onside kick. Who knows? He said he was fighting for the clock. Well, but the problem, Pete, is they didn't change the clock. They didn't give you extra time. You knew there was only 5 seconds left on the clock. So why kick the field goal if you know that that's going to be the last play? Maybe he thought they could do it in 4 seconds, I guess. Just a really weird scenario. Like I get what Pete's saying. What I don't understand is, yeah, he was fighting for time on the clock. Well, they didn't give you extra time on the clock, Pete. You knew it was 5 seconds. What I really want to know is why Sean Payton didn't kick a field goal at the end of the first half and the Broncos' last possession in the fourth quarter. That's what I really want to know. Like, the Pete Carroll thing was somewhat confusing. The Sean Payton field goal stuff on Sunday was driving me nuts. Absolutely nuts. You're going to throw a Hail Mary from, the 45, 50-yard line, whatever it was, instead of letting Will Lutz try, a 62-yarder? We've seen Will Lutz in warm-ups. He has that leg. Like, a 62-yard field goal, the percentage of executing that play compared to a Hail Mary from midfield, the field goal's got to be a way higher percentage of actually working, right? So that was the first thing that drove me nuts watching the Broncos-Raiders game on Sunday. I was just like, why aren't you kicking the field goal here, Sean? I didn't get that one. I was really hoping that somebody was going to ask him about that after the game. But nobody did. And then there's under a minute left in the fourth quarter. The Broncos are in the red zone. It's fourth down. You're up by, 10 at that point. Why not kick the field goal there? It was like 4th and 3, I want to say. Why wouldn't he kick the field goal in that situation either? So those were just two plays. Look, in the end, it didn't matter. The Broncos won the game. They dominated the football game. But those were just two really odd decisions that I was just so confused by. Why Sean Payton elected not to kick field goals in both of those situations. Just didn't get it. All right, real quick. Biggest threats in the AFC. I made a list. Who do I think has the best chance of coming out of the AFC and reaching the Super Bowl? Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara. Broncos fans, you're not going to like who I have as number 1. And no, it's not New England. I think the team that has the best chance of coming out of the AFC to reach Super Bowl 60 is the Buffalo Bills.
Josh Allen.
That's why I picked them at number 1. Because of that guy. Like, that's basically it. But my God, have you seen him play the last couple weeks? This dude he's on a tear. And, you know, I get a lot of fans will say, well, he's been on tears in seasons before and they choke in the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson are probably not going to be in the playoffs this year, everyone. That's who Josh Allen could never get past. Especially the guy in Kansas City. So what I like about the Bills' chances to get out of the AFC is Josh Allen and that team and that quarterback have the most playoff experience of all of the AFC contenders. That's why I have them as the biggest threat to get out of the AFC. Because of Josh Allen and their playoff experience. Now, at number 2, I have the Denver Broncos. Their defense is amazing. They're giving up 18 points per game, which is the 4th best in the NFL. And I like the Broncos' ability to win close games. So I think the fact that the Broncos have been able to consistently win close games this season will bode well for them in the playoffs. They just don't have the experience like the Bills do. That's why I have them at number 2. At number 3, I have the Houston Texans. Now, earlier in the year, if I would have told you that I think the 3rd best team in the AFC, or at least the team with the 3rd best chances to reach Super Bowl 60 were the Texans, you would have thought I was crazy. But what they've done since CJ Stroud has come back, and that defense, I'm telling you, is nasty. They've got great edge rushers, a great secondary. They're giving up 16 points per game, which is number 1 in the NFL, better than the Broncos. Now, there are things I don't like about the Texans. Their offense lacks explosive elements. They're only averaging just over 21.5 points per game. Is CJ Stroud able to win them a game in the playoffs? And is he able to stay healthy? Those are the things that concern me about the Texans. But that defense is legit. And defense carries over in the playoffs. That's also why I like the Broncos. So Texans at number 3. Number 4, I have the New England Patriots. What do I like about them? Drake May. It's kind of the same thing with the Bills and Josh Allen. That dude has been playing on fire. He is a legit MVP candidate. I think it's between Drake May and Matt Stafford for NFL MVP right now. That's how well he's playing. Now, what I don't like about the Patriots is they do have a struggling run game. It's far too inconsistent. Their run game ranks near the bottom of the league in both efficiency and volume. And they've been forced to rely on the passing attack more, and Drake May takes too many sacks. That's what I don't like about the Patriots. So those are my top 4 biggest threats in the AFC to reach Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara. Bills 1, Broncos 2, Texans 3, Patriots 4. And then the Jags, Chargers, Steelers, I think they're all kind of just like the bottom tier of AFC contenders. And I will say, I still think the Chiefs are a threat to make the playoffs. Now, I say that because the Mahomes-Reed combo and their experience is why I say I still think they're a threat to make the playoffs and make some noise in the playoffs. Now, what I don't like about the Chiefs is their best players are past their prime. Travis Kelce, Chris Jones. Their offensive line is in shambles. And Patrick Mahomes was limping all over Arrowhead Stadium with a leg injury. That's what I don't like about the Chiefs. But I hesitate to count them out until they're officially knocked out of the playoffs. I think they at least have somewhat of a chance of making some noise in the AFC, but we'll see. I have them probably ranked 7th as my 7th team, the Chiefs, of getting out of the AFC and into Super Bowl 60. So let me know your thoughts. 303-504-0925. When we come back, We're going to hear from a couple of cuts from Sean Payton from yesterday morning on Bo's efficiency. Are we going to see Marvin Mims get more involved in the offense? And I do want to get to an interesting back and forth with Tony Grossi and Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski about Shedeur Sanders. And Shedeur was named the starter for the rest of the season in Cleveland. Will he be their starter next year? We'll get into that next. Hey, we got some sports back, local sports back coming up tonight. Avs and Predators. That game, puck drop, will be just a bit after 7:30. Catch the pregame right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Berto at 7. It's like I said earlier, it's the best team in the NHL, record-wise, points-wise, versus the literal worst team in the NHL, the Nashville Predators, who sit at 10-14-4 and just a measly 24 points on the season. The Avalanche are 21-2-6. What's crazy about the Avs, like their run they've been on, the Stars are only 3 points behind them. Now, they do have a game in hand, the Dallas Stars. So if the Avs win tonight, they'll be 5 points up on Dallas. But think about that. Like, this has been a historic start to the season for the Colorado Avalanche. And the Dallas Stars, who I believe are the Avalanche's rival, not the Minnesota Wild. It's the Stars, no question, are just 3 points behind the Avs. You know what, though? I love it. Like, I think it's going to help keep the Avalanche motivated, because Scott always worries about the curse of the President's Trophy, President's Cup, as he calls it. It's real. I mean, the last team to win a Stanley Cup when they won that thing with the best record in the NHL was the Blackhawks in the early 2010s. When we saw the Avs win it in, what was that, 2021, I believe, Steve, when they lost to Vegas in the second round of the NHL playoffs. So, you know, it's just one of those weird things. But if any team can do it, this Avalanche team is so deep, so good. We'll see if Scott Wedgwood is in net tonight. They sent Trent Miner back down to the AHL and the Colorado Eagles, so we'll see if Wedgie ends up starting in net tonight for your Colorado Avalanche. All right. Marvin Mims. Why is Marvin Mims not getting more involved in the offense? That's one of the biggest question marks I have for Sean Payton's offense this season. And let me just start by saying Sean Payton has been outstanding, okay? He has done a phenomenal job coaching this football team. Not just this year, in his tenure with the Denver Broncos. He's done a marvelous job. I mean, let's not forget how bad the Broncos were for nearly a decade before Sean Payton got here. He's coached them to the number 1 seed in the AFC. They are currently sitting atop of the NFL world. But there are some questions I have with Sean. Now, I will say, Sean has built up enough trust with me to trust the plan, okay? But I don't get the Marvin Mims thing. He had 1 catch for 5 yards, 1 target on Sunday against the Raiders, and 1 carry out of the backfield. We're not seeing as many designed plays to get the football in the hands of Marvin Mims. Did everybody see that punt return for a touchdown on Sunday? I mean, the guy is electric. He's the most electric player on that offense with the ball in his hands in space. So I don't really get why Marvin Mims isn't getting the ball more on offense. Well, here's Sean Payton from his Zoom call yesterday morning on just that.
You recall, I think he was our first draft pick, George and I. It's been embedded in me. The quickest way to improve a team is the kicking game and get the offensive line squared away. And we didn't have a returner. And I remember when we were watching his film, we knew he was a captain at Oklahoma. We knew he was an accomplished receiver, but he was also, we felt, one of the better returners, if not the best returner in the draft. When you check those vision boxes the way we were able to with him, he's exceeded our expectation as to what type of guy he is, how he works, what kind of teammate he is. Just coming out of a staff meeting, you know, we got to continue to find more touches for him on the offensive side of the ball, and we'll do that.
Okay, so Sean just acknowledged that they need to find ways to get him more touches on offense. Okay, I like that he said that, but it's, you know, we're in week 14. Why hasn't this been happening earlier in the year is my question. That I just don't quite understand. And you heard Sean just say there, great teammate, great in the meetings, hard worker. So it doesn't sound like it's anything internal that Marvin Mims has done to why he's not getting more involved in the offense. It's almost like he's regressed in the sense of touches. Well, he has. Even going back to last year. I mean, how many times did we see designed plays for Marvin Mims, whether it was in the slot, out wide, out of the backfield, to get him in space? Those screen passes that we saw a bunch, those bubble screens we saw a bunch from Marvin Mims last year, where have those gone? So that's the only thing I'm like really questioning right now with what Sean's doing on offense. Now, the Raiders game was kind of weird because that was just you could tell their game plan going into that game was just grind it out, slug it out, old school, grind the Raiders down and win that thing going away, which they did. I'm trying to figure out why Sean Payton is refusing to utilize Marvin Mims more in the offense this year. Now, maybe the only reason I can really think of is they're saving those special packages for him down the stretch and into the playoffs. Okay. Maybe that is the reason. If that is the case, and we start to see Marvin Mims get utilized more in the offense, then okay. I trust you, Sean. We'll see. All right, last thing before we get out of here. Shedeur Sanders. Boy, did he have a great game on Sunday. Now, it was against the Titans, but hey, it's an NFL team, and Shedeur played great. I thought he outplayed Cam Ward, who was the number 1 overall pick in that draft. And if you remember, Cam and Shedeur had a bit of a little rivalry going on going into this year's draft. Fun exchange yesterday in Cleveland between Tony Grossi, who's a reporter for the Browns, and Browns head coach Kevin Stefanski.
Kevin, hi. Was it a mistake not to start Shedeur earlier?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into those type of things, Tony. I'm obviously focused on what's in front of us.
About the second 2-point conversion, Batonio said after the game, you guys were repping that play back in Philadelphia. I remember seeing it myself. But the fact is, Judkins was not with you in Philadelphia. So did he get reps Friday on that play?
He did.
How'd he do?
We ran the play. So, Tony, bottom line is it's we'll always look at things that we can do better, but I trust our guys. We work hard during the week to rep plays that we may play, that you may show in the game. But that was not the issue there.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't know how Kevin Stefanski keeps his job. I really don't. And honestly, that play has nothing to do with it. Tyler actually brought this up yesterday. The play was going to work. Judkins just forgot the play. He had the guy wide open. The play was going to work. But I don't think Stefanski's going to keep his job because the guy he wanted in Dillon Gabriel Shedeur is clearly better than Dillon Gabriel. Whatever you think about Shedeur Sanders, he is clearly better than Dillon Gabriel. So I think that's going to ultimately cost Kevin Stefanski his job. And who knows what happens with Deshaun Watson next year. It'll be really fascinating. That'll be one of the more fascinating offseason storylines in the entire NFL is what happens with the Browns quarterback situation, and specifically Shedeur Sanders. Is he their starter week 1 next year? I don't see a world where he isn't. I don't think the fan base in Cleveland is going to allow it. So the Browns are going to brown. But that's going to do it for hour number 1. Thank you so much for listening, everybody. We've got Matt Smith, Vic, and Moj coming up next. For Steve Nelson, I'm Dan Tanner. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It's 3rd down and 2. Eagles inside the 21 of LA. Down by 4 halfway through the second quarter. In the shotgun formation, Hurts looks over the defense. Shotgun snap. 5-man rush. Blitzes on pass. It's intercepted up the middle at the 20. Coming to the near side, 25. Then the players hit. The ball's yard free. Hurts picked it up. He loses the ball. The ball's rolling near sideline. Recovered at the 45. It looks like, as they try to untangle the bodies, the Chargers have gotten the ball, stopping the drive by Philadelphia. I think everybody touched that ball on that play, bouncing from one player to the next.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Welcome to it on a Tuesday. Good morning. Vic Lombardi in studio. Good morning, Vic. How you doing, man?
I don't know how Kevin Harlan generates that enthusiasm for an entire broadcast. Moser does this for a living, and I know that you have to go up and down with your enthusiasm meter.
Yeah.
But my God, that guy just went hard for a good, 25 seconds there on that play.
Yeah, well, it was a wild play. And the game, in fact, was a wild one. You know, we've got tons to get into throughout the course of the morning. Certainly, we'll continue to break down Broncos and Raiders from this weekend. The Avs back in action this afternoon. And, of course, Monday Night Football last night. Eagles went to SoFi Stadium, and they lost 22-19 in overtime. It was a bit of a heartbreaker for Broncos fans because, Vic, at the end of regulation there, the Eagles kicked the field goal to go up 19-16 with just over 2 minutes to play, and you're thinking, oh, boy, they're going to gift wrap the division for Denver.
Just a reminder, you have to win going out. That game against the Chargers in the season finale at Mile High, as suspected, it's going to mean something. It's going to mean something, and it could mean a lot.
We have a divisional race now, don't we?
Well, it's been there because they own the tiebreaker. The Chargers beat you already.
Right.
They own the tiebreaker.
Right. At least for now. I mean, I guess you get it back if you beat them at the end of the year.
But if you lose that game and you end up tied,
you're screwed. Boy, could they backdoor a division, a number 1 seed even?
As injury riddled as they, I mean, number 1 seed would be tough because the Broncos at this point, they'd have to lose 2 more.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and that could happen. Look at the schedule.
Sure.
I mean, if you lose to the Chargers and lose another, but look at the Chargers' remaining schedule.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Yeah, that's where things get crazy because that's a tough slate.
Yeah, they got to go to Kansas City next week, and then the week after they're in Dallas, and then home to Houston, and then at Denver. So they've got 3 of their final 4 on the road against some good football teams there. So it will be a tough finish for them. Justin Herbert, though, one hand, he got the job done last night. A lot of toughness, and I'm watching that game, and I'm thinking to myself, Vic, man, can't Sean Payton install some of the Justin Herbert package for Bo Nix? Some of the stuff that he does on the run with their misdirection and some of that read option zone read looks. I mean, last night he had 66 yards on the ground, 10 carries. You're telling me Bo couldn't give you a little bit more, just a little bit?
Well, maybe we'll see it. Maybe we'll see it down the stretch and in the playoffs. Again, we know he can do it. We've seen him do it. Maybe they're saving it. Who knows?
Well, this was Jim Harbaugh after the game last night, and boy, is he special. Oh, good morning, Moj. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Good morning. Good morning. I had a little difficulty hooking up. I'm okay.
The wake-up call came late this morning, Moj?
No, not really, but good talk.
Where are you?
Smashville.
I'm still in Nashville, dude.
Oh,
the game is tonight.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. I've lost track. You guys have been on the road for so long.
I know. It's been a week, I know. It's been a whole week. Go figure.
All right, well, let's get to Jim Harbaugh, and we'll get back to Moj here. This is the Chargers head coach last night after the big overtime win.
This is definitely, maybe the best feeling, just a wonderful, wonderful feeling of winning and thrill of victory. It's certainly in the discussion. I put in the discussion the birth of my 7 children, my marriage, in the conversation. Just joyful, joyous, and the biblical definition of that is just overflowing with joy.
Who's got it better than us?
What? Wait, what?
Yeah, he compared last night's win to the birth of his 7th child and his marriage. It just a thrill of victory overflowing with joy last night at SoFi Stadium for the LA Chargers, who advanced to 9-4 on the season. I mean, this is the other thing I was thinking about, and Moj now with us from Nashville. Moj, this is the other thing I was thinking of watching this game last night. I mean, man, we knew when Jim Harbaugh got hired, it would only be a matter of time before he started to right the ship. And at 9-4, I mean, look at how quickly he's done it in L.A.
Oh, no doubt about it. People have accused me of being a Chargers fan for a long time. I'm not. I know that Herbert's a good quarterback, and what's really interesting, though, to me, Matt, is that, Harbaugh's a former quarterback himself and so on, but when he got there, it was the defense that improved quickly. All of a sudden, the defense got better, then the whole team gets better, and that's kind of the way it's gone with the Denver Broncos as well. You get that defense going, and you get them, at least competent and not giving up crazy numbers, and then you can work with your offense to get it good enough to win game. Really good where you're a damn fine football team from top to bottom. But that's kind of the way it's gone there with the Chargers.
We've talked about great coaches, and clearly the Broncos have one. The coach in San Francisco is keeping his team together despite all the injuries.
Right.
And so is Harbaugh. No excuses. Losing players left and right. Quarterback playing with one hand.
Right.
And finding ways to win. I'm not going to sit here and discredit the Chargers for how they won last night because the Denver Broncos have had several wins just like that.
Absolutely. And Jalen Hurts threw 4 interceptions. Not 1, not 2, not 3, 4.
That last one
picks.
was... Oof.
It's brutal. It's brutal. And, you could see it. The Eagles have played. Hey, we talked about this yesterday too, Moshe. Eagles have played a lot of football. And, yeah, they won last year, but that's another team that's been deep into the playoffs now for how long? And they're starting to show some real signs of wear. So if you look at Buffalo, you look at Cincinnati, you look at Baltimore, right? You look at San Francisco, Philly. I mean, help me out, Detroit. All those teams that have been right at the top for at least the last 3 to 5 seasons, they're all starting to show signs of wear.
I look at the Florida Panthers, back-to-back Stanley Cup champions, and they've gone deep previous to that too. And I cannot help but think that when you play a lot of games, football, basketball, hockey, whatever the case may be, when you just play a lot, man, that's going to eventually catch up to you somehow, some way, because these players are just human beings. They're just, blood and flesh, right?
Right.
And mentally you get tired, physically you get beat up and tired, and eventually it's going to get you in one way or another. And when you have also, in regards to the Eagles, you've got some internal turmoil. Is the quarterback playing the game that the coach wants him to play and that his teammates want him to play and so on? That creates even more issues. But when you just play that much football or that much hockey or whatever, eventually you're going to have a situation where you break down. And you look at Florida this year, they've got their injuries, talking about on the hockey side. But they're not playing great, and they're banged up, and that happens. And you need some time away from the game. Getting knocked out early is probably a good thing or whatever. And then these teams, will be back at one point or another.
Chime in throughout the course of the morning on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. We see on Twitch. We see on YouTube. If you're watching on Altitude TV, we appreciate you being here with us. So, Moj, you're in Nashville, and like you just mentioned, you guys have been on the road for about a week. What do you do with a free night in Nashville?
Well, actually, yesterday we went to the lab. Vic, I know you're a little bit jealous with this. I know because we had...
I'm not jealous. My brother is very, very upset.
I'm sorry. I apologize. We went to a place called the Studios named Owl. So at the Owl Studios here in Nashville in Berry Hill. It's pretty damn cool.
That's a big country music studio place, right?
That is correct.
You got to say it. You got to say it with a little twang, Moj. I mean, if you're going to tell us this story, yeah, get rid of that thing.
Yeah, we went to this place called Owl Studios, and we re-recorded in impressive fashion, I might say, what's going to be a smash hit called Colorado Wagon. And I think it came out pretty good. I think, honestly, the album cover is probably better than the song itself. Mm-hmm. The single cover, the photos we took, probably going to be better than the actual music itself.
Right, we already did that bit with Step Back Jake Kabloom. So how many bits of doing music are we going to do?
Well, that was on the basketball side.
Uh-huh.
This is on the hockey side.
Oh,
see the difference?
I guess.
Basketball, right? Basketball here, hockey right there.
When will it debut on the charts?
It should debut tonight at about 7:30 on the pregame.
I'm looking forward to it.
Tonight is one of these. Oh, my Lord almighty.
Are you talking about the puck drop?
The puck will not drop until 8:52 Nashville time.
Oh, my God.
8:52.
That's silly.
Yeah,
That's
think?
silly.
That's why we're leaving tomorrow morning, and that's why I'm not going to be on the show tomorrow, is because I got to get my butt up and then get to the bus and then get home. They want to leave early in the morning. Just stay the night, get some sleep, but leave early because you don't want to have a whole day ruined tomorrow. So we'll fly home, but I'll be in the air during this program.
So
sorry about that.
I'm looking right now at the Altitude TV's Twitter page, and I see you, Kiefer, Connor, Riker, all real close around the microphone. Did you guys harmonize here? Is there a little harmonizing going on?
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude. Oh, yeah. In fact, it was so good. The engineer was like, man, I've had Thomas Rhett in here. I've had Morgan Wall in here. I think you guys are right there.
You guys ever think about taking it on tour?
Yeah.
How long did it take you?
Honestly, Vic, we thought it'd take 20 to 30 minutes, but Riker just kept screwing up his lines. He could not.
Why didn't he write him down?
He did on his hand. Still couldn't get it right.
It took us about an hour and 15 minutes, maybe an hour and 20 minutes total. But it should have taken 15, 20 minutes max because we only. It's a real. Well, it's not like
it's not a deep song.
No, it's not. There's not a whole lot involved in it, but it should have taken just a short amount of time. It took a long time.
Why does Kiefer look so sweaty?
I don't. That's a great question. He was eating Fritos, and I think they might have been like the spicy Fritos or whatever. The hot Fritos or whatever. Kyle Keefe. Here's the thing. If he looks at a chicken wing, he starts to sweat. I mean, this guy he cannot handle the heat.
I'm not even
kidding. No, it's just like anything spicy.
Yeah.
If he looks at a bottle of Tabasco sauce, drip. You
ever got the meat sweats, man?
You know, I'm not a giant red meat guy, so I really haven't had that many opportunities. But I imagine some good Italian dinners at the Lombardi household. There's got to be some instances of meat sweats.
Oh, the meat sweats happen a lot. According to Brendan McNicholas, the Avs tonight will attempt to become the 5th team in NHL history to reach 50 points in 30 games or less.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. They have a real opportunity. Obviously, Nashville's having a difficult start to their year, and I'm sure they're going to be sellers at the deadline, or even before the deadline. But this Avalanche team, again, you're talking about back-to-back wins on the road over the weekend. A day off to rest, chill out a little bit, and then get back into division play and try to get to 50 points. It's pretty amazing what they're doing right now, guys. I know we'll get to more of it as we go on here, but when you start to put them in the all-time mix of starts to a season, and what's really interesting is when you look at the number, 21, 2, and 6, when you see it side by side, that's where you realize, holy crap.
What scares me is that Dallas is not too far behind. That's what scares me.
Those knuckleheads continue to find a way to win. They were losing the other night at home to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh had a 2-1 lead, and they gave up a goal to the Penguins at the 18-11 mark. So 1:49 to go in the game. They give up a goal, and then the damn Stars win it in a shootout. Just ridiculous. I mean, hanging on by the hair of their chinny chin right there.
Huge honor for Jamal Murray last night, and briefly here, honored as Player of the Week for the Western Conference, further strengthening his All-Star case. Last week, Nuggets went 3-1. Murray averaged nearly 30 points a game, 4.5 rebounds per game, 7.5 assists per game, shooting 60, 62, 92, 60% from the field, 62% from three, and 92% from the free throw line. It's a huge honor for Jamal Murray, Vic, and this really is a big deal and goes a long way towards strengthening that All-Star case.
And very well deserved. I mean, he's had a lot of big games, but to string together a big week as he has in a very jam-packed Western Conference where there's talent all over the place, I think it's a harbinger, perhaps, of good things to come. We are always talking about whether or not Nikola Jokic will ever have an all-star teammate. This might be as close as it gets right here.
And, he came into the season with a renewed sense of purpose about his game and about himself. You know, much like the Avs have. I mean, a renewed sense of purpose and maybe a renewed sense of just TCB, right? Just taking care of business. And it's shown big time.
An
yeah,
admission.
Absolutely.
You know, and you can't get there unless you say to yourself, I've not been doing it right. I got to change things up. And I think that conversation happened. And I credit the new Nuggets management team. John Wallace, who is good friends with Jamal Murray, came in, and I think he just told it like it is. Here's the deal, dude. You got to be in shape.
Yeah. We need more out of you.
Early.
Yep.
Early. So that at the end, we're not chasing our tail.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they went and paid him. And we remember the contentious nature at times that his relationship was with Calvin Booth, right? That dynamic. And Calvin had no problem calling him out publicly and kind of airing out some of that dirty laundry. And clearly, I mean, you would know better than I, Vic, but it seemed like there was some real friction behind the scenes there. I don't know what happened. As you mentioned, maybe it's an honest, candid conversation in the offseason. But whatever it is, Murray now just overall 16th highest points per game in the NBA this season, 11th highest assists per game in the NBA this season. And, you know, his shooting percentages are just through the roof right now. So if you can get this consistent type of play all year from Jamal, I think that's incredibly important. And we'll see.
And Matt, the most important note, he's playing. He's playing games.
He's available.
You know, he missed the end of that Dallas game with the ankle injury, and we all assumed, Mark, that he'd be out a couple, maybe the entire road trip. What did he do? He came back the very next game and put up 52.
Right. Yeah, he had the best game of the season. It wasn't just the number of points. It was how he got them and the efficiency with which he got them, which was so impressive. So, yeah, it's awesome, man. It's really awesome. But, again, both these teams, when you go back to playing so many games and this and that, you know, Nathan MacKinnon admitted to me before the season, he goes, look, after we won the Cup, we weren't going to win the next year. We knew that. We weren't going to win the year after that. We knew that. He goes, we thought we could win last year, the whole thing. You get bounced by Dallas in Game 7 in the first round in a silly playoff format. But there's a renewed sense of purpose. You need that time away. You know, I'd rather get bounced in the first round and then have guys just stew about it and get healthy and ready. And the Nuggets are doing the same thing. So these could be two really special years. Again, there's a long way to go, but they could be special.
We'll take a listen to Sean Payton from yesterday as he spoke to the media, as he always does on Monday. And everybody get ready, because your first keyword for an Avs Ticket Tuesday comes up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Two words that guys probably don't want to hear out there, right? Erectile dysfunction. Don't be embarrassed by it if you are dealing with it, if you got that. If ED is a problem in your life, you need to stop waiting and get taken care of at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Look, it's nothing more than a medical condition. And if you had a problem with your ankle or your foot or your knee or whatever, you get that taken care of, right? Well, get your ED taken care of. Don't laugh it off. Don't say it's no big deal. Get it done. Because Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, well, their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. And they've served the Front Range in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult. The initial visit's only $99. You got the consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test, medically advised to test dose right there in the office, and they've got an expert staff. And 5 locations, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So what are you waiting for? Just get yourself fixed. It's no big deal. 720-440-7900 is the number. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Happy Tuesday. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away tickets to see the Avs host the Panthers on Thursday, plus a special bonus, the Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead. Time for your next keyword of the day. Text SALT to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Limited packages remain for Panthers and Avs, plus the Sakic bobblehead. To purchase, visit coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic. Again, text SALT with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered to win. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Winner coming up at 9:55. That keyword again is SALT. Broncos and Sean Payton back at it on a Monday morning, fresh off another win, 10 in a row now, 11-2, and they lead not only the AFC, but the NFL in general, Vic. And I'll tell you one thing. Everybody's in a good mood, Moj, after you win your 10th in a row. Here was, just to set the tone here for this segment, here was the vibe of the conference call yesterday.
Hey, Sean, good morning. Bo last night.
Morning.
Oh, somebody's chipper. He got a good morning back from Sean Payton.
Real fast.
No, somebody's chipper. That's all I had to say. It was the first thing I noticed. It wasn't what, Evan?
Mm-hmm.
That's a stupid question.
Yeah,
No.
Hey, Sean, good morning. Bo last
Good
night.
morning.
He's feeling himself, which is great. Deservedly so.
Deservedly so. So he was asked also, Moj, Vic, about the AFC West. And, of course, Kansas City losing on Sunday Night Football, which is a big, big deal for not only the Broncos, but this division in general.
We watched part of the game before the plane took off, lost service. I think it was 10-0 when the wheels were up. We landed, it was 10-10, and then watched the end of the game. The two good football teams playing. Obviously a real defensive battle. Everything right now has that work in progress sign. I recognize the question in that the Chiefs lost last night, eliminated them from winning the division, and yet we got to stretch here with some real good football teams coming in and focusing on what we can do to win the division. The Chargers are very much alive in that battle. Furthermore, what we can do to give ourselves the best seed possible. And the focus gets so inwardly driven that I recognize that a team that's won the division for however many straight years won't be able to win it this year, but it's more important to focus on, all right, how do we finish this next quarter pole of the season, starting with a real good team in Green Bay.
Moj, the Broncos have reached the level where it really is more about them than it is about you, isn't it?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. It's about what you do as a team. It's about how you play as a team. When you get into a position where you can control your own destiny, that's very enviable. And you worry about you. And the Avs, and the Nuggets, I'm sure, are very much in that same kind of mode, that let's take care of our business. We know how good we are. We control our own destiny. We can be the number one seed, the Broncos say to themselves. So let's just do what we do and take care of our own stuff and pay attention to the details, because those always add up, and go from there. You don't have to worry about Kansas City losing or winning, and you don't have to worry about anybody else. Just take care of your own stuff. I mean, right now, I know that the Patriots are 11-2, but you own the tiebreaker, so you have it all right in front of you. Just go get it done. Just go and win your games, and you're good to go. And it's a great position to be in. I mean, you got 1,000 coaches in all sports that would love to be in that position.
He said something at the beginning of that soundbite that I wanted to talk about, but because Moser spoke for so long, I forgot what I was going to say.
You want me to hit it again?
Yeah.
We watched part of the game before the plane took off, lost service.
All right, right there.
I think it was
Stop right
10-0
there. That's what it was. This is a very important thing I got to say, Moj. Does your flight, when you fly cross-country, do you guys get that internet that Musk provides from the satellites?
Starlink?
I was going to call it Skylink.
We do, and it's pretty awesome.
So you mean to tell me that the Denver Broncos don't have access to Elon's internet when they're flying cross-country?
I don't know. I've seen the plane that they fly on. It's a big one. It's a big one.
Oh, that's got to change, because once you go there,
you think that it would have. Matt, I can stream movies.
It's better than my home internet.
Yeah, I can stream. I can watch live TVs. I can stream anything. That Starlink is pretty killer.
Sweet. Have you seen it, man? Have you had it?
Yeah.
On a plane?
No, I haven't had it on a plane, but I've used it before.
On a plane, it's ridiculous.
You had to. Back in the day, you had to listen to me. Back in the day, a year ago, you got to download stuff, from Netflix or whatever. You got to download stuff if you want to watch things on the plane. You got a 4-hour flight to Boston or whatever. Now you're like, well, I can do 18 things at once, and it just all
it's good and bad.
Perfectly.
It's good and bad because we're getting so damn. I'm guilty. I raise my hand. I mean, you're so hooked to these damn phones and laptops and.
Yeah, but that's how but it allows me to watch, and see a lot of things, like if the Nuggets tip off after we're done with our game, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I can get on the plane and watch the whole damn thing. It's unbelievable.
Well, you wouldn't believe how much work these coaches, all sports, get done on these plane trips. That's where the work is done. That's where the tape is cut. You're thinking cut tape like the old-fashioned film thing. They're just looking at their laptops and they're just going back and forth and digitizing plays. That's all they're doing the entire plane ride.
I want to get back to the Broncos here because Sean Payton
Hold on a second. People are now suggesting that I can be on the show tomorrow if I can do the show on the airplane.
Yeah, it's a good point. That would be actually pretty cool.
That would be pretty cool because
that would be really cool.
Whoever's coming down the aisle to go to the John, they just pop on as a guest.
Okay, first of all,
you know what?
That airplane is a sanctuary.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's a sanctuary spot. Number two, I'm not gonna get on the airplane, and everybody can hear me and go,
that
"Hey,
would be
you
hilarious.
flipping
Idiot.
blah 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 blah."
Shut up,
Mose. We finished playing at 11:30 last night. Shut the hell up.
But what's interesting is because I can take phone calls on the airplane. Like, yeah, what's up? No, it's cool. If as long as it's, internet based, it's no problem whatsoever. Pretty dang cool.
All right, I want to get back to the Broncos here because Sean Payton talked about what these consecutive close wins. Again, remember now, Broncos 9-2 in one-score games. And last week, or Sunday rather, was a one-score game, even though it was their first wire-to-wire victory of the season, which is still crazy. Take a listen to this exchange. I think it's interesting because I think it speaks in larger part to where the Broncos are at on the trajectory of becoming a competing franchise again?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question, and I think the answer is yes. There's a confidence in your team, but there's also a respect each week for the opponent, and then there's a formula that your team knows is necessary because it's happened. The formula of putting a good Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday in, many say the games are won on those 3 days before it's ever played. I think we're a more experienced team, having had that success, having had some tough games, close games, but we're a smarter team today relative to understanding the fine line in our league.
I want to ask both of you the same question. He just mentioned the formula, talking about the formula of developing a championship team and what it takes to win games. Vic, if I were to ask you what makes the formula of a championship team, you would say?
I think consistency and resilience are two of the most important things. Consistency and resilience. And when I say consistency, just having something to lean on in the lean moments of the game. What do you have? What can you do?
When the Nuggets won in 23, how would you describe their formula?
Close game, two-man game. Joker, Jamal. Not afraid of the moment.
Knock
not
down
afraid of
open
close
shots.
Games. That's it. There was nothing more than that.
Hang on a second, Smith. Vic. Are we assuming that talent is already a given? That talent is a given. You've got talent, okay? You've got plenty
Every
of good
team
players.
is talented, Moshe. Every team is talented. Every team can beat any other team.
But some more so than others. I would say yes, Moshe. In this conversation, I think we're assuming that you have a team talent-wise capable of competing.
Then Vic is 1,000% correct. If the talent is a given, because some teams stink, that is not good enough. You don't have enough good players. You don't have enough good, players on defense or whatever. Then if that's a given, then the resiliency and the consistency is what pays off, and really commitment and commitment to get into the little details that add up. And sometimes that's the difference between a play made and a play not made late in the third quarter is you're paying attention in film sessions and you're you're listening to your coaches and you've been over this and over that, and it makes a difference. I mean, when all things being equal or considered in terms of talent, those are the things that matter.
Vic said resiliency, consistency. Moj, you said commitment. I think all those things add up to buy-in at the end of the day. And you can argue semantics or splice, different phrases. But at the end of the day, to win a championship, you have to have a buy-in.
You know the other thing I didn't mention that you cannot control, that no one can control? Health.
Sure. Luck.
Might be the most important element of any championship run. Health.
Agreed.
Now, there are runs, as Moser remembers, when the Avs won their second cup and they had to do it without Peter Forsberg, where you make up for a lack of health. But more often than not, it's the healthy team that wins it all. It really is.
I think about a team needing to learn to win games in a different way. I think about a team facing adversity with their back against the wall, having to come back to do it. I think about a team that's so far out in front, they have to learn how to maintain leads and stay interested in ball games. And when I look at Denver, I think there have been steps to get to what that formula is. I think they're on their way. They're learning as they go. And as coaches always say, right, guys, you'd rather learn from a win than a loss. But I think it speaks a great deal to what Sean has already built here, that they've had the resolve, the resiliency, the consistency, the commitment, and quite frankly, this year you can also sprinkle in a dash of health and a pinch of luck. But I think the Broncos are well on their way to developing that formula, albeit I don't think they're there quite yet. I want to play a piece of audio from Sean last week that I think ties into this conversation really nicely, talking about how building a roster is like tending a garden.
I think it's a little bit like a garden. You can go a couple days and all of a sudden, like, what happened here? And I mean that where it takes constant tending to and checking on players. And there are all these different things that come up. Monday you come in and there's a player that's maybe a little bit more injured than you expected. It's every week there's something. But relative to the team, it's important to have those relationships with individual players that are beyond football. And I think this team loves playing together. That's one of the things it's fun to coach, what we're seeing right now.
He talked about it right there. As an organization, as a business, as a family, top down, if you're not constantly maintaining, if you're not hypervigilant, Vic, if you're not aware of what's going on and you blink, things can get ugly and things can turn on you in a heartbeat. And if you think of the overall lifespan of the Denver Broncos, after Pat Bowlen unfortunately became ill and then what happened in the years following, it was like the Broncos blinked and all of a sudden, oh, this is a mess. And Sean has really started to clean everything. He brought in the shop vac and he started cleaning up the mess. That's what he did.
And you clean it up from the inside out. You clean it up first thing. What's the first thing he did? What's the first thing Sean Payton did as a head coach of the Broncos? He went into that office that Russell Wilson had and said, you're not getting your own office here, dude.
Get your ass in a locker room.
You're not getting your own office at headquarters. I mean, you haven't earned that. I know you've probably earned it in Seattle, but it ain't happening here. You clean it up from the inside out, Moj. Moj, that's why I always talk to you about what you digest. You can work out all you want. Trust me, from experience. But it's how you eat that matters, not how you work out. It's what you put in that gut of yours, that big, beautiful gut. Reaction.
Do you want to see it?
No.
Do you want to?
Oh, God.
Actually, it's in pretty good shape.
It looks actually not bad. Not bad.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Appreciate
not bad.
that.
But what do you think about that concept, Moj, of tending to the garden of your franchise, to use Sean's words?
I think it's absolutely necessary. I mean, I don't know that everybody's tended to garden. We tend to grow. I'll tell you what, I'm a plant guy. I like my plants. In fact, I have this one fiddle leaf fig, Matt.
Wait.
That I've.
You're a plant guy? First you were a bee guy. You were a bee guy. You had your own beehive.
He's one with Mother Jaya.
And now you're plant guy.
I think that plants add a lot to a home. That's my opinion. I have this one fiddle.
Stuff, man. It's
Oh, yeah, it's all good stuff.
The plants totally add some great feng shui to the home, man.
Hey, man, I have this one fiddle leaf fig, and fiddle leaf figs are kind of easy to propagate. Do you want one? Because I've propagated this fiddle leaf fig, I don't know, probably 7 times. And I got new fiddle leaf figs now. But you gotta do it right. You gotta tend to it. You gotta, check on it, all this kind of thing. And all of a sudden you look around and like, wow, that tree has grown. Yeah, that plant has grown another foot. That's really good.
I
that's
really
kind of
don't give a
I don't care.
That's what he's talking about with his football team. I mean, you tend to your little football garden, and before you know it, your defense is kick-ass. And before you know it, your quarterback is in a flow in the fourth quarter. Before you know it, your running game comes around. So he's right about that kind of stuff, but it takes constant work.
It does. And again, it is from the top down. It was the Walton Penner family ownership group coming in here, committing fully to this organization. And then when that plan instantly went awry, having the wherewithal to stop the car, turn around, and start going in a different direction.
But hang on a second, though. Well, you don't like plants? I mean, are you anti-plant? What's your problem?
He's talking to you, Vic. I'm very pro-plant.
When I go to my
worth.
phone, the conversation is about your plants in your house.
Nelly, do you want a fiddle leaf fig? Do you want one? I'll give you one if you want one. I got a couple of babies propagating in the family room right now. If you want one.
That was very generous. Nelly's going to have to get back to you on whether or not.
Screw you all. You're not even good enough. You're not good enough for it. No, none of you are good enough for it.
Last night, Vic and I were up in Boulder hanging out with Coach Prime. Very, very cool event, and we'll share the details next.
Dan Caplis wins big because Dan Caplis attracts world-class lawyers at Dan Caplis Law, representing honest and courageous people from all walks of life. Dan Caplis Law, serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases right now on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, use the phone number 303-770-5551. 3 Front Range locations to choose from right down the street wherever you live. You can also hit them up online, dancaplislaw.com. That's C-A-P-L-I-S, dancaplislaw.com.
Remember, whether you're at home or on the go, we are always available streaming live on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Wilhite Law Firm Injury Lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here with us on a Tuesday. Bit of a sleepy Tuesday, I think, or I don't know, maybe it's just me, Vic. Late night, kind of up in Boulder last night. Very cool event that you invited me to and had a chance to attend up at CU. And hopefully you can, I want you to describe it and share a little bit about it first.
Well, if anybody's been listening to this show for a while, I've been chasing Prime since he arrived in town, right? I've wanted to interview Prime for a long time. That's my favorite form of media. It's just long-form interviews. I love doing it.
Coming.
And I've never been able to nail it down. I've reached out to his people. I've reached out to the CU people. Nothing. And I've been pretty mad about it because I really want to get to know the guy. That's fine. No big deal. But as luck would have it, it's cancer that got us together. He was diagnosed over the summer. I have prostate cancer. The good people at UC Health put together a symposium last night called Maintenance, and it was sort of a health welfare check. Got a bunch of guys in a room. How many people were there? Like 500?
I mean, I think so. It was packed.
Yeah, up in CU, and we talked about men's health and what to look for, how to talk, how to encourage each other. And, man, they said, okay, here's a list of questions that you can ask Prime. And I said, so I'm not going to need these questions.
Right.
So we're good without questions. And I knew it would be the easiest interview I've ever done. And it was.
Your entire career.
Easily. You know, you interview people at times and you're asking question after question, trying to get anything out of them, and you're just not going anywhere. The very first question, when I asked Prime, and he starts talking about having to wear diapers at night.
Right.
And we went deep on his issues.
Yeah.
And we went back and forth on what it's like to live with bladder cancer, as he has. This entire interview, by the way, will be released on Altitude TV, because after the event, I interviewed him for Altitude television purposes. But you were there. I mean, you tell Moj, how inside baseball, how revealing was that about Deion the person?
So he had the press conference in August to announce that he had that, dealt with it, and beat it. And Dr. Kukrasia, by the way, how about that? The morning after, remember that name? Dr. Kukrasia and his trainer, Lauren Askvold, were there with him in August, and they were there last night. And he was very open in August, very, very much so. But I would say outside of really raising awareness, the other motive was to instill some confidence in the fan base that he was healthy enough to get back to the sideline and that he'd be here and to reassure recruits.
That's 100% the case. Is you don't want the impression that, man, I'm just this old decrepit man,
right?
And I'm not going to be able to do my best on the sideline. He talked about what he does during the week, what he does at night, what he does during the game, how he operates, and what motivates him. And frankly, I'm astounded. The dude, I'll say this about somebody last night called him a force of nature.
Yeah,
that's a great description.
It really,
Deion Sanders.
It really is. And compared to the press conference, he was much more vulnerable last night. You know, I've been around him now for 3 years quite consistently, and I've been able to see some stuff behind the scenes, and I've gotten to know him. But last night, he shared a little bit more intimately about what it's like to, you know, on a day-to-day basis. And I love the question that you asked him last night, what's a day in the life for you like? Because I've wanted to ask him that for a little while now, and he talked about how rough the nights are. And that's one thing that I don't think a lot of people realize. The guy's not sleeping.
The guy sleeps 2 hours at a time before he has to go.
He's really not sleeping. He's up 2-3 times a night, he says. You know, he full diaper, you know, peeing himself several times a night. And that was the other thing. It is sad.
It's sad.
And that's the other thing is, like, whenever he falls asleep, he's worried just about complete incontinence,
Flying,
if just for a nap.
Like flying, you know, I've been there. You're on a plane. You know, he went to go see his son Shedeur over the weekend. And we talked about that, by the way. He was pumped. He goes to see Shedeur. And all you think about on that flight, don't pee yourself.
Right.
That's,
he talked about a trip
it's
to
pretty crazy.
Trip to the airport, Moj, in a van, and he like nodded off for a second just on the way to the airport. And when he woke up, he started to, you know, freak out a little bit.
Now, you know, we got into detail about health. Obviously, it was a health, but I also told him, listen, man, he knows. He's not dumb. People have told him. We've been critical of things Prime has done on this show. We've been critical of his coaching, some of his actions and all that, but that goes with the job. He's fine. In fact, let's play this soundbite because I wanted to get it out there. I wanted him to understand that I'm just not here as, not holding hands. He's got to know that we talk about football on this show. We talk about the fact that they didn't win as many games as they had hoped. We criticize him. How does he handle that? Listen to this.
How do you deal with your personal issues and the scrutiny when you hear idiots like me criticize the team or the way you coach a game? How do you deal with it?
My critics got critics. So why would I listen to my critic? You got critics. Why would I listen to you? I love you, appreciate you. But why would I listen to you? You got some fool over there criticizing you too. So I'm gonna listen to the man who has critics as well.
That's a great point.
And I know, you're not even spoken about unless you have the capacity to do what they know you can do.
To handle it.
That's right.
Now, his mission, it's easy to talk. I mean, the guy's the best talker I've ever seen in this capacity. I told him last night in the crowd, I said, the two best public speakers I've ever had a chance to meet, Deion Sanders is one, Lou Holtz is the other. The two best in the college football game. No one even close to those two. You know what he's thinking about every day. He's passionate about fixing this. He wants to fix it so badly. You can see it. You can taste it. He wants to fix it. That's going to take a lot of work.
A lot of work. And the one thing that struck me last night that I think I didn't quite realize enough until I saw him in that environment was how hard everything else is outside of this. He needs this job. Like, people think, oh, Prime's going to leave. No, he's not going anywhere unless his health, Moj, makes it so that he cannot show up on that sideline. He's in it, man. This is what he wants to do. And from talking to him privately, it is his purpose, mentoring young men. But from talking to him privately last night, he is very, very determined to write the narrative from last year.
And I just want you to know, Moj, I got to know him on a personal basis, finally. All right, it's taken a while. I got to know him, and we hung for a while. We talked about our personal issues. And I think he understands it's not going to stop me from being critical when criticism is necessary. That's my job. Sure. That's my job. His job is to win football games and bring CU back to prominence. But after meeting with him, I believe he can get it there. I really do. It's going to take a lot, man.
Can. But this is where, it's hard to separate the coach, the football from the personal, I guess, for some people. But I can't even imagine what he has to go. I don't know what I would do. You have to be in that situation, I guess. It has to happen to you, and then you're going to behave and react the way you're going to behave. I don't know that I could get up every single day and go to the damn field and go to the locker room and coach every day if I'm, dealing with what he's dealing with internally. And everything that he's gone through. It just, to me, it's mind-blowing that he can do that. But then there has to be, because you are the coach and you do have a job, there has to be that aspect of it because it is so damn public. What you do, you're not running an insurance company behind the scenes or something like that, and so you're gonna face that as well. I don't know. It's a remarkable position that he's in, that he chooses to be in, and maybe, he needs that. He needs to go to the locker room. He needs to go to work every single day to I don't know, maybe take his mind off things. I don't even know how it works. I don't know how he processes that.
Last thing, and again, the interview is going to be produced and distributed shortly on Altitude TV. But you see these guys, these strong-minded individuals who handle themselves with power and dignity, and when he talks to people, it's a powerful message. I asked him, "Do you ever cry?" Remember that?
Yeah.
The last time he cried.
Sure.
He cried the night of the NFL draft when Shedeur kept sinking and sinking and sinking. And he cried because there was nothing he could do about it. It was out of his control.
He said last night that was the first time Shedeur has really gone to him and said, "Dad, do something. Like, try, come on. This is embarrassing. Like, try and pull some strings for me here." And he's like, as a father, that was the first time that I've ever experienced a moment where I just couldn't do anything.
Couldn't do anything. And as a father, Moser, as you well know, when you can't help your kids and they're hurting, that's the worst feeling in the world. The worst.
Yep, ain't no doubt about it. It's just I can't even imagine. But you choose to be in that world. You choose to be in that spotlight. It's your choice. You could just go and retire on your ranch in Texas and not have to deal with it. But he chooses to do it, and it's amazing how he can juggle so many damn things, including his health at one time. It's pretty epic.
It's remarkable, really. And the one line that he always has that's it's slick and people know it, but he says, "I'm not new to this. I'm true to this." And Vic, when you talk about the criticism, this is what he's been dealing with basically his entire adult life.
You got to produce, or you're going to keep getting it.
And especially if you put yourself out there like that. And he knows it, he's accepted it, and he's willing to take what comes with it, which is why, in Manhattan 2 weeks ago, he told us, hey, look, if I'm deserving of praise, I'll take it. But if I'm deserving of a boo, don't worry, I can handle it. Yeah. So don't be afraid to criticize.
That's why I'm not.
Right.
Because, I think he respects that.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel the exact same way. Really cool opportunity. Moser, I also wanted to say, your partner here, Vic, handled himself with such class last night. I was inspired, and I admired him greatly for how he handled that.
He's able to fake it.
No.
It's a quality that Vic possesses. He's able to fake it when it really matters.
Well, Vic, from my sincere point of view, I was impressed, and I admire you for what you're going through, and we love you, buddy. Yeah,
thanks, bud.
Lewis. Yeah, no doubt about it. I've always said, though, too, Vic he's the perfect guy for something like that, not only with his personal experience and what he's gone through, but I've said this a million times. I'm going to say it again. This is probably the last friggin' time I say it, so don't take it, too hard. He's the best interviewer I've ever seen or been around or worked with or whatever, so he's the perfect guy for that kind of situation.
Let's talk about plants.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith.
Bent. Just get bent.
We'll be back. Jamal Murray named Western Conference Player of the Week. Is the All-Star loading? Well, that's certainly what we hope is ahead for our Jamal Murray here in Denver, as he was named the Western Conference Player of the Week. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for being here on a Tuesday. Moj is in Nashville. Vic is in studio with me, and we are off and rolling. Yesterday, a very important honor and individual recognition, Vic, for Jamal Murray, who right now is well on his way to earning his first career All-Star nomination.
You know, I pay close attention, Matt, to what some of the other international players are doing. And I'm doing the math in my head, all right? So this All-Star game, Moj, they're going to have one international team and two American teams or whatever, everybody else. And that international team is going to be about 8 to 10 deep, all right? So you count them out. You count out who's on that international team come February.
Okay. Shea.
Think about that. 1.
Shea.
Luka.
2. There's a guy that plays here.
Joker.
3.
I was going to say Giannis and Wemby.
Well, Giannis and Wemby, if they're healthy.
TBDs.
Exactly, but that's 5. That's
TBDs.
5. Keep going. Who else is on that team?
We need guards, though. We need guards.
It's positionless.
It's positionless.
They're not.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh.
They're not doing that anymore.
Şengün.
Okay.
Şengün is 6.
MacKinnon.
Possibly 7.
Laurie?
And now
Lowry.
here are the guys that are going to be competing.
Laurie.
The next 3 players you mentioned
Yeah.
are the guys that will compete for that final spot. One is Lauri Markkanen. One is Jamal Murray. And the other is Denny Advia from Portland, who is having a phenomenal season.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this layout, and I'm like, okay, this ain't going to be easy, man. It's not. It's not going to be easy. You're going to have to. Josh Giddey, somebody mentioned. That's another one that he's got a great set of numbers.
That guy.
So
but that
there's
guy's-
some work to be done.
I can't with that. I can't do with that guy. I can't.
What about Siakam?
I can't.
He's another one.
Pascal Siakam.
And the reason why Siakam has a nod is because he's a former All-Star. And once you're in, it's easier to go back in, right? So as good as Jamal has been, and we all acknowledge that, he's putting up All-Star numbers, it is going to be some tough sledding to get in. There's going to have to be, in my opinion, some injuries.
Yeah, job's not finished, Moj, for Jamal. That's for sure. And I think the bigger story, and obviously huge honor for Jamal Murray, and considering what he's done over the last week, rather, I mean, he's earned it. Of course, we talk about the 52-point game, but we talk about 30 points per game over the last week, 4.5 rebounds per game, 7.5 assists per game, shooting 62% from 3.
Just a consistent all-around performance.
Every night.
Alexander Walker is from Canada.
Yes,
I did not know
and he's
that.
putting up numbers. But I mean, come on, are you really?
I can't see that.
Some of these players you have to understand too. I guess the tiebreaker for me would be this: if I was talking to the voters or whoever, I don't know who does this. Is it the fans? I don't even know who votes for this. I would say this: in the big games, who are you taking? In the big games, you taking Denny Advia or Jamal? Because Jamal's proven it.
You're taking Jamal.
Jamal Murray's proven it in the big games. He's been there. He's been the guy. And I think, to me, that has to be a part of the process. It has to be part of the formula.
The Nuggets right now at 17-6 through 23 games. It's their best start in franchise history. Fresh off a really good road trip, a really productive road trip. Yeah, they're down 2 starters, but Moj, I've liked the way that they've battled here without AG in the lineup, without CB in the lineup. You've seen guys like Spencer Jones rise to the occasion. You've seen Peyton Watson play better, Cam Johnson coming on a little bit. It's good to see that the depth of this team, Tim Hardaway Jr. stepped up into a bigger role.
All I care about is the 2 seed. You're not going to catch Oklahoma City. They're now 23-1. It's ridiculous. By the way, all the videos out there showing Shea seeking contact and falling all over the place is crazy. It's like the whole world is caught on that Shea does that on a nightly basis. In fact, all the damn Thunder do, but that's beside the point. All I care about is the number 2 seed, and they've worked their way back up there. They're tied with the Lakers at 17-6, and the Rockets are 15-6, have 2 games in hand. But I just don't want them to get too far away from things. I don't want them to it's important that they keep winning. I don't care where it's at, on the road, whatever, until the injured players come back. but you can't let it get away from you. You can't drop to 5, 6, and then have to work your way over teams, when everybody's healthy, because we can talk about being, 4 games out of the number 2 spot, but it's the problem is you got to work over teams. It's not just that you got to make up those games. You've got to climb through all these other teams, which is the big pain in the butt. So just don't lose touch with it. Amen. You're right there. It's all good. Just get it done at home now. When you get back home after Sacramento, get it done.
2 weeks ago, when the Nuggets found out they were going to lose, they did not have AG or Christian Brown, and it would be, 4 to 6 weeks for each of them. It would be the new year for each of them. And you never know. That could change. Christian Brown's already out of his boot. He could be back sooner than expected. I don't expect AG to be back. But when that went down, I looked at the schedule and I said, okay, it's manageable. It's an easy schedule. A lot of road games, but it's easy. And they have done exactly what I had hoped they'd do. They've just gotten by without him. They haven't been blowing teams out, but they're winning on the road. You want the home record to be better. But would you have taken this when you found out that AG and Christian Brown, 2 of your starters are out? Would you be happy with what they've done? I am.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But I'm not happy about the home.
Sure.
I'm not happy about losing 4 in a row at Ball Arena.
I'm talking about just maintaining.
Well, yeah, overall.
You're winning. Yeah. You're winning without 2 starters.
Correct. I will take all day and all night. But imagine if they hadn't just fallen asleep at home the last 4 games, what it would look like. It'd be flipping awesome.
I think overall, though, we do have to look at the bigger picture, as Vic mentioned. Would you sign up for the Nuggets being tied for the 2nd seed without these 2 guys when just a couple of weeks ago they were hovering around the 6th seed? Because that's how small of a gap separates 2 from 6 in the Western Conference, right? Of course you'd sign up for it. And the other thing I wanted to bring up is in the last 2 games, Tim Hardaway Jr., 31 points off the bench, Vic. Very impressive performance.
What a key acquisition in the offseason. We focused so much on Cam Johnson, and that obviously opened the door to make other moves. But Cam Johnson and MPJ, that was the key transaction, right? Then after that, Jonas, everybody talked about having a backup center. I understand the value of that. But I think Tim Hardaway, under the radar, is the best move they made. It really is. He's a pro. He plays defense. He plays hard. He's intense. You should see him on the sideline during the games, even if he's not in the game. I love him. I had no idea what Tim Hardaway was. To be honest with you, when I heard Tim Hardaway's name, my immediate thought was, well, that guy's just a gunner, isn't he? Doesn't he just gun the ball? He's more than that. Honestly, that's what I thought. That's it. When you don't really know players and watch them closely, I always thought, yeah, he's just a gunner. No, he's more than that. He's a very key player on this roster.
Hey, Vic, has Jamal ever won a Player of the Week before?
No,
did you guys
that's
talk
the first
about
time
that?
ever.
I was going to say, I because I don't remember him ever winning like a Player of the Week or a Player of the Month or anything of that nature. So at least, the fact that he's getting recognized is good.
Well, you know what it calls for. You
again,
win
guys can throw up flashy numbers. Guys can throw up flashy numbers
Sure.
all the time, though, and everybody's like, ooh, oh. Well, I mean, this guy, he's been really committed this year, man.
Well, they don't give players of the week.
Thank goodness they recognized it.
They don't give those awards in the postseason. Otherwise, he'd have like 5 of them.
Right. Yeah. Postseason Jamal racks up the hardware. No, that's a really good point. And you also have to think about, the guys that he's had to compete with for the better part of his career in the Western Conference as a guard specifically, but just in general. It's been loaded for a very long time. The other note I wanted to mention about the Nuggets, the other night, Nikola Jokic passed Michael Jordan and Allen Iverson in career assists, nearing top 50 all-time in the NBA. Isn't that pretty crazy if you just think about that?
I'm surprised that Allen had that many. He didn't pass the ball.
I know. But isn't it crazy if you just think about that? Like, really, among all of the other accolades that this guy's going to have, some of the best guards that have ever played the game didn't distribute this.
He will. And if I look at I was going through the Nuggets record book the other day. He will own every single Nuggets record except one. There's one record that I just don't think it's in the wheelhouse. It's block shots.
Free throws or something?
Block can be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it Marcus?
Yeah. No, it's Mutombo.
Mutombo, okay.
Yeah, he's not going to get the block shots unless he just goes on a crazy rim protector mode roll here. But every other record he will own. And the points, I thought there's no way anybody's catching Alex English. But if Nikola continues at this pace, he will. It's only a matter of time.
How many career assists does he have?
It's over 5,000 now.
Okay. I'm looking at some of the guys on this list, and I'm trying to think of where he's going to get to eventually. I'm guessing he'll be a top 20 guy when it's all said and done. Nobody's going to catch John Stockton by a million miles at all. Nobody's, but even getting up there to the Chris Pauls, Jason Kidds, and Braun and Nash and Mark Jackson, that's way out of the question. But he'll probably finish as a top 20 guy. Maybe
He's a
top
center,
guy.
Right? That's the other
And,
part.
of course, and he's also a center. Yeah, no doubt.
By the way, I was watching that Charlotte game the other night. Nuggets playing Charlotte. They beat them 115-106 on Sunday. Con Knippel, very, very fun young rookie to watch for the Hornets. I don't know, out of Duke, I don't know if you guys caught that at all.
What'd you say his name is? What'd you say?
Con, K-O-N, Knippel.
Nipple? What'd you say?
He played at Duke. You don't know Con Knippel?
By the way, how did Duke choke in the tournament last
think I
year
do.
with Cooper Flagg and Con Knippel?
You know, that's so right, Ben. They had so much talent.
Like, it's disgusting.
You find these guys who, like, I was watching Jalen Johnson the other night. What a talent he is. Oh, my God.
Against the Nuggets, second fastest triple-double in NBA history,
sick.
only to Nikola Jokic. Incredibly impressive. Coming up throughout the course of the morning.
Yeah, I know that. I know that guy, the geek-looking dude.
Yeah, Melba Toast, white bread.
Yeah. I know that guy.
He can ball, man.
Great.
He can go for it, too.
Good for him. He's a Knippel.
By the way, last NBA note here. I saw Bill Simmons floated out there, Giannis to the Heat for Andrew Wiggins, Tyler Hero, and Kel'el Ware, along with his two brothers.
You can have it.
You can have it.
Every trade package includes his two brothers.
I know.
So it's not Giannis, it's the I can't pronounce his last name.
Antetokounmpo.
Antetokounmpo. The Antetokounmpo family. It's no longer just one person. It's the Antetokounmpo family.
Yeah,
you trade the whole dang family, man.
Ringling Brothers and Barnum Bailey.
I mean, come on, man. What are we doing? Seriously, what are we doing here? I prefer not to discuss because that gets me going, man. Everybody who says Giannis, and I get in arguments all the time with the Milwaukee folks about this. Oh, he's so unselfish, and okay.
I mean, at least he looks after his own, his familia, right? By the way, later in the show, you were telling me, Vic, that you had an update straight from Italy from the construction site of the new hockey arena. Isn't that right?
I do.
Yeah. Didn't you say you had a family member that was working on the job and we were going to talk to him a little bit
Talking to some other Italian who's a co-host of yours.
All right. Well, we'll have to check your text afterwards.
Yeah, good luck getting an Italian building permit. It's going to take you centuries to build anything.
Hey, speaking of that,
they started working on the Colosseum thousands of years ago. They're still not done. Yeah, my story, Moj, my favorite story about
that's hysterical from your kid.
My daughter at the time is like 8 years old. We walk 2 miles to the Coliseum. She wanted no part of it. Sweating. We get up to the Coliseum, and that thing's
it gets hot. You don't even understand heat until you've been in Italy in the dead of summer, Matt. It is flipping hot.
We're looking at this Coliseum. My daughter says to me, we walked all this way, and they're not even done with this thing?
By the time we got to Rome on our trip, everybody was so done we couldn't look at another castle. We were like, oh, that looks nice. Ready to go home now.
Pro tip, the internet gives you the same vantage point. You're good.
Agreed. The Trevi Fountain looks the same in pictures. The Spanish Steps, go walk up the staircase at home and you'll get the same feeling. Right, Moj?
You guys are such idiots.
No, dude, it's the truth. I don't care about the sightseeing. I care about the food.
Yeah, I know you
pizza
don't.
And wine.
I know you don't
care.
You know that I do. That's why
I don't want to see anything.
That's why
you're the same guy who goes and looks at leaves in the fall.
Matt, that's why when we got there, the Bear and I go, we're not hanging with you today. We're going to Tivoli, so we did. Which is why during our trip, we separated at times because we know that Vic, he cares about the wine and the food, and that's about it. And I like to look at stuff. Every time I'm in Italy, I go look at stuff and I see stuff and we like to visit stuff. And he doesn't give a rat's rip about it. He wants his scooter and he wants to go do whatever it is he does.
That's neat.
I saw a headline yesterday, folks, that just about knocked me over with a feather. In 2025, how is this a real story? We'll explain next. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Thanks for rocking with us on a Tuesday. Moser in Nashville. As the Avs get set to take on the Predators a little bit later, actually much later tonight. A ridiculous puck drop. I looked at the schedule tonight. 7:40 here local, Moj. That's ridiculous.
I don't know what we're doing. I don't know how this works. I don't know, what the story is behind it. I think this might be a side-by-side. I think this is a nationally televised game that is actually where we get to do it because they've taken away so many games from us. I think this is a TNT game, so TNT will broadcast it to the rest of the world, and then we'll do it to our people. That's how it works.
Oh, it's going to be a late one there for you guys in Nashville. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, by the way, and it is time for your next keyword of the day to win tickets to see the Avs and the Panthers on Thursday, plus a special bonus, the Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead. Text Turin, Turin, Turin to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Text Turin to 303-504-0925. Excuse me. Avs Ticket Tuesdays, powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Winner coming up at 9:55. So into the break, guys, I said to myself last night, I don't understand how this is actually a headline in 2025. It was instantly the moment when I thought to myself, I got to stop drinking, but then I remembered I hadn't been drinking. The Indianapolis Colts last night, and this is true, brought in a 44-year-old Phillip Rivers for a tryout after it was reported yesterday by Adam Schefter that backup quarterback Riley Leonard, the rookie out of Notre Dame, suffered a knee injury in last week's game in relief of Daniel Jones. And Phyllis Rivers get another look by an NFL team. Instant reaction. Will go to Moj first.
Well, the way he played the game to me, I don't know why he couldn't play that until he's 60, to be honest with you. Because, his throwing motion's weird. The ball's not a ton of zip on it or anything like that. But, he just is able to guide teams down the field. You know what I mean? And I think it's kind of weird, but who else would you want in that situation? I mean, he obviously, has played there. He knows the situation inside of the Colts, and can he still play the game? I don't know. But it's as good an option as any because what do? You get somebody from some other team or sign some kid off the street?
Well, they got
Brett guy who's been around.
They got Brett Rippon, Vic. Would you rather have Brett Rippon or Phillip Rivers?
Dude, the notion that an NFL franchise is going to lean on a 44-year-old man who has not played the game for, 4 years? 4 seasons? 4 seasons? Moj, we're old. I don't know if you can report this. I can. When you don't use certain parts of your body for years, they go away. Moj, you should know that pretty well. They go away. They stop working. 4 years of not playing football, and you want to put them back in, and that's elderly abuse. This is elderly abuse, what they're doing to Phillip Rivers.
He hasn't played in 4 years, but to be honest, I mean, can we blame him? Can you imagine being at home? Was he got 10 kids now? 10 kids?
Well, he probably wants out of there.
Something like that.
But, I mean, that is, I guarantee, this is a guarantee, and I don't make many on this show like Moj. I guarantee he will pull a muscle at some point. A muscle will be pulled. There is no way he's going to be able to escape a rush, move to his left or right, and I don't know how much movement he'll make. He will pull something. Something will be pulled, Moj.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it probably will, but let me go back to my original question to you guys. What the hell other option do they have? Is Brett Rippon really your option? I mean, because that's not an option, and no offense to Brett Rippon, but this is a team that's faltering. This is a team that's dropping. This is a team that had the division firmly in hand, and now they're sinking, and they're just trying to stay afloat. They're trying to win the dang thing, and he worked with Steichen before, okay? He was the Chargers' offensive coordinator with Shane Steichen. He knows that offense intricately, so I don't know. It seems like kind of a – if the guy is actually in physically good shape or decent enough shape, it seems like a pretty damn good option to me.
Good option.
Are you drunk?
Are you
I mean,
high?
are you drunk?
Okay,
Seriously,
hold on a second.
who am I talking to?
No.
Is this
What
guy?
what I'm saying,
He's
listen to me,
44 years
listen to me.
old.
Good option, he says.
You know what? Okay. You find me a better option. What's a better option?
Brett Rippon.
Someone who's not 44 years old.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, what do you think Phillip Rivers has left in the tank? I mean, he's been throwing a Nerf football so long to all these kids at home. Does he even remember what it's like to throw a real
Montana
one?
wasn't available.
Exactly.
Steve Young can still throw.
Do we miss this kind of talk in the NFL, boys?
Hey! Oh, honey. Oh, whoop, whoop. Oh, baby. Oh, Lee. Uh-oh. Shoot. Oh, my gosh. Shoot. Dude. Aggravates the stew out of me. Sheesh.
Aggravates the stew out of me.
You sound.
If Phillip Rivers was a Denver Bronco at one time, you people would love him.
Of
You'd
course,
love that
I've
guy.
always respected Phil Rivers, and I love what he brought to the table because it made the Broncos-Chargers games unique and fun. Jay Cutler and Phillip Rivers going back at each other was great television, great theater. But he's 44 years old, Moj. He's not going to the local community rec center like you do, putting up buckets, saying I'm ready to. This is the National Football League.
St. Intramurals.
What are we doing?
It's a Big 12. It's crazy. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
I don't know what other option they have. Again, it seems silly. He is 44. Why would listen? You think he'd want to do it to embarrass himself?
It's not about.
If he's actually going to work out, then he obviously thinks he can do it.
More power to him, and I hope it does work out. Score one for the old guys. I hope it does work out. Now, it's a big difference for those of you who say, well, at 44. He hasn't played in 4 years. Do you understand? You go from 0 to 60. It's been 4 years since he's played.
They said he threw well.
Thing, I mean, I can go outside and throw well.
84 years.
You want me to throw?
You're going to try out for Indy's starting job this weekend? I'm with you. I think it's absurd.
What are we doing?
I think it's absurd. I think it's desperate. I think it's ridiculous. I do want to transition over, though. As I was listening to Sean Payton yesterday during his Monday press conference with the media talk about some of these rookies that are performing well, talking about how pleased he was with R.J. Harvey clearly over the weekend. Marvin Mims, their first draft pick, he and George Payton together. I think it's interesting. And it inspired me to kind of look back at the last few Broncos drafts, guys. Do you realize that from 2017 to 2020, those 2017, 2018, 19, and 20, those 4 drafts, there are only 3 players left on the roster from those 4 drafts.
Say that again. What years?
2017, 2018, 2019.
Can I guess those?
Absolutely.
Does Garrett Bowles precede those drafts?
Garrett Bowles is one of those.
Okay.
He's one of the 3.
Who are the others that were drafted? Cortland Sutton is one of them.
That's the second.
Okay. Hold on. Let me get the last one. Everybody stop. Calm down. I want everybody to calm down and let me think. I need the room to clear. I need everybody out.
Should I?
These are Broncos
stop your cars.
These are Broncos draft picks?
Everybody pull over.
Yes, sir.
Pull over and let me think about this. This last draft pick. No, Miners is later.
2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, Moj. There are only 3 players left from those 4 drafts on the team currently.
Who's that last player?
We got Bowles. We got Sutton. Any thoughts on what the final one might
not
be?
Moser. I got Bowles and Sutton. Moser, can you contribute to this, please?
I'm trying to think of who. Hang on a second.
I don't want. People are trying to help us. I'm not looking at the computer. I'm not looking anywhere. I'm going to get it on my own.
There's older guys who are drafted by other teams, but this is a Denver Broncos
draft picks. Broncos draft picks. All right, let me go through the groups. Running backs, no. Wide receivers, no. Offensive linemen, I gave you Bowles. Let's go defensive line. Defensive lineman drafted by the Broncos, no. Linebackers, Singleton came in as no. That was not it.
Feel free, please.
All right, safeties.
Move it a glacial pace.
Safeties were. No,
wait, what did you say, Moj?
No, it's got to be.
Is it Justin?
Justin
Sternad? Ding, ding, ding. Justin Sternad.
Wow.
Only 3 players left on this Broncos roster from the 17, 18, 19, and 20 drafts.
Wow.
Garrett Bowles,
wow.
Cortland Sutton, and Justin Sternad. How about that?
Amazing.
And Phil Rivers wants to show up after having not played for an entire election term.
But what it really got me thinking about was Sean Payton and George Payton working together. We realized that George Payton might be one of the luckiest guys in America, right? After committing to Russell Wilson and Nathaniel Hackett the way he did, being the lonely innkeeper when the Walton Penner family ownership group showed up as the guy who was like, yeah, I used to run it for the previous owner, and you probably have to clear the cobwebs out of this room, but it should be good to go for an office. Think about how lucky that guy got that Sean Payton stepped into the fold, because George Payton was right on the chopping block to lose his job. He was. I mean, he really, really was. But if you think about the hits in these last couple of draft classes since Sean Payton has been around, and quite frankly, even George Payton's...
Even before Sean Payton was around, he had some hits.
In 2021, Surtain, Javonte Williams, you could argue. I mean, look at the year he had in Dallas.
Well, look at bang for buck hits. It's not just about draft picks. It's about when you pick these guys. Look at Benito. You think he's... I mean, if they redrafted that class, where do you think Nick Benito would go today?
Top 5, probably.
I mean, that's crazy to me.
Especially because after his rookie year, he looked like he was going to be maybe a huge bust.
Sometimes you have to have patience, man. And sometimes, it's funny you say that. That's such a good point. Sometimes development, like, let's say the Broncos were really, really good when Benito was drafted, and the expectations were through the roof. They may run out of patience for him. They may run out and he may go elsewhere. But because he grew at the same time as the team grew, it allowed him to cultivate those talents. Right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. But I want to play hit or miss with you here. The last 3 drafts, I'm going to go through these names. Moj, Vic, you're going to tell me hit or miss, okay? Don't want this to take too long, but I do want it to prove a point. So let's start with this year. Jahdae Barron. We can also say don't know yet. We'll say don't know yet.
This year's class is going to be hard. It's incomplete.
Harvey.
I think it's a hit. He's playing.
A hit.
He's starting.
Yeah,
he's
making.
It's a hit.
Bryant.
Hit.
Yeah, I mean, he's contributed. What round was he? What round was
Third.
Pat Bryant? Okay, 3rd round pick who's playing. Okay.
That's a hit. He's been great, and I think he's only going to get better.
Yeah.
Savion Jones, Quandarius Robinson. I mean, do not know yet.
That defensive front is so stacked that it's hard to make that call. They're in the mix. They're playing, and they're making plays. Like Q Robinson made a play 2 weeks ago, a noticeable play. So you got to call them hits. If they're in the mix and playing, those are hits.
Jeremy Crawshaw.
Hit.
Hit.
Okay.
I mean, it's not often you draft a punter. This guy's pretty good.
2024, Knicks.
Hit.
Jonah Ellis.
That's a definite hit.
Hit.
Yeah. Hit.
I feel like I'm playing blackjack here.
Troy Franklin.
Hit.
Hit.
Well, no. Well, yeah. I mean, he's
what round
helping.
was he? Second?
Franklin was a 4th-round draft.
4th round, yeah, hit. You know, where you got to tell me where they're drafted.
Okay.
This matters.
5th round, Abrams Drain.
Hit.
That's a hit.
Yeah. I think he's going to carve out some playing time, and he's that great extra CB that you need out there.
Audric Estime.
Obviously not.
Miss.
That's a miss.
By the way, that is our 3rd legitimate miss so far in the last 2 years.
And that's a good ratio. That's a great ratio. I mean, do this for every team. I challenge you. Go around the league and do this for every team and see how many misses people have.
They had an offensive lineman that they cut in the 7th round in 24. That's a miss. Devon Vele in the 7th round.
Well, I mean, you traded him, so obviously...
Oh, I call it a hit. Look at what that guy did.
But you traded him. If it's a hit, you keep him on the roster.
So is Javonte a hit or a miss?
Well, I mean, in my humble opinion, if you trade away a guy or let him walk, that is a self-proclaimed miss.
But didn't they turn Vele into a 5th?
Well, yeah, but what'd they do with that 5th? Who is it?
I mean, they just have it right now, but still, to turn a 7th rounder.
You don't let players you want walk.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Mims.
Hit.
Drew Sanders.
Hit.
No, he's not a hit. We
Not
haven't
yet.
seen him play.
I think he's a hit.
He's
well,
a hit.
I know he's been injured, but
he's played one game.
I like him though.
Riley Moss.
Hit.
That's a hit.
J.L. Skinner.
You know what? He made a nice special teams play the other night.
He
was the block.
Makes plays out
He was
of
the lead
nowhere.
block on the Mims punt return
touchdown. He made
touchdown.
a nice special. And those players, what round was he?
He was a 6th rounder.
Yeah, that's a hit. You take a 6th-round pick and you make him a stable part of your special teams unit, that's a hit.
You realize that guy ruptured his bicep too, I believe, training for the draft. So you didn't know what you were going to get out of Boise State. Alex Forsythe. He's a 7th-round guy. I mean, whatever.
He's a backup offensive lineman. Fine.
All right, we'll just do 22 real fast. Benito.
Hit.
Dulcich.
Miss.
Mathis in the 4th.
He's gone, right?
Yeah.
That's a miss.
Yeah, but he's contributed, though.
He's gone. I mean, this goes on my formula. If they're not with you, you let them go or they walk. That's a miss.
Uwazurike.
That's a hit.
That's a crazy hit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a hit.
I don't know. I wouldn't mention gambling terms around Uwazurike. I mean, take it easy.
Fair enough. Delarian Turner-Yell, miss. Montreal Washington, miss. Luke Wattenberg.
That's a hit.
Huge hit.
They just re-signed him.
Henningsen and then Fayon Hicks. I think we could say Henningsen actually had a few moments for a late-round guy. Fayon Hicks, he was a guy who got arrested in Florida on gun charges, if you'll remember, a couple years back.
I don't even remember him.
Okay, kill the music, Nelly.
Huh.
But by doing that exercise, do you realize how much young talent the Broncos have built through the draft? How many contributors the Broncos have?
Yeah.
That is how they turned it around.
It's a credit to two things. When Sean Payton was hired here, a lot of people, present company included, thought that George Payton was going to be gone. I didn't think they'd be able to coexist, right? Because Sean's going to have his own guys. But not only do they coexist, I'm going to give Sean credit for taking George Payton's acumen in the draft and letting him do his thing. Letting him do his thing without stepping all over him. I know for a fact, right? Everybody assumes that Sean Payton runs every draft. George runs the draft. Sean has advice. Sean comes in and says, hey, I like this guy. Let's go get him. And he does. But by and large, the recruiting, the scouting, I should say, all that stuff, that's George's property. He handles it. He handles all of it and does a great job.
Moj, I really do want to continue this conversation, and we do have to take a break. So let's do it on the other side. We've got plenty more to get to. You're in Nashville, Avs and Preds tonight. Nuggets back in action Thursday, but Jamal Murray named the Western Conference Player of the Week for last week. And your Avs ticket Tuesday keyword for this hour was Turin, Turin, 303-504-0925 to be entered to win. We'll continue this discussion on the Broncos on the other side on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith.
You've been dreaming of a mountain property. You're ready to embrace the mountain lifestyle. You just don't know how to find that perfect place, whether it's a second home, investment property, maybe your dream home, whatever it may be. Well, I've got your answer, and it's Anastasia Bell. Interesting name for sure. Fantastic agent. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge, and she's an absolute expert in mountain properties of all kinds. So whether it's Summit County or all over the Rockies, Anastasia Bell is the go-to expert concierge service. She's been sought out by discretionary buyers from Denver for quite some time, and she can help you too, whether it's buying or selling. The snow is flying, and you need somebody who knows that situation like no other. The inventory is there waiting for you to find your dream, whether it's a mountain getaway, ski in, ski out, or anything else at the hill and beyond. You're going to want to go with her. So when you're ready, here's her telephone number, 970-968-7646. That number again, 970-968-7646. She's absolutely fantastic. She's a total pro, total expert. You'll need her. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith here on a Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. Moj in Nashville, Vic in studio. We were just having a great conversation about how this Broncos roster was built, and we went through and played a little game of hit or miss. And Moj, Vic, boys, the hit rate since the 2021 draft and the start of George Payton's tenure compared to the miss or incomplete rate is quite staggering. The way they've built this team has been organically for the most part through the draft, which makes a lot of sense because the last couple of years they had to construct a roster around Russell Wilson's dead cap. So you have a limited amount of resources to spend, and where do you spend them? And I was listening to Sean Payton yesterday in his Monday Zoom presser, and I thought this was a very interesting comment, gentlemen. Take a listen to what he says about roster construction and tell me if you think it lines up with what he did when he got to Denver.
You recall, I think he was our first draft pick, George and I.
Sorry, he's talking about Marvin Mims here.
You recall, I think he was our first draft pick, George and I. It's been embedded in me. The quickest way to improve a team is the kicking game and get the offensive line squared away. And we didn't have a returner. And I remember when we were watching his film, we knew he was a captain at Oklahoma. We knew he was an accomplished receiver, but he was also, we felt, one of the better returners, if not the best returner in the draft. When you check those vision boxes the way we were able to with him, he's exceeded our expectation as to what type of guy he is, how he works, what kind of teammate he is. Just coming out of a staff meeting, we got to continue to find more touches for him on the offensive side of the ball, and we'll do that.
Sean said, it's been ingrained in me that to turn a football team around, you've got to fix the kicking game and you've got to fix the offensive line. Moj, what did Sean Payton do first thing when he got to Denver?
Well, he got Will Lutz, obviously, and he signed McGlinchey, and they started to really redo that offensive line. And I completely agree with him in that regard. I mean, you've got to build through the basics, right? People forget that these are important parts of your game. You know what's so funny? I think we sometimes take offensive lines for granted because if you don't have one, it's pretty damn noticeable, right? Your quarterback's on his butt, or your running game, it's just overall stinks and so on. So he's done a really good job in that regard. And he's also correct that you have to build through the draft overall. You have to draft and develop in any sport. You can't just go free agent your way to victory. You have to be able to draft smartly and have guys that can come in and contribute, whether they're a first, second, or a third round pick or, some hits that you get in the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds. It's all important.
He came in, he brought in Ben Powers, he went and got Mike McGlinchey. He invested over $80 million in that offensive line right out of the chute. They've since paid Quinn Miners. They've since paid Luke Wattenberg. What a story for Luke Wattenberg. What else they do? Through free agency, through trade, they went and brought in Franklin Myers. They brought in Zach Allen, right? You go through that list. Of course, you've got Cooper and Benito, which you did a great job in the draft there. But they built that defense. Malcolm Roach, DJ Jones, both guys that came from other places, right? Roach from New Orleans, Jones from San Francisco. They spent in the right places, Vic, with a limited budget.
This is why you lead the division and the conference and the number 1 seed. And, you need luck to go your way and you need health to go your way. And why are you sideways all of a sudden? What happened to you, Moj? Why's your picture all?
Okay, let me...
Turn your camera this way. Turn your camera horizontal.
Yeah.
That's all you have to do to fix it.
Yeah, okay, how's that better?
There. Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
My MacBook does not have a MacBook charger. I just have this friggin' cord.
I got you.
And so when I'm on the Zoom, when I'm doing the radio show, Vic, my battery drains because it's not an official Mac charger.
I don't need the full.
Even though it's plugged. Even though it's plugged.
Yeah,
well,
but
you're asking. So I had to go to my.
on the way
I had to go to my phone, and I've got to charge this. I had to keep this phone charging. Hey, you know what?
Anything else? Did you pack anything else for the trip? Thanks for all the intel. Just wanted you to turn your phone.
I packed one of each. Here, you want them?
Just turn just a simple phone turn.
I do want to get back into finishing this last point here.
You've made so many points. I'm out of breath.
It wasn't that long.
I'm out of points too, man.
You're out of points. You're out of screen orientations.
And this and that.
Just chill. Let me get here. I got one more sentence here. It wasn't that long ago before it wasn't like this, guys. that they were missing in the draft, that things weren't going their way, that they were making all of the wrong moves. And quite frankly, it looked like what was it, in 2022, ESPN ranked them as the worst roster in the NFL. Do we remember that?
Was that really?
Or was it 23? I think it was the worst roster.
Somewhere right around in there, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look at how quickly it's changed.
Things change quick. You know, you guys notice pro sports, unless you're one of the hasn't changed for the Rockies lately. But do you notice how quickly things can turn in professional sports with just a couple moves here and there? Have you guys noticed that of late? Am I the only one who notices this or what?
Absolutely.
How quickly you can go from crap to good and good to crap in every sport? Examples across the board in every sport. I mean, OKC, they did it through development. They went from, look at all these young bucks, to this is a freaking wagon that could be around for a long time. In baseball, you see it.
But it's also cyclical. Listen, things are going to get a little bit more iffy, I think, when you have to pay your quarterback around these parts, okay? You're going to have to pay your quarterback at some point. And that's when, again, you know, that money starts to tighten up a little bit. That's when the tough decisions are made. That's why you've got to butter your bread with a young quarterback who's on that rookie deal. The Broncos are in a very, very envious position right now. Very envious, because not only do they have Bo Nix again this year, but they're going to have him for a couple of more years at that price, and you got to make hay right now, because it's not always going to be this way. It comes and goes, up and down.
That was why I wanted to get to the end of that, guys, because we're pretty lucky, and a lot of teams in similar situations that the Broncos were a couple of years ago do not dig themselves out of that hole, and it's been quite impressive because the Broncos are set up now for a couple of years. I know we're just focused on this year, but it's a couple of years now, like Moj mentions. You've got that quarterback on a rookie deal. Now is your window, and next year you can go out and spend some of that Russ money. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what they can do as they continue to develop this organic roster that was built from within. I do want to transition because there was another piece of NFL news yesterday, and this one, why did it take so long?
He has constantly and consistently gotten better in each one of these games and how he's approached this game. He's been working very hard, so I feel good about where his development is heading. He knows there are always going to be plays that he can be better and those type of things, but he's very intentional about getting better each and every game he's out there.
Vic, Shedeur Sanders named the starter for the rest of the season for Cleveland. Their final 4 games after a very impressive individual performance against Tennessee on Sunday. Finally, Kevin Stefanski put the sword down, or somebody made him put it down.
You know, we visited with Prime last night and did that event. Talked about it earlier in the show. Interview coming on Altitude TV. It was awesome. I also had to ask him about going to Shedeur's game because he attended the game. Blue commercial, by the way, to attend the game. And I said, were you surprised? What'd you say to him before? He wasn't surprised. But he let us in on a little something. And he said, just glad you got to see what we've been seeing all year. And what they've been seeing all year in the Prime camp is the way Shedeur's been mismanaged. Like at the end of the game, that was sort of a, what are we doing here with this 2-point conversion? What is this?
It was a microcosm of the whole season.
Exactly. And he was pretty proud to say, hey, you guys are seeing what we've seen all year.
Pretty cool for him, Moj, that after getting drafted in the 5th, a guy who's not a 5th-round talent, and look, feel however you want to feel about the Sanders family and Shedeur Sanders. Take the name away from it. You're talking about a 5th-round quarterback who was supposed to go in the 1st round, a historic draft night slide, the likes of which, quite frankly, we've never seen before and might not ever see again with a quarterback prospect rated so highly. He shoved it up everybody's you-know-what, Moj. He did. He proved to him he could play.
He did. But it's going to take more than just that, too, man. I mean, look, it's funny because Kyle Keefe, his starting quarterback on his fantasy team, is Daniel Jones. And he's like, what am I going to do? I got to pick up a quarterback. I'm like, well, you better go get yourself some Shedeur. Go pick him up right now because he's going to start the rest of this season. But he's going to need more of that, guys. He's going to need more body of work, I think, before people finally really buy in. Look, I think he's a first-round talent. I've seen him play the game up close and personal. I know how his arm is. I know how tough he is. I know how he thinks the game. That's all good. I don't know why it's been pulling teeth in Cleveland to actually get him some rub. And for the life of me, if you look back on it now, dudes, how in the flippin' world did Dylan Gabriel A, get picked before him, and B, start before him? It's mind-bogglingly silly that the Browns went that route after Flacco, that they went to Dylan Gabriel, because that guy's not an NFL quarterback. And no offense to Dylan Gabriel, at least he's not a starting winning NFL quarterback. He can back up if he wants to. I think Shedeur can be that guy, so give him the opportunity. They've treated him really kind of weird and bad there in Cleveland, and the owner coming out, I didn't pick him, I didn't want him, and I'm like, that's kind of a crappy thing to say about a guy who could be the savior of your franchise. And then what the hell do you do when Deshaun Watson gets healthy? Does he go right back to the bench talking about Shedeur? This whole thing is weird to me, man.
This was a fascinating exchange yesterday, and the Cleveland media finally brought it up to Kevin Stefanski.
Kevin, hi. Was it a mistake not to start Shedeur earlier?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into those type of things, Tony.
Of
I'm
course you're not.
obviously focused on what's in front of us.
Now, why?
Well, I mean,
why would you?
What do you expect him to say? Yeah, I suck.
Right.
I mean, what's he going to say there?
No,
Well,
I
he's
understand.
what does he have against Shedeur Sanders? And maybe Shedeur didn't
it's not
show
him.
enough.
Maybe it's more than him. We don't know the inner workings. Maybe it's not
you're
just
right.
him.
You're right.
He's
could
not
be.
a fan of the person.
That's fine.
From what I understand, he's just not a fan of the person. And that was what Prime was trying to tell us last night. He was like, I'm glad the rest of the world can see what a raw deal he's had behind the scenes in Cleveland.
When he was buried on that depth chart.
Hold on. You know, coaches are not fans of certain persons. It happens all the time. Why do you think Russell Wilson is a former Bronco right now?
Right.
Because Sean Payton
couldn't stand him.
Couldn't stand the person. Not just the player, but the person. I think that could have worked out if he had a little more respect for the person.
Agreed.
And that happens across the board in every sport. Sorry, Moj.
No, it's okay. When he was buried earlier this season, and with a healthy Deshaun Watson, I mean, you're looking at the fourth guy on the. Was he fourth on that whole roster anyway? Even without Deshaun Watson,
he started
when he was
fifth.
buried.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he was buried in that roster, I said to these guys, I don't know, probably every week, if I was another team, I would trade for him right now. Why are they, they're stashing him someplace for some God knows what reason? I would go trade for Shedeur Sanders and give him a shot. Well, now he's getting a shot with his own team, and hopefully continues to do well with it.
The best team in the NHL is back in action tonight, and it's been feels like a minute since we've really kind of had a good Avs deep dive. We'll do it next.
Peels away from Borgen. Rangers standing around. MacKinnon a drive move. Score! Nathan MacKinnon! Backhand top shelf is second of the game. And the Avs have won in overtime.
Return of the Mac is right. Nate Dogg is on one this year. You know, we always talk about how lucky we are to have all these guys in town, and we are. This really is the golden age of Denver sports. I heard the boys in the afternoon on PhD yesterday talking about how this is probably the best ever at one time all three of these teams, Broncos, Avs, and Nuggets, have ever been. And it's pretty exciting to be able to live in the moment with all that stuff right now.
It is by far the renaissance of sports in Denver, Colorado. I mean,
Renaissance.
I've been around 5 decades, and I've never seen anything like this in the last 2 months of just sports dominance. This has been as good as it gets.
We're spoiled.
At the professional level. Let's make that. Moj, move your phone away from your unit.
It's not that, bro. I don't know what the deal is, man. Nashville's great.
We should send housekeeping to his room. Do you need fresh towels, Moj?
I tell you what, Moj. Fix yourself and then rejoin us, okay?
Yeah.
Fix your mess.
That sounds about right. By the way, before we dive into what I wanted to hit, I caught this the other night on the Nuggets-Hornets broadcast, Vic. I thought, by the way, I love the Hornets play-by-play guy.
Eric
Collins.
Oh, he's hilarious.
Isn't he great?
He's hilarious.
It's a full send every broadcast.
I don't know. Again, I don't know how you keep up that enthusiasm for an entire broadcast.
It's amazing. Listening to a Hornets game. You know why? Because Hornets games are so god-awfully boring, especially in the second half of the year. You got to have some entertainment, so good for Eric Collins. He noticed that Nikola Jokic has some new additions on his right tricep, and that would be 4 new giant scratches.
Oh, my goodness. Get out the coconut oil. Woo! That's ferocious. Yeah. You think that's tonight?
That's an old wound. No.
Someone's got talent.
He's right. It looked like Jokic either wrestled a bear or got clawed by a velociraptor.
It looks like the Toronto Raptors logo.
Right? They're the deepest scratches I've ever seen on his tricep. It's nuts. And
I've said this before. If you go to a basketball game and take a look at the players, you got to cut your nails, man. They've got to institute a policy on nails because some of these dudes are playing with those long nails.
With claws.
Yeah. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me with this.
Should refs go up to the players and look at their nails?
I'm not being a jerk. I'm not trying to be facetious here.
Oh, I know.
You have to cut your nails. That's dangerous.
Oh, I think anybody who's played basketball understands that. Like, if you go up against some guy who's defending you with long nails, I mean, you can get scratched easy. But you know how umpires go up to pitchers and check for, like, foreign substances like that between innings?
Yes.
Why
Should
why
be
not?
the same.
Right?
100%. There's no way somebody should be scratched up like that consistently.
And in that game, Jokic only shot what? The technical free throw? I'm pretty sure that he got clawed like that a couple of games ago. Anyway, so the Nuggets obviously back in action on Thursday, but I do want to transition to the Avs, and we are efforting our buddy Mark Moser, who is in Nashville trying to get things set up in his hotel room. He didn't tell us what he did with a free night in Nashville, but I'm guessing that these issues this morning may be somewhat of a leftover from whatever.
The guy is drunk.
From whatever these boys got into last night. And by the way, if you didn't see on Altitude TV's social media channels, the boys were in studio, a country music studio. Kiefer, Connor, Moj, and Riker. They're dropping a brand new version of Colorado Wagon, professionally sung, well, I guess professionally mixed. It was sung in a professional environment by some amateurs. Let's just be honest here. But the Avs are back in action tonight, rounding out what was a 4-game road trip, Vic, in which they suffered their second regulation loss of the year to the Islanders. Bounced back with 2 back-to-back huge matinee wins. You're back, Moj?
I'm trying so hard, boys. I really am trying hard. I don't know what could that thing possibly be picking up on?
Maybe your phone signal. That's what I'm thinking. Put yourself on
face.
airplane. I think that might be it.
I love the way we're just experimenting and live on the air.
It's good. It's good stuff. But Moj, I wanted to talk. We were just talking about the fact that the Avs, after suffering their second regulation loss, they bounce back with a couple of wins. They wrap up the road trip today. But I feel like talking Avalanche hockey right now is like, oh, I mean, they're killing it. I mean, what's there to talk about? These guys are great. But I think it is worth talking about because as a fan of this team, this is far and away, Moj, the best I've felt about this group since they won the Cup.
Oh, for sure. There's no doubt about it. And think about this. You want to get some perspective, Vic. Do you recall how many points the Avs had in Jared Bednar's first ever season?
48 points.
You recall? 48 points. Right, we're sitting here. It's December 9th today, if I'm not mistaken. Ellie, is that correct? Today's the 9th? December 9th, yeah, and they have 48 points. Wow. I mean, think about where this team has come, right? Look, as far as tonight is concerned, the Predators, they're now the worst team in the National Hockey League. You know, they got 10 wins on the season. They got a total of 24 points. That's the bottom of the NHL, and really it's roster construction. It's not Andrew Brunette's fault, you know, the coach. It's not Bruno. It's, you know, you're trying to make chicken salad out of you know what, and they just don't have it going right now. They've had some injuries they've dealt with. You know, Stamkos is not producing the way that they had hoped, even though he's a future Hall of Famer. And it's just tough for them. But I will say this, man, in this building, they always play the Avs tough. In fact, the Avs had a 3-0 win with 2 empty netters last time we were here a couple of weeks ago. Well, it was the most shot attempts the Avs have given up all season long at 71 attempts toward the front of the Avalanche net. So they're going to play the Avs hard. It's not going to be any kind of pushover, even though, you know, the Preds aren't that good.
And they're being led by just last night, Vic, you brought it up. Somebody called Coach Prime a force of nature. That's what Nathan MacKinnon is, quite literally. I know Connor McGahey uses the force of nature term to describe the Avalanche when tweeting out his game previews, but that's MacKinnon. And much like Jokic, it feels like every year he continues to get better and better and better. And in ESPN's latest straw poll, he is just running away with the MVP, earning 82% of the first place votes among ESPN's writers.
Are the younger Avalanche players afraid of Nathan MacKinnon?
Are they afraid of?
Yeah, when I say I don't mean that in a negative way.
I mean, teammate.
But hold on, I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, hey, we can't mess up because Nate will get on us.
Well, I mean, Nate, Landy will get on you. I mean, if you want to be afraid of somebody, be afraid of the captain.
Okay, so
because he's back and he's just. By the way, he's playing such good hockey right now too. But listen, all these guys. Brock Nelson is incredibly serious about his game. Right? Cale is incredibly serious about his game. Nathan MacKinnon the same way. Landeskog. All these guys who have been around and won, even though Nelson hasn't won a cup, but everybody who's been around, there's a seriousness about the way they approach every game. There's a seriousness about how they go about their daily business. It cannot help but rub off on you. Again, who used the phrase, there's no clowns on this, you know, there's no clowns or whatever. It's the same kind of story with the Avs. No clowning around. It's go get it done. Let's go work for it and get it done. Yeah, exactly. Just go and work your butt off. And I loved Mackenzie Blackwood's interview with Kyle Keefe after the game in Philly. He goes, you know what? He goes, it's just maturity. He goes, this is a mature team. You know, it's a professional team. I mean, they really like each other. Don't get me wrong, but it's a maturity level where you approach your business the right way.
On the Shop Mazda text line, by the way, 303-504-0925. The power play is the only knock on the Avs right now, says one texter. The other texter says being picky here, but the Avs have to get special teams figured out in preparation for the postseason. Look,
the penalty kill is second best in the entire league. Okay, the penalty kill, the PK has been great all year long. So to say special teams, that's wrong. They got to get that power play fixed. They absolutely have to. Now, they were 1 for 2 in Philadelphia. Okay, great. So that's good. But it's clipping along on the road at about 8%, and that ain't going to cut it. You've got to get the power play picked up, period, end of story. They know it. I know it. Everybody knows it.
So they moved on from Ray Bennett, right? They hire Hackstall, and Hackstall's running the power play as far as I understand. Is that correct, Moj?
Yes.
So what they're trying to do, and we spoke about this with Jared Bednar last week, but what they're trying to do is implement different looks, because last year against Dallas, Moj, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but that same look where you got MacKinnon in the circle and it kind of stagnates at times, Dallas did a really good job at shutting that down. And when they did, the Avs didn't have many answers. And last year's version struggled to score at 5-on-5 at times compared to this year's version, who's just a juggernaut at 5-on-5. So the goal is that by the postseason, when you need to go to different looks, when you need to mix things up on the fly based upon how you're being defended, that's what this is for. So hopefully you put in the growing pains now, Moj, and you can suffer those, 0 for 4 nights on the power play in December so that come May, that's not what it looks like.
Well, I hope to God that's the case. I mean, I hope so. Look, I've been a proponent all year long of saying it can't keep creeping along, 25th in the league overall all season because there's too much talent. But you've got to do some things to get yourself, out of the mix of the bottom rung teams. I was talking to Brian Boucher, the Flyers analyst, and he does, NHL Network and ESPN and all this kind of thing. And we were talking about the Avs power play, and it's noticeable to other people around the league as well. Sometimes it looks really good. In fact, the Avs had a power play against Philly that I thought was one of the best I've seen all year long. A couple of passes shot, couple of passes shot, couple of passes shot. Sometimes these guys just dust it off on the perimeter, dust the puck off on the perimeter for 20 minutes, and no shots even go to the front of the net. And what's really remarkable is Cale Makar does not have a power play goal this year. He's the leading scoring defenseman in the entire NHL. 0 power play goals, which is unbelievable because he's one of the best shooters of the puck on the power play. The shot gets through. He hasn't had a power play goal since last season. It's
and yet here they are. It's
bizarre.
When you cut down all these details and look at that closely, you're like, how is this possible? And yet this team is on a record pace.
It's the strength of the depth, Moj. It's the fact that they finally have a second-line center that can drive offense not only for himself but for others. That's also another really skilled player that you can play in multiple different situations in Brock Nelson, who's really starting to find himself. Don't you think so?
5 goals, 5 assists in his last 10 games, man. He's playing great.
That's the best the second line has looked, Moj, since Nas has been here. I don't even think it's close.
There's absolutely no doubt about it, which is why him re-signing with the Avs was so big, too, after the trade last year, and then signing with the Avs in the offseason for another 3-year contract. He knows what he's got here, and he knows that he can win here.
We were supposed to have Bednar on Wednesdays. Is he not going to do it tomorrow since you guys are traveling, or what?
Good point.
I'm going to talk about that with Brendan when I get to the rink here this morning and try to figure out whether we need to push it, to like really early in the morning or push it to tomorrow or to Thursday. We'll try to work that out.
Yeah, fix it.
Either way, I've been incredibly impressed. I think there's a couple areas. I think Jack Drury's done a really nice job filling in at that third line center position. We'll see if, as they get closer to the deadline, they feel like they want to strengthen that at all.
Yeah.
I don't know that Bardakov is the answer at 4C either. Come playoff time, he still has a lot to prove to me. Not that I think he's been bad or anything, but I think that's just those are the positions that we're talking about this year as opposed to last year where we're talking about you need 2C, right, Moj?
Last year we were talking about goalie early in the season. That's where it started.
We certainly were.
So I think
we certainly were. But out of that 2C, Nazem Kadri's year, and if you recall that season, what do you have? 90 points?
Yeah, 87, I think, in the regular season.
You're never going to have that out of a 2C, really. I mean, it was a wonderful season, and it got him paid. But you don't need that as well. You don't need it. And remember, MacKinnon was hurt for part of that year too, so Kadri got some serious 1C time, and he made the most of it and played great. But this is the best it's been, and Brock Nelson is that guy. And believe me, when you hear the talk from other people around the league when the Avs come to town, they know exactly what the hell they're looking at. The best team in hockey.
Hey, do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, Moj, Avs and Preds tonight. I believe Scott Wedgwood returns. You'll have to confirm that for me if my thinking is on track after Blackwood started a pair of back-to-backs.
Yeah, he played the back-to-backs over the weekend. I'll get down to the rink and figure it out. He looks fine to me, does Scott Wedgwood. But again, only he knows his body. In terms of the Predators, man, they're just not scoring a ton. They don't even average 3 goals a game. And I think if you get to 3, if you're the Avs, you're going to be right in business. The thing about the Avs is, though, you look at the last 3 games, they've scored 3 goals per game, 1 a loss and then 2 wins. So as far as I'm concerned, get to 3 and you're going to be fine. Defending has not been a problem for this Avalanche squad, even though Nashville likes to give them the business in this building. They've been giving up less than 2 goals per game in their last 10 and beyond. So it's just formulatic at this point. Get to 3 goals and you got the dub.
On the other side, it is a weird, wild world in college athletics, and it's only getting crazier. Details next. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and time for your next keyword of the day to win tickets to see the Avs host the Panthers on Thursday, plus a special bonus Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead. Text Nagano, Nagano, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Again, Nagano, Nagano, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. During the break, Mose, just so you know, Vic was efforting his cousin Colombo, who's currently in Milan right now working on the Olympic ice rink. And hopefully before the end of the show, we can get him on the phone. So maybe next segment, stay tuned out
That's
there.
the best Italian name you can come up with. Colombo? Colombo.
Antonio.
I'm not even sure that's
that's an old crime series I used to run.
I'm aware of what Colombo is, but that's in 2020. Well, that was his parents, apparently. Big fans. Anyway, moving along. We talked about
real quick about that. Bill Daly again has come out and said if the ice is not acceptable, like if it's a danger to the players, they will not go.
Yeah,
I want to play it here.
I want to get to that, and we will certainly.
I don't know why we wouldn't.
Certainly coming up in the next segment, and I think Vic is right. It's a no-brainer. If that thing ain't even close to ready, just bring the games over here. But we'll get back to that here coming up in just a little bit. But college athletics, gentlemen, is in a weird spot. And since we've been together, we really haven't had a chance to completely all discuss what's going on right now and the copious amounts of cash that are that's just funneling in to the system at the moment in time. Mose, you sent something very interesting yesterday to the group chat, and I want to hit that. But I'd like to start this conversation with what Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham had to say yesterday on the state of college athletics. Now, for a little context here, Sam Leavitt, their starting quarterback of last year's team that made the Big 12 title game and then, of course, made the college football playoff, played this year, did get injured, announced that he will be transferring, or at least that's the expectation. I don't think it's been official yet. And if so, he'll probably be the top coveted player on the market, quite frankly, at the quarterback position. This was Kenny Dillingham yesterday after he lost a third starter.
We've created a mess. Point blank. The whole industry is a mess, right? The only thing that's not a mess is the dollar signs. Those are still pointing up. Everything else is a mess. The dollar sign, the business of it, that's skyrocketing. Everything else is a mess. That's just being transparent and honest. There's not, other than the ratings, the dollars, the money involved, it's a mess. So this is just another piece of the mess.
Vic, what do you think he means by they've created this mess and it's just beyond their control at the moment?
You got a lot of morons running the show. And when I say morons, I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I mean that in a self-serving way. Everybody's trying to serve themselves. Everybody wants to blame Notre Dame for serving itself. What do you think everybody else is doing?
Looking out for number one.
What do you think the SEC is doing?
It's all the same.
Well, everybody is. It's a self-serving prophecy here. Everybody's doing the same thing. And at the end of the day, here's where we're headed. And again, I cannot make this more clear. Rip the Band-Aid off now, and let's finish this off. One giant super league.
Oh.
That's it. 2 divisions. You got your main division, and you got your smaller division. Main division plays for a title. Smaller division plays for one. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with that. It works in every other sport.
Moj,
but it's pro football now, and you're going to have to treat it like pro football. You need to treat an 18-year-old like an employee. I guess you're going to have to treat an 18-year-old like an employee. That's all there is to it, Matt. I mean, guys are getting paid. The rules are such that, and I hear what he's saying. He's right. It is a total mess. And anytime your players get poached, I'm sure it really sucks.
Moj,
it's
more than a mess. Do you have the sound from the Texas Tech guy?
I sure do. We're going to get there. Yeah.
Because
well, let's get to that. Yeah.
Because this tells you where college sports is, and this is why I say, and the people might be mad when I say this, but either you have the money to play ball or you don't. It's like anything else in life. Either you can afford to play at this level or you can't. I'm not demeaning those who can't. I'm just saying play at your own level. In high school football here, I just did the games. There's divisions. There's divisions because there's enrollment. And you're only as good as your enrollment. And in college football, enrollment doesn't matter. Money does.
Right.
Do you have the funds to pay the players the good players to compete.
Just some context here briefly for those of you who either don't pay close enough attention or just kind of tune out when you listen to this stuff because you're like, oh my God, this is so complex and this just numbers here or there for schools I don't know or don't care about. But the fact of the matter is the entire landscape of collegiate athletics is in the balance here until they figure out how to regulate it. And that's essentially been what they've been trying to do over the last couple of years, but in a ham-handed way. And the NCAA could have avoided all this years and years and years ago if they weren't so greedy and acknowledged that the players did deserve to be compensated more than they were, and they had raised the stipends that they gave, and they provided a better training table and 3 meals a day, that type of stuff. It was such low-hanging fruit, but they wanted all the money, guys, and they never did it. And they tried to continue to operate under the veil of amateurism. So here we are now, where name, image, likeness is a part of the game, where the house revenue share, where every school can commit $20 million per year to their athletes is a part of the game. But the biggest problem is something that Vic just said, or excuse me, Moshe just said. If you need to make them employees, right, Moshe? That's where we're all getting tripped up here. The fact that these athletic directors and these universities and, quite frankly, anybody with a vested corporate interest in college athletics, they're trying to push back on this to maintain the control, to try and leverage back some of the power that the players have garnered. Because if you sit down at the table and collectively bargain with the players, Moj, and you've got a head of the union and you've got a players' union in the first place, guess what's going to happen? The players are going to be treated fairly and get their fair share of the pie.
You're calling them players, and I'm glad you're calling them players. Let's get out of this ridiculous notion that they're all student athletes.
Half these guys don't go to class.
They don't even go to school. I had
ridiculous.
a story. I was speaking to a friend of mine last night, right? He said he talked to the quarterback at Cincinnati. Our boy? Who's your boy at Cincinnati?
Brendan Sorsby.
That's Brendan Sorsby. By the way, Coach Sanford sent me something where he has 3 or 4 offers out there right now at $4 million per year to leave Cincy and come play. Brendan Sorsby.
Listen to this story. He was asked in an interview, what's your major? He didn't know. He didn't know his major. I'm watching Jacob Rodriguez on game day the other day.
Texas Tech linebacker.
Yeah, Texas Tech linebacker. He transfers from Virginia. That guy looks like he's 37 years old.
I know.
He's married with did you see him?
Yes, of course.
This is a college football player.
Butkus Award winner this year.
Enough with the student-athlete crap.
I'm with you.
They're employees.
I'm with you. And to your point, there are many traditional old-school coaches who they're playing the game, but they're not happy about it, just like John Calipari.
There are a lot of older gentlemen with beards playing basketball in college right now. There are. So you know, the one that's crazy is the guy comes in and he's waving to his kids up in the seats. And you're like, wait a minute, the guy got 2 kids. He's still playing college basketball. Crazy thing, he's using NIL for his first wife's alimony. And now he's still playing college basketball. Are we nuts?
So there's a lot of coaches like that feel the exact same way. We've got a couple of them certainly here in Colorado. There's no question about it. But, okay, we understand the COVID year. Everybody got a 5th year. In fact, in 6 days, there is a preliminary injunction hearing on the 5 and 5 rule, the 5 years of eligibility to play 5 seasons thing. Because, as we know, Diego Pavia sued to make it so that his JUCO years he spent at junior college did not count against his eligibility.
That dude's 44. That dude's the age of Phillip Rivers.
Exactly. So there's a lot of guys who aren't happy about it. But I want to bring up the Texas Tech story, guys, because it's important. Texas Tech just clinched a bye in the college football playoff. They essentially ran through the Big 12 unencumbered. Their only loss was to Arizona State when Baron Morton, their starting quarterback, was injured. Outside of that, they laid waste to BYU the other day. They went out and they spent $7 million alone on their defensive line. In fact, they spent $28 million this year on their roster, which is, of course, above what the $20 million house revenue sharing cap is.
Yeah, good luck enforcing the cap, by the way.
So the reason they're able to do this is billionaire Texas Tech fan, oil money, Cody Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
He got together with his buddies.
Cody Campbell.
They wanted to see Texas Tech do well, And you got to give them credit, man, because they saw the loophole, they saw the gap, they saw their opportunity, and did they seize it?
So everything started changing in like the summer of 2021. It became a place where there were no rules. You could kind of do whatever you wanted to do. And so what we identified was that there was this gap period, and for a period of time we were going to be able to pay NIL with basically no rules. And so we essentially decided to take advantage of that little window. Several boosters and donors who were interested in supporting, and we said, look, guys, this is our, one big opportunity that we're going to have to lean in on this, and maybe the best one we ever have. We can get as much money front-loaded as possible, and then we can also utilize promises of revenue share in addition to that, and so we can go out and acquire as much talent as we want.
So here's what he's saying. They saw the gap this offseason between when the House revenue sharing cap was implemented and there was all of a sudden going to be oversight and attempted regulation, and the wild, wild west that was in 2023 that just nobody had figured out yet.
You know what I say? Good for them. Good for Texas Tech. Everybody complained last year about Ohio State's budget and how much money they spent. Good for them. Oregon spends a lot of money. Good for them. This just proves to me there are haves and have-nots, and that is going to be expanded more than ever. Either you have the money to pay for a team or you don't. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's fair, but it's the bitter truth. The other thing is this. Mose, let me ask you this. So they're paying these players, right? These boosters are coming up with these in. How are you possibly going to police it? How much the max is? Who's going to police it? How do you police it?
Well, they created a committee that's supposed to do it, but it's woefully under-equipped.
We've seen these committees are corrupt. Don't talk to me about committees.
Sure. No, it's fair enough. Yeah, that's a sensitive topic right now. I understand that.
Dude, it's right there smacking you in the face.
By the way, I also saw.
We're going to hit that, Moj. The thing you sent yesterday, that's coming up because I think you're dead on. The booster thing?
No. I was going to say that I saw the comments of the AD of Notre Dame. You realize that the Irish are in the ACC in virtually everything else they do?
They are.
In terms of
almost
sports?
every other sport, and they're contracted to play 5 games in football.
Yeah. But apparently the ACC, the head of the ACC in these meetings threw Notre Dame under the bus hard to get Miami in. I mean, it was it.
Well, Miami deserved to be in. No, Miami deserved.
I understand that. I understand
it's
that.
Not
I'm
about
just
Miami.
Saying that,
Miami deserved.
Agreed. But what I'm saying is that there was no their base. I guess the AD says that relationship is now fractured forever.
Press conference today at 10 a.m. Denver time. Just wait.
Really?
Yes. Press conference today at 10 a.m. It's going to rock college
football. So Notre Dame's going to pull out of the ACC. They're going to pull out of the ACC.
Just pay attention today at 10 a.m. after our show.
But my last thing though, Matt, real quick. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Look, I know that kids were exploited for a long time, and the rules were just so archaic. You can't even have a free jersey and all these different kinds of things. But is this the alternative where it's just absolutely insane? And guys are, transferring all over the place, and billionaire oil guys with more money to burn than they know what to do with. They're just throwing money and buying programs. And I mean, is this? I just saw that Utah.
That's the way it was before. Now it's just on. Now it's on the table.
I guess. Now it's on the table. I mean,
everybody makes a big deal that these rich people are giving to their schools. Look at all this. If you have rich people, you win. Well, same thing was happening 30 years ago.
Yeah,
we just didn't know about
hold on. This is an entirely different level. I agree with you. You're right. But what may have been a free car or a house is now all of a sudden turning into millions and millions and millions of dollars. I mean, it's on steroids now, essentially. I want to get back to Cody Campbell because he continued about how they were able to be so successful in pulling this off. And I want to tie it back around to what Vic is saying because, folks, it's the truth. The price of poker has gone up. And if you don't have the ante, you're going to be left out of the final shoe.
From there, basically went to Coach McGuire and his staff and said, look, guys, here's the opportunity. Here's what we think we need to do. You guys basically tell us what it's going to cost, and we're going to backstop it. And so that's what we executed on. We brought in an analytics consultant to help with that. And then we just used old-fashioned coach evaluations of film. And then when the portal opened, I was just shocked, like at every position of need, because we hit it so fast and so aggressive. We were able to communicate exactly what the players are getting and exactly when they're going to get it to all their families and to them. We were able to actually get commitments from every one of our top prospects in each position, like within just a few days of the portal opening. Sort of a generational opportunity for us.
Yeah, well, no crap. You went to the table with the biggest bag and you got there early because you had loaded up. And again, credit to them, but it shouldn't surprise people why they are where they are. They went and they bought the best players on the market, and they converted it with successful coaching evaluations, because you do have to hit in the portal. You do have to coach these guys up. You do have to get them to gel. But they have leveled up in college football, folks, to the point where they are now the class of the Big 12 and will be moving forward. BYU is leveling up, and you just see a brand new story, University of Utah entering into what could be a $500 million or more equity partnership with Otro Capital, featuring the creation and shared ownership of a for-profit entity to operate athletics. This is what I'm talking about. It is now semi-professional sports or minor league sports.
No, it's pro. It's pro sports, dude. Just call it what it is. It's pro sports. Title IX's out the window. None of that means anything anymore. It's insane. It's bizarre.
Vic Kenny Dillingham is right. They created a mess. And right now, it's everywhere. I mean, it is spilled all over the table. And until they sit down with these players and collectively bargain, this is where we're going to be. It's just the truth.
And it's where we're going to, which is why yesterday and what's happening with bowl games, which are gone. Bowl games are gone.
Yeah.
Unless you're a small school and you need some extra practice. Meaningless bowl games. The CFP is essentially what did that, because you want this tournament to be bigger, right? All right. So what happens when it gets bigger? What happens when there are more teams? No, there's fewer bowl games.
Oh, that
too. Or you can make them bowl games, whatever. But these cast-off bowl games, they're gone.
Well, I think what they're going to end up doing is probably start playing the bowl games to begin the year, which I think is actually pretty smart. I think that's a good way to get the season going.
Sure.
All right, well, we'll continue more on that conversation throughout the course of the week, because there's plenty of more good stuff to get to. On the other side, by the way, did you get in touch with Giuseppe Lombardi yet?
I have not, but I did get in touch with somebody else who told me, speaking of college football, that early next week, expect for Jim Mora to be in the studio.
In the studio?
In the studio. And
Really?
the morning sprint, more likely than not, will have Jim Mora, the new coach at CSU, in studio. Now, I was critical of Jim Mora not showing his face at the high school championship games. Missed opportunity there. Hopefully, he'll show his face here.
There were people on the text line yesterday when we said it, to be fair, that said he was there. However,
he wasn't there.
Exactly. If he was there,
he would have shown his. We had a broadcast. We broadcast for 8 hours.
I just wanted to clarify for those people, those sensitive Fort Collins folks that happen to be listening.
And if you're there, you missed a huge opportunity. And the reason it's sensitive to me is we're letting too many of our Colorado high school studs leave the state. It's about time somebody closes the borders and brings some of those guys back home.
Well said. By the way, that 920 keyword for you to win tickets to see Avs and Panthers on Thursday and win a Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead, Nagano. 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 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesday. Avs and Panthers and a Joe Sakic bobblehead. Nagano. Nagano. 303-504-0925. Back with more on the other side. Tune in for the Avs tonight, live from Nashville. Coverage on 92.5 starts at 7 p.m. with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law. Avs and Preds tonight, last segment on a Tuesday. Moser, you're going to be out tomorrow because this game is just at a godforsaken hour tonight, right?
It is at a godforsaken hour. I might be able to get on a little bit early. I'm gonna try to figure it out when I get to the rink, but I'll keep you guys updated.
Get on.
Somebody on the Champ Mazda text line a little bit earlier when you were bragging about how good the Starlink internet is on these team planes says, why doesn't Mose just do it from the airplane bathroom?
Yeah,
I think
it won't
it's a good
bother
point.
anybody.
I think it's a good point.
It would sound better than today's setup you have.
The guy's been grinding all day.
I don't care.
He's been grinding.
We've been doing this
all
for years.
Day
We've been,
long.
hey, listen to me.
Yeah.
Look at me. We have been doing this together for going on 7 years. In 7 years, I have managed to figure out how to broadcast with very few issues. This man still, 7 years running, can't figure it out.
Rebuttal, Moj?
That's a bunch of crap. Number one.
He
By the way,
loses his cord. He's using his phone now.
It sounds really good. It sounds really good right now. I mean, that's a bunch of bunk. Vic goes to me, Matt, I don't know if you travel much, but he goes, hey, go to the business center.
Of course.
I'm like, bro, ain't nobody got a friggin' business center anymore. Okay?
Every hotel I've been to,
yeah. Or a conference room at least. If you ask the front desk, they'll let you use the conference room.
Moj,
what conference room?
Moj, I'm just
it's a boutique hotel.
Moj, I'm busting your colognes.
Boutique.
The contraption you got working matches your personality. It's just everywhere. It's okay.
Sounds good to me.
All right, so a little earlier we talked about the sheet of Olympic ice that has come under fire, right? Very controversial. For some reason, they got the dimensions wrong. It's too short, Moj, or too narrow?
It's too short. It's 196 feet, 196.85 feet long. How do you screw it up? I don't know how you screw it up. I have absolutely no idea.
How far in the construction are they? Can they retro it now, or is that what it's going to be?
So that's what it's going to be.
Oh, Jesus.
And apparently, look, the building's not even done yet. Apparently, the players aren't going to have an issue with it being 3 feet short. And I guess to the eye, it doesn't look like it's 3 feet short, okay? The players, they've talked to the Players Association. Yeah. They've talked to the Players Association, and that's not going to be the issue. The issue is going to be the quality of the ice. The league has all of its top experts on the case for the IIHF, okay? And the league is sending over a huge contingent in early January to actually test the ice and test everything. And if it's not satisfactory, they're not going to play hockey there. Period, end of story. Because they're not going to risk player injury on crap ice. They're just not going to do it.
Well, the governors' meetings are going on right now in the Springs, right? The NHL Board of Governors meetings?
Correct. That is correct.
Okay. So they were in Colorado talking about this. How is the ice not
going
to be ready?
I don't know how in the world. I don't know. Matt, I don't know. But again, I think they think it's going to be fine, but they're reiterating time and time again, if it's not safe, they are not going to send the players there, which means I guess we get no hockey in the Olympics, or do they try to move it to North America somehow and play Olympic hockey over here? Do they do something else?
There's rinks all over Europe.
3 weeks off? I know. I'm aware of that.
But there's
Switzerland
politics
has rinks
involved.
all over the place.
There's politics involved in moving events, and you committed it to this area, and this area has invested so much money in it.
If they want to keep it Italian, just find a part of Brooklyn. There's different areas. You can go Jersey. You go to the Sopranos neighborhood.
That's a
There's
very
plenty
good
of
point.
places you can put an ice rink.
Long Island works, I guess.
Long Island.
Moj, again, for everybody who missed it before, on Altitude TV, I saw you, God, how do I put this? Posing for a picture, posting over a guitar last night while Mark Rycroft, Connor McGahee, and Kyle Keefe sported steely looks while looking off into the distance in some sort of black and white picture in what looked to be a back road of some Tennessee suburb. Is that correct? Is that accurate?
That's exactly what it is. Berry Hill, Tennessee. We went yesterday to the lab and laid down an updated version of Colorado Wagon.
We didn't get a tease today?
It's our first. Well, I don't have it. It's not going to debut until tonight. I don't even have a copy of it, to be honest with you. I'm not even sure it's fully mixed yet. I think it probably is because it's very short. It's not like, see, Vic, here's the thing. It's not like Step Back Jacob Bloom where it was a full song.
Yeah.
This is mostly just like half a song. And trust me when I tell
Half
you,
a
the
song?
album cover.
You guys are doing all this for half a song?
The album cover is going to be a heck of a lot better than the actual song itself. That's my prediction anyway.
Are there any other lyrics other than Colorado Wagon?
It's a country song.
Yeah.
There's 2 lyrics.
Okay.
Big time win.
Let me see if I can give you some of my lyrics.
Just
that
a
I
little
laid down
taste. Give us a little taste.
Yeah.
A live performance. Everybody be quiet, please.
Something about your uncle and a Chevy truck.
No, we got Landy and Nelly and a stud named Nate, Lecky and Val, and a guy who wears 8. Hey, I got my boots on the dash and my Avs hat too. Tailgate open with a mountain view.
That's your line?
Yeah.
Did you write
Yeah.
that? Or was that written for you?
Yeah.
That was good.
I wrote that.
That was
pretty
good.
Like, what's the chorus?
Colorado
We're going to play this.
Well, there really isn't a chorus. At the end, it's Colorado Wagon.
Did you hear them the other night on the broadcast?
Wagon.
No.
Yeah, it was who? It was you and Johnny and Kiefer and Riker?
And Riker, yeah.
Yeah, they were all singing. What was a post game, right? Or was that
is
pregame?
correct. No, that was a post game. The Avs had beaten up somebody again on the home ice, and
yeah, they just
and
started
somebody
singing.
said something about the wagon, and so we just started singing, and we all sang it at the same time.
It was pretty funny.
Riker or Johnny must feel left out because he didn't get a chance to go to the lab.
I know he's pretty bumming, to be honest with you. Did you see any of my my picks, Vic? Here, let me send them to you right now. Okay, there you go.
Hey, Vic, one more time before we get out of here. You want to talk about that awesome event last night?
Yeah, I had an opportunity to finally track down Prime for a one-on-one, and we talked about men's health. It was a men's health event brought to us by UC Health, so I want to thank them. It's cruelly ironic that it took 2 guys with cancer for me to finally hit this interview, but we talked about that. We talked about what you go through. We talked about some of the things people would never know, and the things he has to deal with behind the scenes that you would never know.
Yeah.
Pretty get your attention. And he talks very openly about it. And it's healthy. It's good. Men need to do this more. You know, men put up this big paywall, this tough wall, like you can't get through it. I'll ask all the men listening to this show right now, hell, even women. Do you know the name of your general practitioner? Do you know the name of your doctor? Just the name. I have one.
I do.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
But there was a lot of people in the room last night when you asked that question who did not raise their hands.
And that's just, again, a case study. That's how sometimes we're detached from our own health. You are your best doctor. You are. You have to be aggressive about it. I tell Nellie all the time, Nellie, your hair. Let me see the hair, Nellie. Let me see it. Take your hat off. Let me see if you fix this.
Nellie.
Actually, it's shorter. Did you get a cut?
No, that's just the wonders of hat technology.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, keep a hat on that thing for as long as we possibly can.
At least through the end of the year.
Doctor yourself.
There was a gentleman last night who asked Coach Prime about how he keeps his competitiveness and maintains his edge, yet finds time to care for himself, right, Vic? And finds time to make himself a priority and his own health a priority while still wanting to be a doer and wanting to be out there and not wanting to set aside time to do something that you feel like isn't mission critical and isn't essential right now. But Coach Prime is the quite literal poster child for why you need to get checked. For those of you who don't know, the only reason they discovered the bladder cancer, Vic, is because they went in for a scan of his leg as it related to his separate blood clot issue. And you asked Dr. K, his oncologist, last night about what might have happened had they not found it. It's not good, Vic. It was an incredibly aggressive type.
Yeah.
And if they didn't, who knows?
Sometimes you have to be lucky. In sports, in life, you have to be lucky. You find things. I was lucky. I got very lucky.
Yeah. Nellie, sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
No, it's all right. Yeah, luck is part of it.
Thanks for inviting me. That was a good time.
No, thank you for coming.
All right, Nellie, let's wrap up a Tuesday with a fact checker.
Nellie monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, a couple quick bits of housekeeping. Last month, fittingly to your discussion was Hockey Fights Cancer Month. And you remember, Moj, we had you telling the people to go donate blood at any Vitalant donation center.
Yep.
And just by doing that, you would be entered to win a signed jersey. Well, I have in my possession the winner of that jersey. David from Fort Morgan got himself a signed Cale Makar jersey just by donating blood. So good on you, David. And then speaking of winners, we got to give away some Avs tickets and a Joe Sakic bobblehead. And that winner is Sean Byrne. Sean Byrne. You're going to be seeing the Avs playing the Panthers, and you're going to get a Sakic bobblehead. Moj, did you figure out what the pattern of the keywords was?
Yeah, just all the places we've had Olympic hockey. Salt Lake City, Nagano, and Turin.
Specifically, Olympics where Joe Sakic has competed.
There you go.
There we go. Cool. That'll do it for another edition of Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Matt Smith. Moj, let us know about tomorrow, all right?
Yeah, I'll get on it when we get down to the rink.
All right, Vic. Have a good day, buddy.
I'm looking forward to your country song tonight.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait to hear it tomorrow. Boys are up next.
Happy Avs Ticket Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can tune in for the Avs tonight live from Nashville. Coverage starting on 92.5 at 7 p.m. with the pregame show powered by Ramos Law as we welcome you into the morning sprint. I'm your host, Alex Ryan. I mean, you guys know me better as Raj. No coach today. He's off. So we welcome in the Silver Fox himself. It is, to steal something from Kaz, my main man, Mark Berto, what's up, brother?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Dude, it is good to see you. We're giving away a little Joe Sakic bobblehead today.
Yeah, it looks good. That looks like Joe, don't it? Like, that looks like sometimes you get those bobbleheads and you're like, I don't know who that is. But that kind of looks like Joe, like playing day Joe.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
much
wearing
better
a
than
Sakic
normally.
jersey.
Is that the only difference you can tell? I think it looks good, man. Yeah, a little bottle. Is it? Wait. When are we giving away? When are they giving those out? This weekend? The Nashville game this weekend?
They're giving away the next home game. I think it's the bobblehead for the Florida game.
Okay, so
on
Friday
Thursday.
night? Is it Thursday?
I think it's Thursday? Something like that.
Don't we have a
When's the
Nugget game on
11th,
Thursday?
Chris? Is the 11th on Friday? That's 3 days from now. It's Friday.
Yeah, because today's the 9th.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
I don't know. Thursday, I can't do remedial math this early in the morning.
Yeah, because the Avs will be back hosting Florida. And the Nuggets on Thursday are they? They're in Sacramento. Is that right? Right. The Nuggets are in Sacramento to take on the Kings on Thursday night, and the Avs are here at home hosting Florida.
The Avs play Thursday at home, Florida. There we go. We got it dialed in. 7:30 on ESPN. You can listen to it right here on 92.5. So we're giving away Avs tickets as we always do on Tuesdays. Your keywords are coming up on the 20s, 10:20 and 11:20 here on the morning sprint. If you didn't win with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, make sure you guys listen every single hour for those keywords. We'll give away tickets and this Joe Sakic bobblehead for the 30th anniversary at the end of the show. Make sure you guys don't miss it whatsoever. But we got to start with the chaos that happened last night in the NFL. Everyone here in the Mile High City, Berto, you should have been big Eagles fans. You wanted to make sure that next weekend could have been a weekend where you could have taken the AFC West crown with a win and with the Chargers loss. That's not going to happen this coming weekend going into Week 15 because, well, Jalen Hurts turned the ball over 5 times, including twice on one play.
Man, he threw 4 picks, bro. He threw 4 picks. The city of Philadelphia is coming after a dude who just won them a Super Bowl. How crazy is that? Like, that city is angry at Jalen. Like, I'd be angry at AJ and everybody. I mean, although AJ had 100 yards receiving last night. But, I mean, it is crazy how that city is now just like, Jalen, man, I hate that guy. Hate that guy. What'd you think about Justin Herbert and playing through that injury and somehow finding a way to win that game in overtime? Because a loss, and yes, and the Chargers would be in a bad spot. But now that they won that thing, it might actually come down to the last game of the season.
Certainly could.
Between the Broncos and the Chargers to see who wins that whole thing. But, I mean, the Broncos would have to trip over their own feet, right? Well, they'd have to catch an L, at least one L in the next 2 games. So either Green Bay gets them. Who's after Green Bay? Jacksonville, right?
Green Bay, Jacksonville, Kansas City on the 25th.
Okay, right, yeah, the Christmas Day game. That one's going to be tough. Even though, man, do you feel good that the Kansas City Chiefs look like a disaster right now?
Heck
Does it make you feel good?
Brother, I started off Monday's show with an 1812 overture as though it was V from Vendetta and London is blowing up before our eyes.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. You got one of the best quarterbacks in the history of this sport, and you can't win with him? You can't win with him? He's only 30, man. What the hell is going on in Kansas City?
The way that I termed it Monday morning, Berto, Sunday night was a generational hate watch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And I wasn't quite there with the Chargers. For some reason, the Chargers feel like a little endearing to me because they can never get it done, although they're the remaining team in the division that you haven't solved.
So what's your most hated team in the NFL right now?
The Chiefs.
Is it the Chiefs? And it's not close. There's no other team. Like, I hate the Chiefs too, but man, there's some generational terribleness with some of these franchises that I'm just like, I don't even know why we need the Cleveland Browns in this league, man. Get rid of those dudes.
You can't hate the Browns. They're so bad you can't hate them. And now that they have Shedeur Sanders and Kevin Stefanski has begrudgingly given the starting quarterback job to Shedeur Sanders, now there's a Colorado rooting interest in the Browns.
Yeah, but I kind of want Shedeur out of there because I don't know what Cleveland's going to do. I mean, they still got Deshaun on that roster. I don't know. You know what? Let me. This has nothing to do with nothing, but let's see who Cleveland is playing. So they got the Bears, the Bills, the Steelers, and the Bengals in the last 4 games.
Who's this? Cleveland?
That's Cleveland's next 4 games.
Tough go.
Yeah, that's especially Sunday at Chicago, and the way the Bears are playing right now.
Bears nearly clipped Green Bay, and Green Bay is now a 1.5-point favorite going into Sunday's game against the Broncos.
Are they
on
really?
the road?
Are you kidding me,
They opened
man?
as 1.5-point favorites on the road.
Oh, I did not even see that spread. That's ridiculous, right? That's stupid. I mean, I don't understand what that spread is all about. The Denver Broncos have won 10 straight games. They are tied for the best record in the NFL, and nobody thinks they're the best team in the league. Right? Am I right or am I wrong about this? Name me somebody who thinks the Denver Broncos at 11-2 are the best team in the NFL outside of this city.
I think it's more of a commentary on where the league is right now.
Oh, you think so?
I think it's very difficult to find who the best team in the league is now. There isn't a clear-cut, we all thought it was the Rams, and then the Rams lost to Carolina, although they got back on track and just ho-hum hung 45 on Arizona last weekend. Matt Stafford, again, looked like the MVP, or at least the
Stafford and Drake May, right?
Those are your 2 guys who are probably going to find a way to win it.
Yeah.
So it's either the Rams in the NFC. Some people think that the Packers, because of how good that defense is. And I think if your question is why is it a 1.5 spread in favor of the road team, I think it's more of a commentary on Green Bay has a not as good as Denver, but it's comparable, the defense, to what Denver has right now. And their offense is markedly better.
Is that so? That's a comment on the quarterback position. You think that where they're just like Jordan
Probably.
Love is going to find a way to win this one, or
maybe more so on the running back situation?
Oh, okay.
Like when Josh Jacobs look really good in orange and blue, right now, instead of having to sign Sincere McCormick to the practice squad.
Yeah, I get it, man. Yeah, I feel like. I mean, what did you think about RJ? What did you think about RJ in this last game?
I've spent the last 2 weeks defending RJ Harvey's draft pick because people were going, did you really need to step up and take him because he was overdrafted? You could have gotten him in the 3rd or the 4th.
Yeah, probably.
In the last 2 weeks, I've been going, name me a skill position player that has more touchdowns than RJ Harvey in his draft class. And you can't name a player.
There isn't one.
The only dude in the draft class that has more touchdowns than him is Jackson Dart. And he's a quarterback.
Really? That is interesting.
That's it.
That is fascinating. Because I would have thought like Tyler Warren or somebody like that would be raking in the, but no.
Quinshon Judkins is the next.
Interesting.
He's got 7 rushing touchdowns and 1 receiving touchdown.
I would not have guessed that. So you're happy with RJ, and you're happy with him being the main back. Like this weekend, he got 17 carries?
17 carries, 75 yards, scored on the ground. He also
would you be okay if you take the 4 or 5 carries you gave to Jaleel and just gave them all to RJ? Just like, hey, guess what, RJ? You are now our number 1 back. You're going to get 20 to 25 carries or touches a game. We're either going to hand you the ball or we're going to find you out in space.
Can I choose another player to give the 5 McLaughlin carries to?
Yeah, who?
Marvin Mims.
Ooh. Okay, I hear what you're saying. I feel you.
Put him behind Adam Prentice.
Yeah.
Add in Frank Crum just like you did. And maybe Prentice gets the little handoff. Coach was going nuts about it yesterday. Those little 18 yards to the fullback.
Yeah. So who was I talking to on Sunday? Oh, Tyler Polumbus. Polumbus was loving that stuff. Was loving Prentice getting loose. So, yeah, all right, I'm down for it. Because that Mims punt return was probably the sexiest play of that game.
It was the play that ended the game.
Because you were like, wait, how did he get out of it? Where's he going? And you know what I mean? It was just one of those where he was just so elusive and such a, he just phased through defenders and got to the end zone. So I'm down for it. Yeah. I've asked this question before. I asked Coach before. I don't know if I've asked you before. Who is the best skill position player on offense for the Denver Broncos right now?
Cortland Sutton.
You think it's Cortland, really?
Yeah, he's a security blanket, dude. Okay. He was every piece, the bit of Cortland that you needed in that game.
Yeah, and it's such a good piece to have, but I'm not sure it's the cornerstone of what you want to build your offense around is Cortland Sutton. You know what I mean? And what he could do.
Considering he's getting a little bit longer in the tooth, I guess I understand that.
Yeah, and I mean build around a possession receiver or something like that. I mean, well, listen, it is insane to me. I had no idea what this spread was going to look like. It is insane to me that the Packers are favored here in Denver against a Broncos team that has not lost at home this season. Is it just the nature of because this is who the Broncos are. The Broncos are not going to beat you 55-2, even though I would love to see that. They're going to play close games. Do you think is the close games the reason why nationally people don't believe in the Denver? Like if you asked, if we took a poll of the national media of how good we think the Denver Broncos are, I'm not sure. I don't know sure how many of those people would put the Broncos in the top 3 teams in the NFL right now, if not the top 5. You know what I mean? Because they just don't have faith yet. You got to do it in the playoffs before people start to believe.
Of course. It's the reason why Kansas City last year, on the strength of winning all of those one-score games, all of those come from behind, Patrick Mahomes has the ball in his hands last, therefore the Chiefs win. It's the reason why everyone looked at Kansas City on their way. Again, they were 15-2, so like, who am I to say you had a bad year? They didn't. But they won a bunch of close games, much like Denver at 11-2. They're all winning close games. One-score games, nail-biters against teams that you should be blowing out. Kansas City kind of did the same thing last year, but they have the benefit of, well, we've dominated the league for the better part of a decade. That's the reason why you look at Denver, or if from a national perspective, or if you were looking at Denver with an eyebrow raised, it's because they haven't done it in the postseason yet.
With 4 weeks left to go in the regular season, if you had to put $10,000 of your own money down on one team to win this whole thing,
brother?
Who would you go with right now? Just a straight up, who wins the Super? If you had to put $10,000 of your own money on it right now,
do I get odds, or is it just like 1-1 on my money back on everybody?
No, I'll give you some odds, but the Broncos are what? Let's put 10-1 to win the Super Bowl.
$10,000 of my own money to win $100K for the Broncos.
Yeah.
Versus $10,000 of my own money.
You don't get that. I'm not giving you any love for the Rams, man. You get
the Rams are plus 390. What are you talking about?
You get if you pick the Rams, you get 5-1 odds. We'll go half what the Broncos get.
So you're giving me more than what they have? They're plus 390. You're giving me plus 500. So you're giving me more money than the Vegas books.
Yeah.
Then I'll take LA.
You're going to take the Rams.
I think the path through the NFC is easier than the path through the AFC.
Ooh, yeah. I don't know, man. The AFC is a dog, though. Because you're gonna have a bunch of teams. You're gonna have a bunch of really good teams traveling. You know what I mean? Like the Bills are gonna have to travel somewhere in the first round, right? Unless they just go nuts here in the fight.
Yes.
The Bills are gonna have to go somewhere in the first round, right? The who else? Who am I with? Miss Jacksonville.
The Texans will likely have to go on the road as one of the best 2 defenses in the world. The Chargers will likely have to go.
Do you think the Colts are done?
Well, hold on. You know what? Let's actually put a pin in that. We will come back to the Colts conversation on the other side. Because my favorite thing in the NFL is starting to percolate over the last day. Phillip Rivers, at 44 years old, who has not played in the league in 5 years, has 17 kids, and probably plays catch with his grandson. And yes, he is a grandfather. Is being worked out by the Colts this morning?
Yeah, nah, man.
Give me more, baby.
Yeah.
That's Mark Bertinoli. I'm Alex Ryan. It's the morning sprint. We are giving away Avs tickets. Your first keyword is coming up on the other side. Don't miss it. We'll be back in a few. The morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Mark Bertinola. You guys know him better as Berto, your network host for the Avs, the Nuggets, and the Colorado Rapids. Coach Sanford out today. He'll be back tomorrow. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and it's 10:20, which means it's time for your first keyword. That keyword is Lethbridge.
Wait, what?
Lethbridge.
Lethbridge?
Lethbridge. Lethbridge. We're giving away tickets to see the Avs host the Panthers on Thursday, and a special bonus, the Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead, which if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube, I'm holding up right now. Berto seems to think it looks a lot like Joe Sakic.
It looks like a lot like Joe Sakic,
It's a bobblehead that is wearing a Joe Sakic jersey. You guys can be the deciders of whether or not that's actually Joe.
How many bobbleheads of himself do you think Joe Sakic has?
0. That's not a Joe thing to hang
He's like,
on to
I want some more of them bobbleheads, brother.
Dude, the guy's he's got Conn Smythes and he's got Hart trophies.
Yeah, but there's a difference between that and a bobblehead, man.
Because it looks like me and the Hart trophy is just like a flaming ball of... What is the Hart trophy?
You know what?
It's a ball of flames?
When players used to retire from the Avalanche, they used to spend a lot of money to get this famous painter to paint a picture of them like on the ice and then give it to the player. But it always felt weird to me that, like, if you're Peter Forsberg or Joe Sakic or Rob or somebody like that, you have a huge...
Where does it go?
Massive picture of yourself, and you're like, where am I going to put this in the house, man? Like, you know what I mean? Because do you have a massive picture of yourself in your house?
I do not.
See? That's weird to me. Like, if you're Joe Sakic, you roll into the house, and there's a 10-foot picture of you.
Isn't that a real rich person thing to do, though? Every time that I watch a movie or a show about very opulent peoples,
they got the pictures of themselves.
They have a big painting
over
their massive fireplace of either a solo dude hanging with the coat of arms or the family.
I want to know on the text line, are you people out there putting pictures of you, just huge pictures of your face in your own house? Like, are you looking at yourself that much is I guess what I'm at. Like,
is there a player in Colorado sports right now that strikes you as self-portrait guy?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Is it St. John of Narcissus?
Chris Bryant. No, I don't know. I don't know.
Chris Bryant's got some good eyes that you can paint, though. Like, that's a good-looking photo.
That's a pretty guy. I don't know. That's a good. I don't know. Is there somebody here? Because it takes us. You got to have some swagger, but you also have a little bit of arrogance. I don't know. Oh no, is there a Bronco player, or a Nugget or Avs player?
I don't think there's a Broncos player. I think it might be Sean Payton.
Oh. Good call, brother. That's exactly what it is. I got $10,000 that says Sean Payton has a huge picture of Sean Payton in his house.
Just the Napoleonic hand on his belly.
Yes.
He's stepping off of a white steed.
That's exactly, yes. Yes, that's exactly it. That's exactly who's got it. It's Sean Payton, brother.
Saint Sean of Normandy.
Oh, man.
Again, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday.
Does Phillip Rivers have one of himself?
No, he's got 17 kids.
Yeah, so it's just a bunch of kids. Yeah.
Before we get into the Phillip Rivers stuff, again, your keyword this hour is Lethbridge. Lethbridge. Lethbridge to 303-504-0925. We're not making it easy on you with your first and last name to be entered. Limited packages remain for the Panthers game with that Sakic bobblehead. And to purchase those, you can go to coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic. To win tickets and the bobblehead, just text the word Lethbridge with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We will announce our winner coming up at 11:55. One more time, Lethbridge. What you know about Lethbridge, homie?
City in Alberta?
I don't get it. Are they the Lethbridge Hurricanes? Is there a Canadian hockey team? I think there's a CHL team in Lethbridge.
Called I think it's just a small little city, right? I don't know what. I have no idea where we're going with this keyword, but yeah.
I couldn't tell you. Before we went to the break, we mentioned that there's an opportunity for a grandfather to not only throw a pass in the league this year, but to take over the helm of a team that is currently the 8th seed in the AFC, and that is the Indianapolis Colts. Now with Daniel Jones going down with an Achilles injury, Anthony Richardson slingshotting himself in the face and breaking his orbital bone, those two dudes can't play. Riley Leonard is hobbled and questionable.
And they don't trust Brett Rippon?
No.
Who's like their fourth string quarterback?
I guess
or
not.
something?
So the answer is a 44-year-old Phillip Rivers who hasn't played since 2020 and just welcomed his first grandchild. I would have thought it would have been the first grandfather to throw a pass in the league. Oh, nay.
No. Yeah, you looked it up.
41-year-old Brett Favre, who went 5-8 with the Minnesota Vikings back in 2010, was a grandfather in the 2010 season. He's the only grandpa to play in the league.
I don't think you should hate people, but I hate Phillip Rivers. Like, I don't like his face. I don't like the way he played football. I don't like the way he talked trash. I don't like his family. I don't like anything about Phillip Rivers. But I really, really want him to sign with the Colts because they play the 10-win Seahawks this weekend, and Seattle will kill that
Seattle's going to kill him.
They're going to kill that guy. But I would love to see it. Yeah, go ahead. Well, I mean, how much do you think Phillip Rivers still has? You're telling me you think Phillip Rivers gives you a better chance to win against Seattle this weekend than Brett Rippon?
I don't know. He's a Hall of Famer.
Or somebody else who's currently on a practice squad that you can go out and grab right now. I mean, 44-year-old Phillip Rivers, you think he can? I don't know, man. This seems like a bad idea, right? What are the Colts thinking here?
I believe they're thinking, we look at Brett Rippon, we look at Riley Leonard, who, again, is hobbled, and there's no chance to make the playoffs. Rivers has at least shown, and again, it's nearly half a decade since he's played, he's at least shown that he can keep teams afloat, but 44 is old, brother.
Yeah. I mean, obviously you can't make a trade because the trade deadline is passed. So you can't just go out and grab somebody off but you could. Well, no, you can't do that anything. You can pick up a release player, but who's going to release a quarterback at this point in the season? So you're just looking at retired quarterbacks that just retired recently. And I don't. So who outside of Phillip Rivers? I mean, could you call Tom Brady? Could you call Tom? Well, no, he's part owner of the Raiders. You can't call Tom. But I would rather call Tom than Phillip. Man, there's got to be somebody else out there. Chase Daniels.
No chance.
How old is Drew Brees? Is Drew Brees 44?
Drew Brees can't play any. He hasn't played in half a decade.
But he's younger than Phillip Rivers, right? Or is he? I don't know. Let's see.
Could you knock on Derek Carr's door?
Oh,
Derek Carr's
you could.
probably
Yes,
like the most in shape dude, but
you're right.
He
Yes,
is coming off of big time injuries. Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Fitzpatrick, but he's doing. I'm sure he's pretty happy doing what he's doing right now. I don't know, man. There is. I don't even know. Did we have any quarterbacks retire last year? You know what I mean? So recently retired, like backup QBs that you can go grab. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Matt Ryan looks like he's in shape. And that's the reason why you bring up Brady. You're like, could Brady do it? Brady looks like he's in shape. What's better for Broncos fans? Is it better for Brett Rippon to step in there or Riley Leonard on a bum knee to step in there or a 44-year-old Phillip Rivers to try and get a win and hold off Kansas City?
I don't know. I find it hard to believe that the Colts are going to bounce back from this 3-game losing streak with a quarterback they're going to grab off the streets who's 44 years old, and you're taking on a team that has 10 wins. Like, I don't know if I respect Seattle, but I mean, they're 10-3, man.
It's on the road. You respect Seattle on the road.
Okay.
It's the same. It's not the same as the Legion of Doom, or Boom, rather. It is a very difficult place to play. Their 4 games remaining are brutal. They're at Seattle, home against San Francisco, home against Jacksonville, who they just got boat raced by this last weekend. They nearly lost by 20 to Jacksonville. And then on the road, week 18 against Houston, who will likely be playing for their playoff lives at that time with the number 1 defense in the world. And you saw what they did to Kansas City. Maybe I should have listened to Coach. I spent the better part of a month talking about how Denver fans need to be Colts fans when it comes to the Colts and the Chiefs game, right? Because you want to have the number 1 seed firmly in your grasp, not have to worry about anything else. And someone will go do your dirty work for you down the road. Now, both of those things have happened, right? The Chiefs have lost back-to-back games. People have done your dirty work for you. But as of right now, who's more dead in the water? An 8-5 Indy team or a 6-7 Chiefs team?
Man, I think they're both dead, but that's not how the math works out, right? One of them's going to stay alive just because the other one falls. One's going to rise, one's going to fall. You would lean Kansas. Man, I don't know, man. I don't know what the Chiefs are doing this season. They should not be as bad as they look. And I mean, it's not like statistically either the offense or defense in Kansas City is terrible. They're just not winning, man.
They can't run the football. They're not good in crunch time anymore like they've been so good for the past decade.
Mm-hmm. How many
Running the football is
one-score
the big thing.
wins did they have last year? Was
12?
it 7? Was it?
I thought it was 12.
Was it something stupid like that?
I thought it was nuts like that.
Yeah, I mean, people
Or at
were
least-
calling
or
it the
maybe 12
most
was this year
fraudulent
and-
15 wins in NFL history. But how about this? The Broncos are sitting at 11 wins. They have 4 games to go. Can I start talking about the Denver Broncos putting out the best regular season record in the history of the franchise? The most wins the Broncos have ever had in a season. It's 14. That was back in 98, that first Super Bowl year. I think it was. They've won 13 games a couple of times. They've won 14 games once. Can this Sean Payton, Bo Nix team have the best regular season record in Broncos history?
What's amazing is that just 2 more wins gets you to the most wins Peyton Manning ever had in a season.
That's wild, brother. That's wild.
This is not a slap to Bo, and Bo Nix is your quarterback. Like, you don't have C.J. Anderson in the backfield.
Right.
You don't have him.
Right.
You don't have Ronnie Hillman.
No.
You don't have Demaryius Thomas.
No.
You do not have Owen Daniels or Julius Thomas as a tight end. You don't have any of the, like, the defense is just as good. Maybe a tick lower because that 2015 defense has the argument as maybe the best of all time. But you've got an elite pass rush that is bordering on the greatest team pass rush of all time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not DeMarcus Ware and Von Miller, but it is a collection of very, very good pass rushers. The defense hits just like Talanoa Hufanga is this version of TJ Ward. The dude hits like a freight train.
Mm-hmm.
Your 2 corners on the outside, while I think if you were to go, would you take Pat Surtain and Riley Moss or keep Talib and Chris Harris Jr.?
No, I love the no-fly. But Patrick Surtain is one of the best defensive players you've ever had on that. Like, Patrick Surtain is going to be in the argument with Von Miller for the greatest defensive player in the history of the franchise, right?
Is Pat Surtain good enough to offset the difference, the gap between Riley Moss and Chris Harris Jr.?
Man, I don't know. That is a tough question,
because
brother.
Talib is a borderline Hall of Fame
like,
corner,
what would
isn't
this
he?
defense look like if you took the no-fly, if you brought the no-fly from the past and put it on this team? Would it be better? Would it be a better defense or the same? Because right now it's a great defense. It's a great, great defense. But would it be better if you grabbed the no-fly and brought it over?
They're very comparable defensive units. They're built the same way, man.
Like, there's no player on the no-fly who's as good individually as Patrick Surtain. But as a unit.
Oh, in terms of the secondary?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, but as a unit, the no-fly is better than anything they've got this season.
Yeah, because I take Chris Harris over Riley Moss, and I don't blink twice about it.
But see, I don't have a lot of issues with Riley Moss. I know he's averages one of those massive PIs every game, like it feels like. But I don't have any hate in my heart for Riley Moss.
The advanced analytics that coaches gone into time in and time out have shown you that, like, Moss, outside of like the catastrophic pass interference call at the worst time, is one of the best coverage corners in the game.
Yeah, he's great, man.
So I can understand that you really like the player.
There's some more nasty in the no-fly.
Dude,
you know what I mean? The no-fly has some nasty in it.
Yeah, no one's snatching chains right now.
Yeah.
Maybe Hufanga, maybe Greenlaw, no one's snatching chains.
That's right. I don't know, man. How about this question? So, in years past, it's been a while, but I used to think that the Denver Nuggets late in a regular season would try to manipulate the standings to get whatever matchup they were like. They would literally try to manipulate.
Yeah.
If you're the Denver Broncos, you got the number 1 seed. So, you got that first round bye. Right now, you're good. You got the first round bye. You would play the winner of the Bills-Steelers game, the 4-5, right? Well, unless somehow, like, Houston upset New England, right? Then you'd get the lowest possible seed coming here to Denver. But is there a scenario in which the Broncos, I don't want to go that far. Is there, if you get to that last game and you've locked in the number 1 overall seed, and if you lose, the Chargers get a better position. If you win, Kansas City sneaks in.
Play fewer games.
And you have a decision to make right there. You're like, are we going to play our starters and try to win this thing?
Play fewer games.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
Okay.
A first round bye and guaranteeing that everyone has to come through Mile High to get to either an AFC championship or to get to a Super Bowl. You go for the 1 seed. The 1 seed is everything right now. Nobody wants to come to Denver.
No.
New England historically never wants to come to Denver. You've proven that you can beat this version of the Chiefs.
But how many of those teams would be favoring in that matchup? Like if the Bills made it through and came to Denver and a second-round matchup was the number 1 seeded Broncos and the number 5 seeded Bills, how many people would think? How many people would believe that the Broncos are going to win that game?
I think Denver would be like a 1.5 favorite in that game.
You think so?
It might be a pick'em. The defense is so good. Like Buffalo had to skate off by the skin of their teeth against Cincinnati. That defense in Buffalo is terrible. Absolutely terrible. And they finally showed up with 2 big-time turnovers at the end of the game in a snow game in Buffalo against Cincinnati. But they still gave up a whole bunch of points to Joe Burrow. Now, Josh Allen scares me. Like when he scampers for a 40-yard touchdown, and then when it's 3rd and 15 with under 2 minutes to go and nobody has, I think there were like 1 timeout remaining on each team, he scampers for 17 yards and the game is over. That scares me a little bit. You were asking my question about Justin Herbert from last night. You know what scares me about Justin Herbert?
Madison Beers.
Doesn't scare me. Good for him. His legs last night were useful. And we have seen Broncos defenses in the past not fare well against mobile quarterbacks. Whether it's them sitting back and playing zone against Lamar Jackson and just getting shredded by his arm, or going after them with a pass rush and not being able to contain. Allen scares me a little bit, but that defense is so bad in Buffalo, and Denver's defense is so good this year. I would be comfortable hosting Buffalo in a playoff game. Yes.
Let me answer this question. Who's the best team remaining on the Broncos' schedule? Who's the best team the Broncos have played this season? But more importantly, who's the best team of the remaining 4 teams they have to play?
All right, I'll answer the first question first. The best team remaining is Green Bay.
You think so? Well, yeah. I mean, they are the number 2 seed over there.
Green Bay.
In the NFC.
That's the best team. They look like they got right. Jordan Love's playing well. Josh Jacobs scares me a little bit on the ground. Yeah, that's a scary team for sure.
Who's the best team they've played all season?
At the time of playing them or right now?
Right now.
Houston?
I don't know, man.
Houston?
I mean, there's not too many. It could be Houston, Philly. It might actually be this week's opponent. The best team you play all season long might be this one. The Green Bay Packers coming in this weekend.
Yeah, in current form, it's probably the Texans because of how dominant that D is. Again, what they did against Kansas City was insane. Like, they made Patrick Mahomes look like he was worthless.
Yeah, I can't believe after losing their first 3 games, they're now 8-5. Because I thought their season was going to go completely sideways. You know what I mean? But they figured it out, and now they've won, 5 in a row or something like that?
They also have, they have a fatal flaw. They can't run the ball. Woody Marks, who are you? Dare Ogunbowale, if Woody Marks goes down, who are
there are people right now in this league who will tell you that the Houston Texans defense is better than what we got here. I disagree, but man, that Texans defense is like one of the things that I wish the Broncos had that the Texans do is they're just mean, man. That Texans defense wants to hurt you. They want to hurt you, and they want to see you bleed. And I'm a big fan of that defensively.
Who's that dude with the Guardian cap that absolutely lit up? Was it Rashee Rice or Xavier Worthy on the crossing route?
Yeah.
Dude's wearing a Guardian cap. A missile shot into that dude's shoulder and steps over. Like, you have to hit someone so hard to look badass in a Guardian cap. I loved that play.
Yeah, so that's the one thing I wish the Broncos defense had a little bit of. Is a little bit of nasty. But they do have a little bit of nasty, but the Texans defense has all the nasty. The nasty.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your first keyword is, wait for this, Lethbridge.
Lethbridge.
Lethbridge. Lethbridge. With your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Enter to win tickets to see the Avs take on the back-to-back defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. And you can win a Joe Sakic bobblehead. Birdo thinks it looks like Joe.
Looks just like Joe.
I think it looks like a hockey player smiling. Well, he's doing the Joe Sakic celebration, so I guess I can do that. Although the stick should be up in the air if it's actually Vaselli.
Yeah.
Can I change that? Can I move the stick? Am I going to break this thing?
I don't know, man. Does it have a kung fu grip? Oh, you did just break it, bro. You just snapped it right.
I didn't break it. The stick's on the ground.
You broken. It was perfectly fine. Then you picked it up, and now it's not fine.
Lethbridge. Be back in a few. 2K Tuesday rolling along here on the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside not the coach today, but it's Mark Bertinoli. Berto, how you doing, brother?
What's going on, man? What's up?
Good to have you back in the morning sprint. Now you're in a different chair than you were sitting in for many weeks when you were filling in for me.
Yeah, weird. Feels weird.
Avs will be back on the ice tonight on the road, 7:30. It's likely going to be closer to an 8 p.m. puck drop because it's a TNT game.
Tied for the latest local puck drop in Avalanche history.
Was it going to be 7:52?
Yeah. And they're in Nashville, which means it's basically a 9 o'clock puck drop in Nashville. Like we get it easy because we're in Mountain and they're in Central, this tonight. But they're in Nashville. That game gets going at about 9 o'clock at night.
Woo.
But oddly enough, and I don't know why shout out to the Avs PR staff, but they did that record. Like, what's the Avs record when they drop the puck later than 8:45 at night local? And the Avs have a great record in these late games. It's like 10-5 in these games that start at like 8:40 at night. But yeah, late one this evening for the Avs.
That'll be a late game on 92.5. Spring and I will be on YouTube and Twitch sometime around 11 p.m.-ish, hoping that game gets done on time. Avs continue to roll. They had 2 victories over the weekend, both on matinee matchups against the Rangers and the Flyers. They felt like those were gritty wins, which are things that the Avs haven't felt like they've needed as they've steamrolled most of their competition this year. A gritty win feels good. Nashville is a bad team, but they did send home Trent Miner. They went on the start of this 4-game road trip by bringing 3 goaltenders, considering Scott Wedgwood left his last start with lower back tightness. Trent Miner has now been reassigned to the Eagles, so that tells me we're going to see Scott Wedgwood tonight on the road against Nashville.
All right, yeah, I'm here for it, man. Nashville, you know what's crazy? Is if you took the amount of points that the Avs have right now, if you took the points that the Avs have right now, if you took half of them away, they'd have the same record as the Nashville Predators.
They're very good.
They take, right now, the Avs are trending to be both the best offense and defensive team in the NHL. It's only happened 3 times in the history of the league. The 1970s Montreal Canadiens did it a couple times.
When they won 6 straight cups.
When they were just dominating the NHL, and Vancouver did it back in 2010. Those are the only teams that had both the best offensive and defensive sides of the ice going at the exact same time.
So one of those teams won a cup. The other one lost in 7 games to Boston.
Yeah. And then burned that city down, right? Isn't that the time that they lost in 7 and then Vancouver's like, let's set the city on fire?
Can you name the Conn Smythe winner for Boston that year? He's one of the more eclectic NHL players of all time.
No, I can't. Who is it? Who?
Tim Thomas.
Oh, yeah, I would never have guessed that one. But yeah, that dude's weird.
Outdueled Roberto Luongo in that 7-game series. And then Vancouver literally burnt the city into the ground.
Did Bobby Lou ever win a cup?
Bobby Lou never won a cup.
Wow, man.
He does have a Stanley Cup as an executive now with the Panthers.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I didn't even think about that.
Roberto Luongo is one of the good dudes in NHL history. I was happy he got something.
That's tough, though. You play 20 years, you get nothing, and then you get into the front office and you win a cup. I wonder how that feels.
Most of the time in the NHL, I've said this with Coach, most of the time in that league, the greats get their cup. There's not many of them that you look back in the history of the all-time best at their positions don't have a ring. Luongo's one of them. Joe Thornton is one of them. But most of the time, they end up getting it. And I was having that conversation regarding Connor McDavid because I think eventually he's going to win one. He's too good not to.
He's not going to win one. I mean, they're not in a playoff spot right now, bro.
I don't think it's going to happen this year.
Not in a play. He took a massive dip. He did every other player in the NHL dirty, and he did his hometown. I mean, the Edmonton Oilers need to build a statue of him no matter what happens because he took a massive pay cut to sign there with you guys to try to win another cup. And you guys are just, they're booting it. They're booting it, man. I don't know what's going on. Do you think that Edmonton's going to get it together later or do you think they're going to make a massive trade and change things up?
They have to get a goaltender, right? So if they make a big trade for a goalie, now they're up against the cap, so they'd have to move money out to make that happen.
I will give you Wedgwood for Connor McDavid straight up, brother.
Oh, yeah. Be my guest. Do you want to do that trade now?
12. They're paying him 12.
Scott Wedgwood, I'll take Connor McDavid.
They're paying Connor McDavid $12.5 million, man. That is chump change for one of the greatest players in this league. Man, that's crazy to me.
I think he'll eventually get his. The Avs have an all-time great on their team that doesn't have a cup.
Oh, you talk about, Burns?
Talking about Brent Burns.
Brent Burns?
That's an all-time great. That's a top Brent Burns like a top 20 defenseman of all time.
Yeah, but I mean, he's getting it this year.
That's what I think.
He's getting it this year.
I wish the dude was 32 years old.
Here's what's crazy is that
so well.
you'd think he'd win a cup and then walk off into the sunset. I bet you he plays. I mean, that dude's still got a couple of years left in him, man. That dude, he's got 4 goals right now.
Well, he's on pace for his most points in a season in 4 years, and he's playing nearly 4 minutes less per game than he did in that season.
Yeah, the Avs are putting up stupid numbers.
You know what I love about him? That dude hasn't seen a shot attempt that he doesn't love.
Okay, yeah.
And if the Avs power play, it's so crazy. If the Avs power play continues to struggle, I would never advocate for this. They don't shoot enough pucks in the power play, right? I don't really want to be shoot it guy, but do you throw Brent Burns out there just to get pucks to the net at one point? I know he's playing power play too sometimes. Throw him out there with the ones, just because.
Man, but at that point, the opposing team's like, man, now they're just messing with us. Now they're just, now, you know what I mean? That starts a fight, right? Then at that point, you got to drop the gloves because they're like, the Avs are just toying with us.
They're putting Cale Makar on the bench.
This is crazy. So if there's one side of the ice that would let the Avs down, what side do you think it would be? Do you think the offense might go quiet in a 7-game playoff series, or do you think there's a team out there in the NHL that could score with the Avs and beat? Because at this point, there is no team that can play as well as the Avs on either side of the ice. It's just not. But maybe
Dallas is pretty
injuries
close,
or it's stupid how Dallas. What are they still 3 points back? Are they 5? What?
Dallas is currently 3 points back. Colorado does have a game in hand. Both teams are on historic bases.
Yeah. Dallas is having the best season in the history of that team, and they can't catch it. They can't catch the team right ahead of them in the division.
The Avs have 2 regulation losses, and there's no separation between them and the big scary monster under the bed.
It's great. What the hell is going to happen with the Olympic break, man? Are they going to actually sit? So the IIF, HF, or whatever came out, was like, okay, listen, man, yes, the rink's going to be jacked, but it'll be fine. But the NHL just came out and was like, nah, if that rink is jacked, we're not sending our players.
Bill Daly
What are they going to do if they don't send the NHL players?
Bill Daly said if the players aren't comfortable playing on that ice, we will not go to the tournament. If that happens, you know what I would see? It'd be too late to get other European players and the federations together to get full teams into Italy immediately. I would see them somehow, the IIHF, if the NHL goes, we're not sending our guys, you would then host the men's hockey portion in North America.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Right, okay, I get what you're
saying. Or you would host it in the next closest European city that has multiple international or NHL-sized rinks.
Because if you put together a janky rink, which they certainly have done, and then you get NHL superstars suffering season-ending injuries on your ghetto rink, then we got it. Then the NHL players will never play in the Olympics again, man. And that's something I want to see. So they got to get this right, man. You can't, because they were supposed to have the whole thing built. They were supposed to have like preliminary games, like European teams play on that ice. And now, nope, they're just going to throw NHL players out there at the start of the Olympics.
There is a 72-hour window between finishing the rink and the first women's Olympic game that is scheduled.
Nah, man, that's
crazy. They
have
72 hours in terms of their window of...
it's not going to be done.
What's the term? Window of failure?
Window of opportunity?
Window of opportunity.
Yeah, man, that's... And I want to see it because I love Olympic
margin
hockey
of error.
Like that, the rink is now too short. Like they're not gonna be playing on a regulation rink, man. It's gonna be like playing in somebody's backyard where they're just like, yeah, man.
Dude, it's the only sport that you would run into this with in the Olympics. You're not gonna run into it in terms of basketball because you don't have to worry about laying refrigeration for a basketball
you got to throw down some hardwood and put up some baskets.
That's
it.
You
go.
That's all you do. I guess you can make the argument for sports that are played on a pitch, right? Because maybe the playing surface is crappy and guys could like tear ACLs and Achilles. But that's pretty easy. Every one of those European countries has pitches.
Yeah, this is rough, man. This is rough. I don't want people getting hurt. Or if even worse, you get out there and it's just not skatable. And then so you're right in the middle of the Olympics and you have to call that off because I don't know, man. I mean, are you excited to see Olympic hockey?
Oh, yeah.
You want to watch this?
We haven't seen it since 2014,
It's
dude.
been a long time, man.
2014 in Sochi was awesome.
Yeah. It feels like it helps build the game, right?
It certainly does.
Because you get all these NHL superstars. They're all going head to head. They're all representing their country, and we all get emotional about it. And it feels like it improves interest in the sport.
It's also the first time since like 2002 that Avs fans can watch an Olympic tournament knowing that their team is in the midst of a Stanley Cup run or Cup window, and some of their players are the best in the world. The last time that happened was 2002, when you had Patrick Waugh and you had Joe Sakic on Team Canada, you had Peter Forsberg with the Swedes. You can't really say that in 06 because you were on the back end of the dynasty or the golden years of the Avalanche. You can't say it in 2010 in Vancouver, and you certainly can't say it in 2014.
No.
This is the first year where Avs fans can actually look at their players internationally and have a rooting interest for a country that they're not a part of.
So how many Avs players is there? Is it 5 Avs
You
players?
you have the opportunity for 10, as many as 10.
Oh, man.
We
Basically,
went through
your
this.
Entire roster is going to go play in the Olympics.
So currently, the Avs have Mackenzie Blackwood, could make the team in Canada. Gabe Landeskog, Joel Kiviranta is a possibility for Finland. Arturi Lehkonen, Nathan MacKinnon, Cale Makar, Marty Necas, Brock Nelson is a possibility for for Team USA. Victor Olofsson is a possibility for Sweden. Devon Taves is already going to be the number 2 defenseman for Canada, and you have an opportunity for Scott Wedgwood as the 11th player. There is a possibility of 11 Avalanche players going to the Olympics.
That is wild. You know what? Mark Cuban used to go on these rants where when his players on the Mavs would play in the Olympics or play internationally, and he gets so upset about it. He's like, listen, man, I'm giving these guys generational wealth to play for me, not for anybody. You want to see guys play hockey? You don't care where they're playing the hockey at.
No, I'm not.
But
I'm not putting.
Do you
the
think
checks
there's some
out.
Avs fans out there who are like, I don't want my guys going over there to Italy and playing in this thing.
I understand that.
I want them
concern.
to take 2 weeks off and come back and win this cup, man.
Well, at least you got Val Nichushkin gets a couple weeks off. The Russians can't go.
Yeah, I know.
No, I understand that argument. I do. That's Mark Bertinoli, Alex Ryanemi. Hour 2 of the morning sprint coming back on the other side. Your next keyword is coming up at 11:20. Do not miss it.
Adventure seekers out there, are you looking for the ultimate Colorado ski and snowboarding experience? Then head to Loveland Ski Area, where the snow is good, the views are breathtaking, and the vibe is pure Colorado. With terrain for every level and fewer crowds, Loveland is your escape to winter adventure. In this holiday season, share that escape with someone you care about. A day on the mountain beats anything that you could potentially wrap under a tree. Just 53 miles from Denver, you'll be on the slopes before you know it. So plan your day or your season at skiloveland.com. Loveland Ski Area, more snow, less crowds, and more freedom.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday here on the Morning Sprint. Raj alongside Berto, who's filling in for the coach today. Sanford will be back tomorrow. Some news out of the NFL. We were joking about this.
This is crazy talk.
At about 10:20 this morning, we were joking about how there's a possibility a grandfather will be playing in the NFL. Well, just a couple of minutes ago, it's been made official. Phillip Rivers, at 44 years old, his last NBA or NFL contract, rather, coming in the 2020 season, has signed with the Indianapolis Colts with the hopes that he can somehow find a way to get them back into the playoffs.
Is he going to play against Seattle this week? Is he going? You cannot tell me Phillip Rivers is the best option. You cannot, man. Is Derek Carr's head not right? I mean, it was his rotator and his he was just throwing on.
Derek Carr's body is broken.
Okay, that's what it is. Phillip Rivers, he threw 20 interceptions in 20. You know what I mean? 5 years ago, the dude threw 20 interceptions, and now you want to bring him back? Here's the problem. We're going to make fun of Phillip Rivers coming up here, but here's the problem. Are you asking Phillip Rivers to lead you into the playoffs? Because
Yes.
it's not like Daniel Jones is coming back. He tore his Achilles.
Yeah,
he's gone.
He's the hope.
gone. So the Colts are like, Phillip Rivers, he's going to be the man to take us to the promised land.
More so than a hobbled Riley Leonard. That guy couldn't show up in the college football playoff, let alone the NFL playoffs.
Imagine that Phillip Rivers is the right answer. But, so, I mean, do we know what he signed for?
He's just on the practice squad. I would assume it's whatever vet minimum. He was signed to the practice squad so that he can be elevated. That's what's going to happen. The last time that he had an NFL contract, Baker Mayfield was winning playoff games for the Cleveland Browns. The last time that Phillip Rivers had an NFL contract, Bo Nix was a sophomore quarterback at Auburn. The last time that Phillip Rivers had an NFL contract, the Oklahoma City Thunder were en route to losing nearly 50 games in a season. They're going to lose like 5 this year.
Yeah, his last game was January of 2021.
Yep. The 2020-2021 season.
That's crazy, man. I guess if you're Indianapolis, you got to feel some kind of way because you are having a great season, right? You're having a great season. Despite the 3 straight losses you just got hit with. You are having a great season, and now it's just gone sideways. And there's nothing you can do about it because, once again, the quarterback position is so important in the NFL. But Phillip Rivers ain't. Listen, are you going to watch this game? Are you going to watch this game
100%.
this weekend just to see Phillip Rivers get rocked?
100%.
Just to see Phillip
Why
get
wouldn't
rolled?
That's a fantastic watch. A 44-year-old quarterback coming in a must-win situation.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Week 15, that game is
Hasn't played in
for
4
them.
years. Never played for this team. Has no idea what's going on.
Well, he's played for the Colts.
When did he play for the... Oh, yeah, yes, he did. Yes, you're right.
The last time that he played, he was a Colt.
The
Colts have gone through Carson Wentz, Matt Ryan, Sam Ehlinger.
How come you didn't go Matt
Foles,
Ryan?
Gardner Minshew, Anthony Richardson, Joe Flacco, and Daniel Jones since the last time that Phillip Rivers was their quarterback.
Man, that's a bad group of cool QBs, man. Except for Daniel. Except he got hurt.
Daniel Jones was good for the first half of the season, and then it started to peter off, and obviously the leg injury gave way to an Achilles injury. Anthony Richardson is terrible. Minshew is, I guess he was fun for a couple of seasons, but not a good quarterback. Nick Foles had a historic playoff run, but outside of that, Nick Foles sucks. Ehlinger is a backup quarterback at best in the league. Matt Ryan is a Hall of Famer, but at that point in his career, didn't really have much left in the tank.
Yeah, you can't call RG3, although his last game was in 2021 too, right? So it's been 4 years for him.
RG3 is going to hopefully be on the show with us on Friday from Radio Row at Army Navy. He ain't playing NFL football, man. He's too busy chatting on his podcast.
How about here's a name that I hadn't thought about. Eli Manning. Should they have called Eli? Should they call it Eli and been like, yo, bro.
Absolutely not.
You got more faith in Phillip than Eli?
He at least has a tie to that organization.
Yeah.
Like, there's at least some sort of familiarity. The last time that the Colts made the playoffs, Phillip Rivers was the quarterback. I don't know. He's still coaching high school football. He's still probably throwing the pigskin around every now and again.
Yeah,
I know Sanford zips the ball around.
How about if you're the GM of the Colts, how about going to your head coach Shane Steichen and being like, hey, so here's what we got for you. Phillip Rivers. What are you gonna? Can you win with Phillip Rivers?
What's going to happen when you have 3 quarterbacks that are hurt?
Right, because Phillip. Right, you're right. Because then you're gonna have to go. You're gonna be going to your 5th string quarterback and Brett Rippon.
Game
if
it out
Phillip gets
right
knocked
now.
out of this game in Seattle.
Game it out right now at the Broncos, right? Who would you have as your quarterback if everyone went down and was hurt?
You mean if the Broncos?
Indy has 3 quarterbacks that are injured right now.
Right, and if you're saying if Bo got hurt and then Stidham came in and got banged up,
and let's say
you're like,
let's say Sam Ehlinger was still on the team, and he's also hurt.
And
who
then
are you going to?
Then you have to call Eli, right? You have to call.
You call Payton up. Hey, buddy.
No, I love Payton, man, but you're asking 44-year-old Phillip Rivers to go back out there? Nah, man. Nah. I can't believe that there's not a better answer for Indianapolis at this point than Phillip Rivers. I cannot believe it. But I don't know, man. I guess text line. I mean, to me, that just signals that the
reason why I think this is a great situation is because if it's successful and the Colts somehow get in as the 7 seed, could he upset New England and then you get to play a 44-year-old quarterback in round 2 at home?
No.
I'm here for chaos.
I would find it hard for them to upset the number 2 overall seed in New England if we get to that point.
I am here for all sorts of face the worst team possible in the playoffs.
If they did that, then yes, the Colts would be the team coming to Denver the very next week. Man, I would love to just murk that Phillip Rivers dude, especially in a playoff game. Ugh. But there's got to be a better way to go about it. You cannot have a 44-year-old starting quarterback rolling out there and try to win this thing. But I guess this is the only option you got. Nothing else you can
Paxton
do.
Lynch? Would you sign Paxton Lynch as a Broncos fan in this situation?
Paxton Lynch is playing for the indoor football.
He's still throwing
playing ball. He's playing ball, man.
All right, so how's that? Yeah, let's game it out. Paxton Lynch or Phillip Rivers as the quarterback for the Broncos. Everyone's hurt.
I don't
you
know.
Have to choose.
You know what? I don't know the answer to that question. Who would be if both Bo and Jarrett got knocked out in the next couple of weeks? Who do you go with?
Didn't RJ Harvey play quarterback once upon a time?
You're right. You know what? Let me ask you this: who's the emergency quarterback for the Broncos right now?
It's probably Harvey.
You think it's hard? Well, right, because, yes, he did play ball. He was a high school quarterback. Because who was, trying to think, was it Cortland? Was Cortland the emergency quarterback last year? I can't remember. But you're right. Who would the Broncos get to play QB if they didn't? Or does Sean Payton just go, you know what, let's wildcat this thing? RJ.
Marvin Mims?
Yeah.
You want more touches for Marvin Mims? There you go. Every quarterback's got to get hurt.
I don't know, man. But injuries are such a huge, huge part of what happens in the NFL, and I kind of wish it wasn't. I kind of wish Daniel Jones hadn't got hurt. I would have liked to see what this Colts team could do with Daniel Jones as the quarterback the rest of the way.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit of chaos. You certainly would not have had to have gone to Indy, which makes it way easier against a team that's used to playing indoors. The chances are the playoff game here in Mile High would be a little bit weather impacted. Now, we all know living here, it could be a January game where it's 55 degrees with no wind and all sun. But the chances are that's a cold-ish game with some wind, maybe a little bit of snow. It would behoove you to play a team like Indy at home.
Outside of the Rams over there in the NFC and Green Bay, who's coming in, but we'll get a better idea what Green Bay looks like when they show up here this weekend. Is there any other team over there that scares you? Is it do you think Seattle? Could the Seahawks make their way through the NFC playoff bracket?
You don't have to go to Seattle. Therefore, I'm not scared of you.
Okay, you think that only if Seattle hosted a playoff game would they be truly dangerous?
Yeah.
With the 12th man?
Yeah.
Because, right now, the San Francisco 49ers are the 6th seed, but could the San Francisco 49ers do damage in that side of the bracket once the playoffs roll around?
Of course they are. I'm not scared of San Francisco in a Super Bowl.
See, there's nobody over there really I'm scared of outside of the
Brock
Rams.
Purdy, that does it for you?
No, that doesn't do it. Christian's a little scary, but yeah, only the Rams and the Packers really make me
You have San Francisco's 2 best defensive players on your team.
But that's because the Philadelphia Eagles feel like they're a wobbly, unstable. I don't know what's going on with the
hates each
Eagles.
other in that locker room. Sirianni hates his quarterback.
Yeah, that entire
his
city
wide
seems to hate
receiver hates his
Jalen.
quarterback. No one likes Jalen Hurts.
Isn't that so? What are you going to do if you're Philly? If you realize if you have to decide, you have to pick between Jalen Hurts and the rest of the team. Who are you going to go with?
Well, didn't he just sign his 5-year extension was just signed,
And
so
you
he
can't
signed
trade
through
him.
the 2028
Nobody's going to take Jalen Hurts,
season.
man. Nobody's going to take Jalen. Man, there isn't a team in the NFL. Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. I'm sure there's a team. I'm sure the Saints. You know what I mean? Like I'm sure the Saints or somebody like that would take him on. But I don't know, man.
No, there's two teams in the NFC that I think are legit. It's the Rams and the Packers. In the AFC, it's the Patriots and the Broncos. And then it's a big gap between
You think
the two
the Bills, the Steelers, the Chargers,
Big
all
gap.
those. Interesting.
Big gap. Now, I should say that with a little bit of trepidation. You have not figured out Harbaugh and the Chargers yet. That's the last little box that needs to be checked off for Sean Payton.
Yeah, it does feel like Harbaugh has something for Payton every
Little
time.
bit.
Like Harbaugh's like, yeah, I got this guy. I know
And
what
you
this
want to
guy's
figure
mind
that
is
out
like.
before the playoffs.
Yeah.
I guess the question is now, if we are extending into the future. Last week of the season, Denver has, even with a loss, they have the number 1 seed locked up. They can't lose.
Yeah, then you pull a Kansas City from last year, right? You play nobody. Then we get to see Stedham play quarterback in that game, right?
But at that point, you then probably let the Chargers back into the playoffs or guarantee that they get in.
Yeah.
And you've lost to Harbaugh yet again.
Yeah, so you basically got swept by the Chargers, even though that second game didn't really matter, right?
So you now go into a playoff run where the Chargers could very well come to Denver for an AFC championship.
Right. Right now, the favorite, the team with the lowest seeding, who's also favored in their game, would be the Pittsburgh Steelers. So it'd be this if the Steelers found a way to beat Buffalo at home, and if Jacksonville beat LA, and if New England took down Houston, that second round matchup would be the Denver Broncos hosting Aaron Rodgers and the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Easy. You'll kill him.
Yeah, that doesn't make me nervous at all,
You'll
man.
kill him.
That doesn't make me nervous at all. We're just giving out playoff wins like it's nothing, but it doesn't.
You're 11-2. Why not speak from a level of confidence? You are 11-2.
Mm-hmm.
There is no reason why you should be nervous about everything. Why you shouldn't be beating your chest as a Broncos fan right now.
Mm-hmm.
You're 11-2.
Right. And although some of those wins have seemed a tad bit fluky in there, it's 10 in a row, man. And even the games you lost on the last play of the game, right? Like in a different universe, the Denver Broncos are undefeated right now, which is crazy to say. You're undefeated. You know what I mean? If somehow you found a way past Indianapolis and LA.
Yeah, you've lost two games by a combined 4 points. And one of them you screwed up on special teams.
Yeah, but the belief is still not there outside of this city. I don't know how many people believe in this Denver Bronco team. And I don't know what it is. Is it a quarterback thing? Is it like I've always said for years now, I've said that nationally there's some people who are going to take shots at the Broncos just because they don't like Sean Payton. They don't like dealing with Sean Payton. They don't like his attitude. And so it almost feels like they unintentionally hate the Broncos because they dislike Sean Payton. So they're always, hope instead of just being a straightforward analyst and be like, here's what I think about the team. I feel like there's something they tilt it a little bit to the side just because they don't like Sean Payton and they want that guy to lose, right? So I don't know, man. I think that if this Denver Bronco team wins out and they have the best record in the history of the Broncos franchise, and then they go on and win the Super Bowl, what do you think about this team? Do you say this is the greatest team in the history of the Broncos franchise?
Yep.
If this team goes on to win the Super Bowl.
If they don't lose another game for the season, the answer is yes. It's an overwhelming yes.
Yeah, but if you took this team and you played it against the 2015 Peyton Manning team, or you took this team and put it against the 1998 John Elway team,
they will have won, is it 22 games they would have won at that point by the time you win a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Greatest team in the history of the Broncos franchise.
That'd be pretty cool.
Right here, right now. With
they
that
have to
defense
get all the way there, and they have to not lose until then. KJ's NFL notes are coming up on the other side. Every day on Tuesday, we go through an NFL rewind. We'll recap what happened in Week 14 of the NFL season, and we'll give away your second keyword. That's coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We're giving away tickets to see the Avs host the Panthers on Thursday and a special bonus, this Cup Classic, Joe Sakic bobblehead. If you guys are watching on Twitch or on YouTube, I'm holding it up to the camera right now. Sakic in his now home Burgundy and Blues, away when he was playing before they made the switch. Sakic, it's got a little KeyBank logo on there as well. All you have to do is text the keyword SWIFT, as in Travis Kelce's fiance, Swift, 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 with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Limited packages remain for the Panthers game with that Sakic bobblehead. To purchase, just go to coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic to win those tickets and the bobblehead. Text the keyword SWIFT with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays on 92.5 are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center, and you can find them at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We will announce our winner coming up in about 25 minutes from right now, so make sure you stay tuned. One more time, Swift. It's 11:20. Chris, that means it's time for NFL Notes.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every week on Tuesdays, we recap the NFL week that was. It was week 14. Started off on Thursday with the Lions, 44 points on the back of Jahmyr Gibbs and his 3 touchdowns. They beat the Cowboys by 14. Cowboys fall to 6-1. The Lions get right back in the hunt. They are 1 game back, Birdo, of the 7 seed in the NFC. Are the Lions real or are the Lions fake?
All the Lions are real, right? Lions are real. I think.
They were my preseason Super Bowl pick. For 2 years in a row, I have said it was going to be the Bills and the Lions. I was very wrong last year. I am shaping up to be very wrong this year.
I mean, they put 44 on the Cowboys on Thursday Night Football, right? So
Cowboys defense sucks.
Yeah. I mean, well, you're right, because the Broncos put 44 on them earlier this season, right?
And they took the foot off the gas, man. You were hoping for double nickels. That was the closest you were going to get.
Are you no longer a believer in the Detroit Lions? You don't believe in Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions anymore?
No.
Oh, wow. You think the Rams are going to house them this week? Because this is a fairly big game this weekend between Detroit and L.A., and it's in L.A.
The Rams are real. Matt Stafford is real.
Yeah, it's
like Phillip Rivers is coming back into the league. The AFC North is being led by the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, who's
Joe
40.
Flacco is still having 400-yard games.
Stafford's 37 or something like that. Yeah, he's.
If you told me it was 2020, I'd believe you.
Yeah, see all these old dudes just still balling.
Devontae Adams is like the best wide receiver in the game. I know it's actually Puka Nacua, but Devontae's still a red zone threat. Broncos get the 24-17 win over the Raiders. R.J. Harvey, 17 carries, 75 yards. We've talked about it ad nauseum. The Seahawks hammer the Falcons, 37-9. Sam Darnold efficient, 20 of 30, 249 yards and 3 touchdowns. Big time second half. They score 17 in the third, 14 in the fourth. I'm not that scared about Seattle if the Broncos would have to play them in a Super Bowl because you don't have to play them at home.
Let's see. Oh, they only had 1 sack against Cousins. I want to see. They're going to sack Phillip Rivers 27 times this weekend, right? You're going to ask Phillip Rivers to run around behind that offensive line and avoid the 10-3 Seattle Seahawks defense from coming at you? Oh, man, you're going to get murdered out there, Phillip.
In the snow in Orchard Park, the Bills and the Bengals, the most exciting game of the weekend. Sure, it was 40 yards from Josh Allen, but a pick 6 seals it.
From the 33. Oh, my goodness! Look out here! Christian Benford! Gift wrapped the other way! Touchdown! What just happened? 67 yards!
It's not the offense that gets it done, despite 251 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns, and also some really good rushing from Josh Allen. 9 carries, 78 yards, and a touchdown. Last year's MVP looked like the MVP, but it's the non-existent Bills defense that gets it done against Cincinnati. Cincinnati still not technically dead, but pretty much dead.
Man, Burrow threw 4 touchdowns and he lost that game. The Bills scored 21 points in the fourth quarter. Let me ask you this question. This weekend, when we were all here doing all those games, we were having some conversations, and I heard this statement, and I want to know what you think about it. Somebody said that when there are times when he watches Josh Allen play for the Buffalo Bills where he thinks that is the greatest quarterback to ever play the sport. Has it ever occurred to you when you watch Josh Allen play to think to yourself, that's the greatest quarterback I've seen play this sport?
He does some really special things.
That's what they were saying. That's what they were saying. There's things that he does on a football field that nobody else can do. But I don't know if it's ever occurred to me to think of Josh Allen as, the greatest guy, the greatest guy to play the game.
Got to get it done in the postseason.
Yeah, if he finishes his career without that Super Bowl,
you don't get to be in the conversation.
You don't get to be in that.
Just like when we talk, who are the greatest quarterbacks of all time right now, off the top of your head?
We got to say Tom Brady, but that's because he's got 7 of those
things. There you
things,
go. Tom
right?
Brady, 1.
Peyton Manning, John Elway.
John Elway.
Who am I forgetting?
You can throw Patrick Mahomes in there.
Oh, man, I didn't even
He deserves to be in there, man. You hate him, but he deserves to be in there.
See, but this season has made me change the way I think about the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. Like, he didn't immediately come to mind when I started thinking about the greatest quarterbacks in the sport.
This is a season that should affect
I thought of
Mahomes
Joe Burrow
legacy.
before I thought of Patrick, which is stupid because he's only played. Yeah.
Okay, so you have 4 quarterbacks. Is there a 5th one that comes to mind? Greatest of all time.
Who are currently playing?
No.
Greatest of all time?
Greatest of all time.
Joe Montana.
You know who you haven't mentioned? Who probably hasn't even gone through your head?
Who?
Dan Marino.
Yeah.
You don't win. You don't get to be in the conversation.
Yeah, sorry, man. Maybe the greatest release in the history of the sport, and just the quickest release. That dude could throw a ball anywhere at any. Now, he doesn't get to be in that conversation. Sorry, man, because you got nothing.
Josh Allen is remarkable. You don't get to be in that conversation until you win.
Yeah.
You don't. Sorry. Way she goes, man. Titans get a 31-29 victory over the Browns, but coming out of that, Cleveland and Kevin Stefanski, they begrudgingly do it. Shedeur Sanders is the starter for the rest of the year for the Browns. They took him out after having 4 scores and decide to do a double reverse pass with Quinshon Judkins, who just simply forgets the play, and they lose. The Titans get their 2nd win of the year, Berto.
Yeah, I don't think the Browns are happy that Shedeur looks this good. You know what I mean? I think they wanted him to come out and look terrible. And then they could have been like, see, told you, suckers. And now that he's looking good, what is Cleveland going to do, man? What is Cleveland going to do? You just lost to the worst team in the NFL, though. Like, I shout out to Shedeur. Like, that was fun watching him play because he was throwing the ball all over the place and doing stuff. But seriously, man, you lost to the worst team in football in Tennessee.
The answer is you have your starter on a 5th-round salary. You're going to be selecting at least in the top 5, likely in the top 2.
Yeah, they're going to pick another quarterback, aren't they?
No, you trade out, brother.
You think they're going to
trade out and build around Shedeur? This is a blessing in disguise for them.
They still owe Deshaun $150 million or something, right?
You're paying him a 5th-round salary. You can afford it.
I guess you can.
You can afford it.
Yes, you can.
The Broncos are still paying. I know it's over this year. They're still paying Russell Wilson. Why? Because Bo's on a rookie contract.
If you had to put money on it,
Shedeur's on a 5th-round contract.
If you had to put money on it, would you say that Shedeur Sanders is the starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns next season?
Yes.
Oh, really?
I'm more comfortable in the $10,000. You asked me earlier.
Yeah.
$10,000 of my own money on someone to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And you gave me 5-1 odds.
Yeah.
50-1 odds. No, 5-1 odds.
10-1 for the Broncos, 5-1 for the Rams.
Okay, and I said I'd probably take the Rams on 5-1.
Yeah.
I'm more comfortable that Shedeur's the starter week 1 next year for the Browns than taking the Rams to win the Super Bowl.
I don't know, man. It could be like Mendoza or somebody. They could just grab another rookie QB. You don't know what. Here's the problem when you try to figure out what a bad organization is going to do, because they make bad decisions. They're going to do something stupid with the number 2 overall pick or whatever they end up with.
When your quarterback has 4 scores in a game.
Yeah, and then you yank him for the 2-point conversion.
And he only throws 1 pick, but combines for nearly 400 yards in a game, and you lose to the worst team in football. It's probably not the quarterback's fault.
Yeah.
So that's why I say, like, they may have lucked into, they may have stepped in crap and came out smelling like rose petals. You may have lucked into the ability to trade down, get more players, and build around Shedeur on a very cheap contract.
Maybe they pick Shedeur over the head coach. I thought they would lean head coach over but no.
Yeah, well, like, what's Stefanski showing you?
Yeah, maybe they're like, okay.
And we're not talking about Kevin O'Connell.
Get him out of here.
Yeah. Vikings get a 31-0 win over the Commanders. J.J. McCarthy, even though he's the most popular meme in the NFL right now, 163 yards and 3 touchdowns. Aaron Jones is looking healthier by the week. 31-0. They get their 5th win of the season. The Commanders on their way to a lottery pick. The Dolphins, a 34-10 win over the hapless Jets. Those are 2 teams that I thought were like dead early. The Jets certainly. The Dolphins are 6-7 and still somehow very much alive in the AFC playoff picture.
You think so? You think they got something for him?
I thought McDaniel was done. I thought he was completely
they fired the GM, right? They gassed the GM, kept McDaniel, but everyone's like, at the end of the season, he's gone too. But if they finish with a winning record?
They could make the playoffs, Berto.
Let's see who they... Hold on, let me see who they got left on this schedule.
They've won 4 straight in 5 of their last 6. Their only loss came against Baltimore back in week 9. They have Pittsburgh, Cincy, Tampa, New England. 3 of those games are very much winnable.
Ooh, you know what?
And New England might be sitting all of their players week 18. Make
It's
it 4
gonna
out of 4 winnable games.
Stupid if Miami sneaks into the playoffs with the way they played the beginning of this season, man. They lost 6 of their first 7 games, and you're telling me they're going to make the playoffs?
There's a very distinct possibility they could do it. They have the same record as the Chiefs, brother.
Yeah, that's true.
The Saints stun the Buccaneers on the road. Tyler Shough runs it in.
Again, the new right tackle is Sherman. Shough. Oh, here they come up the middle. He got away from one. He got away from Vea. Here he goes. No way. Touchdown! His second touchdown run today. Shough from 13.
Uh-oh, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are now tied with the Carolina Panthers. There's only one team that's likely going to make the playoffs from that division. It's going to be whoever wins it. I thought it was going to be Baker Mayfield by a runaway. The Panthers look real, and Tampa Bay, like they have in years past, start to look a little fake at the end of the year.
You can't lose that game to New Orleans, right? It feels like it just totally ruined your season. Baker Mayfield, man, come on. You got outplayed by Tyler Shough. Come on, man.
Weird game. A lot of rain. Like, those 2 games were in Florida were very, very wet, very rainy, so I guess you can put an asterisk next to it, but that's a bad loss for the Buccaneers. The Jaguars get a 36-19 win over the Colts. Obviously, Daniel Jones goes out with the Achilles injury, gone for the season. The Colts, as of this hour, have signed 44-year-old Phillip Rivers to the practice squad. Is he going to play this weekend against Seattle on the road over Riley Leonard?
How many quarterbacks in this league is Phillip Rivers better than right now? Is he better than Tyler Shough?
Apparently, he's better than Jeff Driscoll.
Is he? That's true. He's definitely better than Brett Rippon because they already got that guy on the They got Brett on the roster, and they're just like, now let's go get somebody else, man.
I was trying to find my former Broncos quarterback that has a name that's very forgettable.
Are you a believer in the Jags? 9-4?
Travis Etienne looks like the Clemson version of Etienne.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence is still... I think if the Broncos played Jacksonville, they would murder Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, it's so weird. Like, Trevor feels like good but not great. And it feels like that's just going to be his career. Good but not great.
He is mega sackable. And I think if you start to get him into the Sam Darnold, I'm seeing ghosts, he starts throwing picks against Denver.
Yeah.
I would welcome Jacksonville to Denver with open arms.
Yeah, I think they would love
team,
that.
There's not a team that I'm like begging to see outside of Jacksonville. I want to see Jacksonville.
Okay. Bring them on. Let's go.
Steelers get a 27-22 win over the Ravens. Aaron Rodgers, 284 yards, 1 touchdown. The Ravens and Lamar Jackson, they don't look right. What is going on? Lamar Jackson is in his Space Jam era. Like, the Monstars have taken his secret stuff. What is going on there?
I don't know, man. He just doesn't look right. Do you think he's injured and we just don't know it? Or is there just something like this season? Who has looked worse this season, Patrick or Lamar? Because neither of them are winning at the pace that they usually win at, right?
Lamar.
You think it's Lamar?
He looks broken. He looks injured.
Is it? I think it's got to be something like that, right? It's
you
not
don't just
he's 28 years old.
He was dominant last year. Now, that's the question that Baltimore had all those years where we were having the contract disputes and are you going to tag? Are you going to sit out? That's the Baltimore brass going, the way that you play is not sustainable, right? Like, Josh Allen can do that because Josh Allen is a
monster,
massive human being. Yeah. He can take those hits. Lamar Jackson, while he's very tall and is one of the most special athletes that we've ever seen play this game, even going back to his Louisville days, he's a string bean, right? You can't continue to take those hits. It's kind of the cautionary tale for what Washington has in Jaden Daniels right now, isn't it? I think he's injured. Do I think that he's injured for the rest of his career? I think it's too early to say. But you say, oh, he's only 28. His body's way older than 28, brother.
Yeah, well, so is Patrick. Patrick's only 30, man. And are you telling me 2 of the greatest quarterbacks in this era of the NFL are washed? Are they washed? Are they washed? Is Patrick and Lamar washed? Are they done? Are they not where I mean, you know what I'm saying?
I would buy stock on Mahomes before I buy on Lamar Jackson.
Okay. All right, man.
The Packers 28-21 over the Bears thanks to Christian Watson's 41-yard touchdown reception.
The line to 1. Love on a play fake. Quick throw. Watson with the speed. Uh-oh! Christian Watson in a foot race, and he's going to win it. Touchdown, Green Bay.
Jordan Love, 3 touchdowns, 17 of 25, efficient with 234 yards. Josh Jacobs, a score on the ground, 20 carries, 86 yards. And those Green Bay Packers, 9-3-1, are coming to the Mile High City this weekend. 1.5-point favorites on the road. And they push the Bears from who were leading the division into the 7th seed in the NFC.
Packers in that 10-game winning streak for the Bronx. That's we both decided that's probably the best team they've played all season coming in.
I'm going to say no because I'm so bullish on what the Broncos can do at home, dude.
Okay.
And the man who typically sits in your seat, Sanford's out today, Berto filling in. We obviously know he's very close with Jordan Love having been his coach.
Yeah.
Jordan Love does not like playing at altitude. And that is from the horse's mouth. So you know what? I'm going to take my bullish attitude on Mile High and Empower Field and the Broncos faithful, and I'm also going to pair that with the fact that Coach Sanford says that Jordan Love doesn't like playing in the Mile High City.
All right.
I'll do that.
All right.
Texans get a 20-10 win over the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes, 3 interceptions in that game. 3 interceptions we thought was a lot. How about 4 from Jalen Hurts?
At the 17 of the Chargers, 1st and 10, shotgun snap. Hurts hit as he throws, pass to the 5, deflected, it's intercepted, it's intercepted, the Chargers have won, the Chargers have won, intercepted on the play.
You had one job to do, Philly. You were in field goal position. A tie would have helped us here in Denver. And Jalen Hurts forces a pass, running out to his right. 5 turnovers for Jalen Hurts as the Chargers walk away with a 22-19 win, and that is the end of Week 14 in the NFL season. KJ's NFL Notes brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. One more time, your keyword this hour is SWIFT. S-W-I-F-T. Yes, like Taylor Swift, like Travis Kelce's betrothed. Is Travis Kelce done playing football? He's just going to go be a house husband at this point to his billionaire soon-to-be wife. SWIFT with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. If you text the keyword SWIFT into that number, you'll be entered to win Avs tickets and to win this Joe Sakic bobblehead for Thursday night's game against the back-to-back Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers. One more time, SWIFT to 303-504-0925. We'll give away a winner on the other side. Wrapping things up here on a 2K Tuesday and Abs Ticket Tuesday. We'll give away our winner in about 10 minutes from right now. By the way, all of you who are nervous that I did not light the St. Sean of Narcissus candle.
Yeah, it's been lit.
It's been lit. I forgot to turn the camera on. The camera's now on.
Yeah, matter of fact, y'all gonna have to re-up on the Sean Payton candles. That thing's almost halfway burned down, man. I'm not sure it's gonna make it to the
It's
Super
almost
Bowl.
burned down. It's also shattered in the back. It's like an occupational hazard in two
no.
ways. Not only can it burn the studio down,
If you burn down our brand new studios, I feel like Kevin Dimoff might be less than pleased with you.
I would pin it on Coach
Chris.
Sanford.
Oh, on Sanford?
Yeah, Chris hasn't had anything to do with it. He's just chilling back there.
Yeah, but that makes him a perfect patsy, man. Perfect fall guy.
Sanford's the one that brought it in.
Yeah.
We are halfway done with the wax, so I don't know if we have to go and find another Sean Payton candle.
Yeah.
Again, it's the effigy of Sean Payton. I don't think we can find another one. It was found at a thrift store. Therefore, we need to find a candle maker to then give us more wax.
Mm-hmm. You have to do that thing like they do in movies where you take a digital picture of Sean Payton's face and they load it into the computer and then they build around it. And then you can have...
Oh, like Mission Impossible.
Yeah.
Heck
Mission Impossible. Well, then you could just walk around looking like Sean Payton. I'm not sure how fun that would be.
It needs to stay lit. It is an undefeated candle at this point.
Right. It has not lost. Not once. Not once.
And what is striking, despite having 10 straight wins, the Broncos have not clinched a playoff spot.
Yeah, that's a little odd because I'm trying to do the math in my head. If they lose out, are they all of a sudden going to fall out? Like, I mean, how come they haven't clinched a spot yet? Like, if they lose their last 4 games and go 11-6, is that what it would be?
11-6, yes.
You're telling me
11-6
ain't enough to make the playoffs, brother? Like, come on, man.
Your playoff berth scenarios this weekend: Denver wins, they get in, or they tie and the Chargers lose, or they tie and Jacksonville loses, or they tie and Houston loses, or they tie and Indy loses.
I guess the only thing I'm most concerned about now, because they're making the playoffs, baby, they're making the playoffs, is that first round bye. So what do they have to do to make sure New England doesn't catch them? And that's just, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even know. What's the Patriots' remaining schedule?
The Patriots' remaining schedule is easier than yours.
Okay, that's not ideal.
The only thing is they do have to deal with Buffalo coming up this weekend.
Okay.
Now, it's a Buffalo game at home. They travel to Baltimore week 16. Who knows what you're getting out of the Ravens?
Yeah, that's a Sunday night game with Baltimore, which is...
The Ravens feel broken,
They
man.
could be out of it by then. Like, if they lose this weekend, are they done? Is the Ravens done? Because they'd be 6-8 at that point. Wait, is it 6-8? I don't... Buffalo, Baltimore, the New York Jets, and the Miami Dolphins is the remaining schedule for the New England Patriots.
It's a way easier road to the 1 seed for New England than it is for Denver.
The Patriots could end up with 15 wins, man.
Yes.
15 wins.
Although I think I think Josh Allen's going to be an MVP this weekend. I think he's going to do some crazy things. He's going to beat New England.
Yeah, especially.
And then you simply have to go 3-1 at that point. Now, simply might be an oversimplification because of what the remaining schedule is.
Yeah.
The remaining schedule is, you and I have already come to the conclusion, the most difficult team on the schedule and the best team on the schedule, even when the season's over, will have been the Green Bay Packers.
Will be this weekend's opponent.
And your next 3 teams are no slouch.
No,
Jacksonville playoff team.
I would put Jacksonville, the Chargers, and the Chiefs in the top.
Like, Chiefs based off of reputation.
Give me a better team that the Broncos have faced this season than Green Bay or Jacksonville when they come in. Houston, is that the only one? And I mean, this is a tough little stretch for you, Broncos.
I think 3-1 gets the 1 seed in the bag.
I don't know why I feel so confident in these remaining 4 games. Is it just the 10 straight wins? Are you confident in what the Broncos can do in the last 4 weeks of the season?
Of course. I'm just very realistic over the next 4 teams. 4 of them are you're at least in a playoff conversation. 3 of them are getting into the playoffs with Green Bay, Jacksonville, and the Chargers. And then the Chiefs on Christmas Day, the Chiefs are going to be a rabid dog in the corner trying to fight for their lives.
Yeah.
And that's not a fun game to play on a short week, especially on Christmas night was that a Prime Video game or an NBC? I think it's Prime.
Yeah, because it's the night. It's the game. It kicks off at like 6 or 7 or something at night.
Night game on Christmas Day. That's a tough one. You have a tough road. Now, you get to look at New England, man. All of these parallels to the 2015 season. Remember what happened in 2015 with the New England Patriots and the Denver Broncos, all fighting for that 1 seed, and that home field advantage was everything that year because you remember back to the AFC Championship game. You don't win that at Gillette. You do not win that game if you're not playing at Mile High.
Okay.
That 2-point conversion to Rob Gronkowski at the end of that game probably is caught.
Okay.
At Gillette. What happened in week 17 that year for New England?
I don't know what happened.
They traveled to Miami and they lost 20-10. And they lost home field advantage to a 6-10 Miami Dolphins team. Ryan Tannehill went 25 of 38 with 2 touchdowns in that game, threw for 350 yards. Tom Brady, 134 yards through the air, no touchdowns.
Are you ready to claim this season as a new era in the NFL? Like Chiefs dynasty, dead. Philadelphia dynasty, dead. All these teams that used to suck have risen to the top, the cream of the crop. Remember how bad New England and Denver used to be in years past? No, not anymore. Now, you know what I mean? Like, is this a sea change for the NFL this season?
Sure is.
Because I mean, even over in the NFC, there's some wild stuff going on. You know what I mean? There's some teams coming out of, but I don't know, man. It feels like the Eagles are done just because of the whatever the hell is going on in that locker room, man. I don't even know how you save it. Just get rid of. You can't get rid of your starting quarterback right now.
He's got a Super Bowl ring, brother.
That entire team hates him for some reason. And it feels like the coach doesn't like him all that much either.
It feels like the coach doesn't like anybody.
What? Yeah, you know what? That's a good call. That's a good call. You're right. He doesn't.
Sirianni's
it's like I don't like
just
AJ.
A sour puss.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. So, but I mean, I think if I tell you right now, I was like, the Kansas City Chiefs dynasty is done. Would you take that bet?
Yes.
Could you see Mahomes and Andy Reid rising back to the top here in a couple of seasons? Or is that just, it's done? It's done.
No, because I don't think Andy Reid has all that much runway left in him.
Oh, you think he's close to retirement?
I think if Andy Reid decides to hang him up, he's the adult in the room.
Yeah.
Right? All of those egos for all of those years, he was able to keep a clamp on it. And he did a really good job with Terrell Owens when he was a Philadelphia Eagle too. And if he leaves, who's running the show? It's Patrick's show now.
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's a very difficult thing to do. The only one who's shown you that he can do it in 2 different places, it was Tom Brady. He could do it under Bruce Arians, and he showed that obviously he could do it under Belichick in those years in New England.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Like if Andy Reid just calls it a career after this year, just says, you know what, I'm walking off. But he doesn't. It seems like he's going to keep doing this, man. You know, right? Andy's going to keep doing that. Right now, I mean, he's the highest paid coach in North American sports, and Sean Payton is the second highest paid coach.
Sean Payton has a greater chance to win a Super Bowl this year than the dude who makes more money than him.
Yeah, that is absolutely true, man.
Avs and Predators tonight, 7:30. However, it's going to be closer to an 8 p.m. Mountain puck drop, 9 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central out there in Nashville. You should kill the Predators tonight.
Kill the Preds.
You're going to kill them.
That's the worst team in hockey taking on the best. I don't know what TNT was thinking about. Like, hey, let's broadcast this game. Let's broadcast the best team in the NHL versus the worst team in the NHL and see how that plays out.
You want to see Nathan MacKinnon have a 4-point night? Tune in tonight on TNT and HBO.
Oh, the Preds are so bad. Like, if you took away half the Avs points, they'd still have more points than the Preds, or they'd have the exact amount of points as the Preds. That's how crazy. I mean, Nashville's have just a terrible season. Not only that, the Predators are going to trade everybody, right? Isn't Ryan O'Reilly and all the crew on the trading block right now?
I mean, why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
They signed all of those older players. Maybe that's a team that the Avs could look for. Like, if you want to get a bigger middle 6, bottom 2 defenseman.
You just go trade for Philip Forsberg?
Philip Forsberg would be fun. I don't think you could keep him on the team cap-wise. I don't think you need Philip Forsberg.
The Preds said they want a first and a player for Ryan O'Reilly.
No thanks.
Yeah, nah.
But, like, Haig, that big rangy defenseman, lefty, I'd kick the tires on him. Maybe some salary retention. Brady Shea, he's a lefty.
Man, I
Maybe
kinda
some
feel-
salary retention.
Poor Steve Stamkos. Just like all those years at Tampa winning them cups, and now he's just on the worst team in the league, man.
Congratulations, Anthony LaRoe. Anthony LaRoe, you're going to see the Avs take on the Florida Panthers coming up on Thursday night. If you guys didn't win with us, your Avs Ticket Tuesday continues with PhD coming up on the other side. But for Chris behind the glass, appreciate you, my friend, filling in for KJ today and tomorrow. We'll see you bright and early. Mark Bertinoli on short notice coming in for the coach, Mike Sanford, who will be back tomorrow. Berto, great to see your face.
Yeah, man, it was good to see you, man.
If you
Good to
guys
hang
didn't
out.
get enough Berto, he'll be on the Blitz tonight starting at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
It'll take you all the way up until the Avs take on those Predators. Late puck drop, close to 7:52 Mountain Time. For everyone here at Altitude, PhD's coming up next. We'll see you at 10.
Tyler.
Yeah.
These guys are making you look bad.
What?
Yeah.
Making me look bad?
Well, Phillip Rivers.
Oh.
44.
I know.
Just.
I got 4 years on him. I got 4 years the younger.
I saw him with John Gruden. He was like, "Hey, y'all, I got a son and I got a grandson, and my grandson is 1 month older than my son," or something like that.
Well, he had another baby?
He's got, actually, I think
10 of them things.
He's got 10 babies, and he's got a grandson who's 1 month younger than his youngest son.
He said his son will be throwing passes to his grandson in college.
Yeah.
Or in high school, excuse me. It's pretty nuts, dude. I mean, this is a wild story. It's
So he's back.
been 5 years, right? I believe it's been 5 years since Phillip Rivers played in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
44 years young.
But he's coming in as a backup, right?
No. Well, he's coming in on the practice squad immediately, but Phillip Rivers is coming in to save a playoff run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you can't, as I stupidly said yesterday, trade for anybody.
And the funny thing is, they probably could have had him come back that year after his 39th year, but he didn't play good in the playoffs.
Who are you talking
Rivers.
about? Oh, Rivers? Oh.
Had a great season. Did not play good in the playoffs. And all of a sudden, it was like Indianapolis ready to run him out on a rail, so he just kind of retired.
Well, Phillip, I mean, clearly just loves ball. But, I mean, I was thinking about it. I'd be like, all right, so, I mean, are you telling me guys like Peyton Manning, would he not be a better option? Ben Roethlisberger, would he not be a better option?
I don't know.
Tom Brady.
Andrew Luck.
And Andrew Luck. Oh, my gosh, Andrew Luck. Yeah, for sure.
Andrew Luck would be unbelievable.
Well, how old is it? I don't know.
He's younger than Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, I know, but he's been out of it forever.
I know he's got a big job GMing Sanford.
Andrew's 36.
Oh,
that's a big
Are you
difference.
kidding me? That'd be unbelievable. That'd be a hell of a step up. I thought it was funny. He's going to be, first of all.
Luck retired in 2019. I guess that's just, was that the same year as Phillip Rivers? I feel like Phillip Rivers was 2019.
Maybe.
How
do you feel if you're the backup quarterback for Riley Leonard? I'm being replaced by a 44-year-old grandfather.
Phillip's last year
last
year was 2020. So Andrew Luck was just 1 year ahead of him.
Yeah, because Rivers came in because Luck left.
Yeah.
So it's Riley Leonard and Brett Rippon on that team right now that are getting surpassed by Phillip Rivers, who retired 5 years ago.
Well, really 7 years ago. 7 years ago that he retired. And then he was out of football for like 2 years, came back to Indianapolis, and now 5 years later after that 2 year period.
Well, I'm having a long look in the mirror if I'm Brett Rippon and Riley Leonard right now.
So Phillip really wasn't that old when he initially retired.
I guess not.
Yeah, he's only 39.
No.
Yeah, his last year in the league was 39.
Well, I'm saying when he initially retired.
Yeah,
37.
He dipped out, dipped back in. Hey, man, it's wild. We'll see how it goes.
How old were you when you retired?
I was 31.
Oh, you left some.
You left some meat on the bone.
You sure did.
I did.
Yeah.
I got regrets.
You didn't clean your plate.
I got regrets.
As they say on a 3-foot putt, there's a little chicken left on that bone.
I'd take 2 games. I'd take a game, Somebody asked me today, they're like, no, but like, seriously, somebody seriously called. Would you go back? I'm like, yes, in a heartbeat. Would somebody seriously call? No.
Dude, it's so funny. Meanwhile, how dumb are the Eagles? How stupid are they as a team?
For throwing an interception?
One. Well, I mean, Jalen Hurts, that's an all-timer. I mean, you throw a pick and you fumble on the same play. I mean, okay.
Impressive.
That's tough to do. I'm going to say it probably has happened before, but I don't recall it. Do you guys ever anything like that?
I've seen guys fumble snaps, try to scramble around, and throw a pick before, yeah.
That would be good. Well, that's bad, but theoretically you wouldn't have lost possession twice. He lost possession twice on the same play. I was just watching, just like, come on, Eagles, let's go. And then, you got it. It's a tie. I'm like, all right, a tie is, whatever. But no, it's not a tie. Chargers win. Okay.
Yeah, all you do is put a little air on that ball, and that's an easy touchdown.
I'm not overly concerned about it, but it just would have been nice for the Broncos' sake. It just would have been easier. That's all.
Not that big of a deal.
Well, Scotty was talking about it yesterday. I was thinking about it a little bit. The idea of are you better off winning out, or are you better off having one wake up call, right? I guess I'd lean towards winning out, but if you got a wake up call, it's not the end of the world. That's for sure. Broncos could drop one, probably.
And it's probably going to happen on Chris. Well, I don't know. Hey, it's a tough test. It's just bizarre that the Broncos are underdogs at home. You win 10 in a row. You're at home. You're in first place in the NFL, and you're an underdog. It's weird. Now, we can, dig into it anytime you want, but I haven't really looked at the Packers. I don't really know much about them other than they're having a good season.
They've been one of those teams that look great for like 2 weeks in a row, and then they lose a stupid game, then they look great again, then they lose a stupid game.
Well, they had a weird stretch, probably I'm guessing it was like weeks 4 through 7 or something like that. I'll go back and look at the schedule here, but they had a weird stretch, and then they got good again.
The last couple of weeks.
Going to be a good game. All the 4 games left for the Broncos are going to be good games. But it just would have been nice for the Eagles to work with us a little bit here. But they didn't. So
you know what it was? In hindsight, it wasn't that big of a loss. But when they lost to Carolina 16-13, and we're like, the Packers just lost to Carolina.
Yeah.
Now hindsight, you're like, oh, Carolina's a pretty good team. Following week, they lost to Philadelphia 10-7 in an ugly football game. Then they've won 4 straight games since.
The greatest thing though about last night, though, the positive. Well, first of all, did you see Herbert try to blow off Laura Rutledge after the game was over?
You know what? It was a different side of Herbert. I actually thought it was kind of like, all right, you know what? Everybody complains about this guy not being an alpha. Everybody complains about this guy not being competitive. I was cool with it. Like,
oh my God, come on,
dude. Sometimes you got to understand, man, as a competitor, when you're playing in a grimy game like that, and he was not particularly good throwing the football, but he was grimy. He ran the ball well. He was a leader. He's in pain. He's hurting. Dude, your adrenaline starts running, and it's hard to turn that sucker off the second the game's over.
Okay. I would think he'd be more I would think he'd be more of a professional than that after all these years.
Scotty, help me out.
Help you out. You're the key player on a nationally televised game.
DMac.
Well, hold on. Let me make my point. You're the key player on a nationally televised game. You've been interviewed after big games for literally like a decade. And this is catching you by surprise? And you got to
said it caught him by surprise.
I got to go celebrate with my teammates. Look around his teammates. We're all doing interviews.
How many of those wins were overtime? Last second, one by an interception.
So
it was jubilant, and everybody's jumping up and down.
I'm telling you,
I didn't have any problem with it, and it finally got done. So I don't understand. She had to chase him a little bit. Good. I mean,
he did it.
That's what your job is.
Emotions are not a light switch. That's what I'm telling you. It's not a freaking light switch, and especially when you're in pain, when it's grimy, you don't feel like you played particularly well. It's not a light switch. You don't just turn it on and off like that.
I wish she'd turn to the camera and go, all right, see ya. All right, back to you, Troy. You see what I have to deal with. Back to you.
But you know what? When moments like this happen,
the
real athlete hater comes out.
Oh
of
yeah,
DMac.
big time.
Oh yeah,
big time.
The athlete hater.
Give me a break.
I'm a muggle.
We're me a
picked
break.
on.
Oh,
yeah.
so how many post-game sideline interviews have you done?
1 billion.
Okay, somebody behaves like that towards you. How you feel about him?
I go to the next person.
Do you not understand how?
I can still think of a thing, but
right.
She stayed as a professional.
Yeah.
She got her 3-4 questions in.
All right.
Weren't necessarily great questions, but she got her little questions in, and it was over, and he got to run and chase his teammates down.
All right, let me try again then on something else.
Do you hate players?
No,
I don't hate
very
players.
sensitive about his profession.
Sensitive about my profession. The guy was rude AF.
He was not rude AF.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
I got to go celebrate with my teammates?
That's rude AF?
Yes.
No.
Right. We have a basic fundamental misunderstanding of what rude is. Why did he sit there and do the interview then?
Because he realized as soon as he did it, he probably realized who it was and went,
yeah,
okay, this is an obligation. Now I'll do it.
Okay.
But he's probably had about 50 people trying to get him,
He's a normal human being that in the moment didn't want to do an interview.
Okay.
Boo-hoo.
Okay.
He's probably, I'll bet you honestly,
Because here's another thing that I noticed because I've seen these games done. It's usually not the reporter that goes and gets the player. It's usually a segment producer or a PR person that is there, grabs him and say, hey, you got this interview real fast, blah, blah, blah. They do it. You don't see a reporter in those situations chase it. And I've been that guy 100 times. I've done hundreds of TNT, TBS broadcasts for national games. It ain't me. I'm not chasing those guys down. Same thing with the Nuggets. I'm waiting the best. I get guys over to me for the little regional sports television I work for. So that was surprising because I was watching it and I go, oh, there's Laura. And I'm watching her kind of going through the crowd. And Herbert's just trying to look for team. And I guarantee he's thinking, team, let's celebrate. We just had a dramatic, emotional win. This is great. You saw his coach. I had more problem with John Harbaugh,
Jim
Harbaugh, going up to him after the game than I had with Herbert trying to find people. But I was shocked, to be honest with you. If you want to blame anybody, blame the PR staff or the segment producer of the.
And you know what? We talk about it like it's an obligation. It's not an obligation. It might be. It might be customary.
My Lord!
I'll tell you what.
Seriously,
that is not an obligation for the quarterback to have to speak.
Yeah, but I think nowadays with the national media and the money they're paying, they say, and we will get a winning interview with the person we choose post game.
Of course.
And I think it is an obligation.
Not for the player.
Oh, come on, Tyler.
DMac, don't come on me.
You don't think that comes with the $50 million? That doesn't come with the $50 million a year.
No, it does
Hold
not.
on.
Okay.
I will tell this.
There is no financial obligation to having to do that interview for Justin Herbert.
I will tell you this. They probably never came to the players and said it's their obligation.
Exactly.
But I promise when that contract was signed between ABC, Disney, ESPN, who else? Amazon, NBC, Peacock, all the new people that have things, I promise you in that contract, and you will provide a interview of the star of our choosing post game. I guarantee you that's in contract.
It's customary, but it's
now,
not an
I
obligation.
guarantee you no one's come to the Players Association or the players and said, hey, by the way, Darren, we're going to come get you after every game. Joker. I mean, after every national game, it's Joker or Murray 99% of the time, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So, but no, I guarantee you no one's come to them other than PR staff or whatever.
I guess I'm spoiled because, I've been around Nikola Jokic a bunch.
By the way, Bo Nix has been a jerk in these.
Oh, okay. Then I'd be critical of Bo Nix. I'm happy to be critical of Bo Nix in that situation. What do you think? I'm just going to have a blind eye to Bo Nix doing the same thing?
He hates all players.
I don't. Hey, you know who's bad for players? Nikola Jokic is bad for players. You know why? He does them all.
Yeah,